everybody! Have you heard about the Drunken Peasants Patreon? It helps support the show while getting you some cool perks. Check it out! For $1 per month, you get to use our exclusive fan chat that appears at the bottom of the screen on every episode. For $5 per month, you get 2 new private shows, including Actual Mania, as well as our back catalog of private shows, plus all lower tier perks. For $10 per month, you get all of our monthly video content. This includes multiple post shows, our monthly reviews, our back catalog of all that content, plus all lower tier perks. For $15 per month, your name will appear in the ending credits of each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $25 per month, you get to take part in our monthly booking committee hangout to help us book our Patreon content for that month, plus all lower tier perks. For $33 per month, you get an exclusive piece of DP merch each month, plus all lower tier perks. For $50 per month, you appear in the opening credits for each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $100 per month, you get to join us as a guest on an episode of the Drunken Peasants podcast. Plus, you guessed it, all lower tier perks. Visit patreon.com/DP now to become a patron of the Drunken Peasants podcast.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants podcast. This is episode 1273. This is our third show of the week. We did them back to back to back to back. Yeah, we got Jeff Holiday back with us again. How's it going, Jeff?
And fucking tastic. So why are you doing 3 shows back to back to back to back to back?
Just to free up some time at the end of the week. There's the holiday coming up, and then on Saturday it's the Ohio State-Michigan game, so I do not want to be streaming. And by the way, I've seen 2 people sign up for Patreon. I just saw Darren here sign up, and then while the intro was playing, we had somebody else sign up too. I want to thank both of you guys for signing up. The Patreon has kind of fallen on tough times, and what I did today is I made a post asking for feedback. The post is public. Anyone can go comment on it. Even if you've never been a patron before, you can comment on it. I just put it in the chat too. You guys can click on it. It's just me asking, what would you like to see out of the Patreon? Because the Patreon is crucial to the survival of this show, and I want to put things on the Patreon that people would want to pledge for so that they could get. Also, it's just like when the perks are just extra, the Patreon in of itself is just to keep this show going, and we add perks to kind of sweeten the deal. So,
yeah. You know what they want. They want you to rename the Patreon to Only Ben's.
Only Ben's? I mean, I might end up having to do that kind of stuff. I don't know. Eventually.
You have to do. You're going to have to show poll. That's what people want these days.
Show poll?
Yeah, no, well, poll and hole. I mean,
poll.
That's the thing. It's like, people like to say they want quality content, they want this, they want that. And yeah, they'll watch, they'll have fun with the show and everything. But after they're done watching, what do they want to see? Hole.
Yeah,
they want hole.
Someone named Blame the Dogs also signed up while the intro was playing. So, and I thank you, Master, for giving us the $20 dono. We're almost at 50% now too. But yes, I linked it in the chat. I linked my Patreon post in the description down below for those of you who are not watching live. Please go there. Give me some feedback. I'd like to know what it would take to either regain your patronage or get you as a patron for the first time. The Patreon is so important, and it's dipped so low in the last year. It's scary. It's the kind of thing I check when I first wake up in the morning to see oh shit, what's going on with it now. So if you would be so kind as to go to that link and sign up there, and thank you Goldie Fawn for the $2 dono also. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna get the show moving here. I just want to put it out there. Patreon is very important. You know, at the beginning of this year, our computer died, and you guys came together and helped me purchase a new computer, and I'm insanely grateful for that. Another thing we need to keep the show going is the Patreon needs to kind of start moving upward again in some way. So your patronage is much appreciated, and your feedback, your ideas, whatever you have. What would you like to see us do more of? Not just on Patreon, but here on the actual show too. That's what I'm looking for. So
hell yeah.
Yeah. And eventually I do need a Spin Till You Spew rematch because you did destroy me last time.
Yeah.
I threw up all over the floor.
I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Yeah.
It happened though. I'm just glad I don't have carpets in this room, you know?
True, that's very true. No, that's okay. This is an unwritten rule, but when you do a podcast, especially a live podcast, and a podcast with a bunch of degenerate, drunks, you want linoleum or hardwood floor.
Exactly.
In the studio. Yeah, mine is concrete because mine's built in a garage.
Yeah.
Like I could set the floor on fire in here, and
you could shit on the floor. You could literally just shit on the floor.
Or I could piss on the floor.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pull a quartering. I'm very sanitary. I'm very sanitary.
Yeah. And then coming up on January 5th is the 10-year anniversary stream that we're gonna do. Another patron. Thank you so much. You have no idea. Like, I think just yesterday, 2 $25 patrons left, and I'm like, oh god, that's like $50. Right there.
I'm sure the Patreon is going to skyrocket once people find out about Billy's replacement here.
What are you talking about?
It's true. I ate him in a ritual, so now I am Billy, and Billy is me.
Replacement?
Yes. I've absorbed Billy.
Drake Dragsaw says JF will replace Billy. No, that's not happening. No.
Oh. Is that his thing?
We're going to kick it in. We're going to check in with JF and see how he's doing. He must be devastated.
Of course. Well, to be fair, all of this happened like months ago. It's just nobody called it into question for a long time until they were like, wait a minute, she really has been gone that long. She's dead. He killed her. Oh no. So he's gotten a lot of time to get over the fact that he chopped his wife up and buried her in the garden.
And then he cleaned.
And then he cleaned. But the thing is, those who do a murder, no matter how callous, no matter how cold, the echo of the act lives with you forever. When you close your eyes, when you're in the shower, when you're trying to go to sleep, you see their face, you hear their voice pleading, begging for mercy. So I imagine, he's still probably having a pretty rough time of it. So,
yeah, just like Cobes with his bearded dragon. He looks so devastated.
Okay. Now I need to know. So I've been really fucking busy the past 3 or 4 days, right?
Yeah.
Which is why I could only do like a brief little thing for the actual Mania thing the other night.
Sure.
So can you just really quickly give me a quick catch up on what actually that is confirmed we know about Puff?
Puff has been missing for like almost 10 days, and there was a Facebook post from one of Josh's sisters giving more details about how Puff came to be missing. Josh took Puff outside and let him run away, basically. Outside.
Oh my fucking God.
Yes.
Then he's dead. It's Casper, Wyoming. It's not a warm place.
It's dropping down to the teens at night.
Yeah, yes. And that's a cold-blooded lizard. The lizard wouldn't even last a fucking hour out there at night.
Yeah. That's why they need a heat light. They need to be kept above 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So yes, yeah. So Josh shouldn't have been taking Puff outside to begin with.
Well, yeah.
Let alone letting him run away. So that's what's going on.
I hate to say it, but because I do love Cobes. I do. I really do like Cobra. But he shouldn't have had a pet anyway. There's just some people that you shouldn't have had a pet. I have this friend. So she kept accidentally killing
I had to
puppies.
spend $6,000 on a new car earlier this week. Can't contribute much more than this. Killer fucking show, Ben. Excited for the
Thank you so
10-year
much.
anniversary.
And I appreciate it. Like, you know, you give what you can, and I understand, like, money's tight for people, so it's never expected. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate it. And look, yeah, we got another one.
Hey! Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, this friend of mine, she had this puppy, and she left it chained up outside for like an hour in the evening. Was about to go get her puppy and bring it inside because it's gonna be an outside dog. Coyote tore it apart. So then, yeah, I know. Then 2 months later, she got another puppy, and within 4 weeks, that puppy got parvo and passed away. And then, heartbroken, she didn't get another puppy for like 6 months. And she was going to into a store, and she left the dog in her car with the windows rolled down, but the leash tied to the headrest, right? So
I don't want to hear this.
So the little puppy could breathe because she didn't want it to overheat. She's a really conscientious person. And the fucking puppy jumps out the window and fucking hung itself. So she comes out from grocery shopping to a fucking dog hang.
I think this person should not have a dog. I honestly, I'm not a fan of outside dogs either.
We told her flat out, you cannot fucking own a dog. I'm sorry. It's over. You keep trying and you're a really sweet person, but you cannot fucking do it, dude. It's terrible.
Yeah. And I'm not a fan of outside dogs either. Dogs are very sociable. They want to be with their people. Forcing them to just like live outside alone and like be alone all the time is not good for a dog.
It's not good for a dog. I agree.
Yeah.
If you got the right kind of outside working dog, like being an outdoor is totally fine.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah, exclusively outdoors and like separated from their people is not good for a dog. We're gonna get into we're gonna check in. Oh, you know what? Another thing I was gonna mention since we're about to talk with JF. I was contacted. You know this already, Jeff. But I'm telling the audience this. I was contacted by that I've been speaking to this person. Not any other details. But I was contacted by someone who claims to be the young woman that was taken away from JF by the state of Texas several years ago. And everything I've seen so far indicates that she is authentic and the real person. I'm still working on speaking with her directly, like getting into like a video call and talking to her. And see because she contacted me after all this Mama JF stuff came about. So, you know, I'm about to hear her out and hear what she has to say and see, you know, what she wants everyone to know about this and what her opinion on all this is. So I'm working on that, and I just want to be careful and respect her privacy. And obviously we're talking about a very traumatic event in her life too. So I want to be like very careful with that also, but
it's pretty important to point out too, like neither of us, nobody from DP, nobody associated with DP sought her out.
No.
She actually reached out directly to Ben.
Yes. She randomly sent me a DM on Facebook. Yeah. So that's that. But
fucking wild.
Man. Yeah. It is. So here's, I'm going to play the antagonism intro, and then we'll check in with JF, see how he's doing. He's obviously devastated, but yeah, here we go.
Obviously.
Wow. I should turn off that goddamn internet.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Did you ever touch me?
I keep trying to. I found it at one point. I found like how long Gazzy is going to be in federal prison for, but I keep forgetting, and I need to remember to just bookmark it because I've like looked it up 3 or 4 times now. But he got years for like basically treason.
Who did?
Gazzy Kodzo.
Oh yeah. He was working with the Russians.
Yeah, man, like a legit Russian disinformation agent.
Yep.
Like, they didn't pick well.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Here's JF talking about a variety of subjects, but he's interested in Argentina's new president. That psycho that they elected there in Argentina.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So I'm going to skip his little intro here. You know, I also happened to notice that all of our streams where we talk about JF just happened to get age restricted, like almost like someone's reporting them. Just something I've noticed.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody might be booty bothered enough about us discussing this, so they might put in a report.
Maybe so.
Has been
Everyone liked the stream, by the way, too. Give the stream a big fat like.
Happening. It's quite fascinating what's turning out to be the OpenAI Microsoft thing. Initially, I had presented 3 days ago the hypothesis that Microsoft might be playing 2D, 3D chess.
2D, 3D chess? What is that?
Normal chess?
But at this point, in the way it has all unfolded, you have
I remember when I was a kid, I would go to Spencer Gifts at the mall, and they had one of those chessboards from Star Trek. You know, the multi-dimensional chessboard.
Platform ones. Yeah. I always wanted to learn how to play that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it's played. Do you treat each level like it's its own board? And how do you jump to the next level? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
You have to take it to the hypothesis that Microsoft may just have pulled a 5D chess move. That is, they might have found a way to buy a company without buying it. To buy a $10 billion worth company for literally zero. And that is dirty. That is dirty what's happening. Because Microsoft at this point has hired.
Is that Firewood over on the left? Does he stream from a woodshed or something?
I've been trying to figure it out for a while. So I know that when he built this studio, because this studio he built, I think, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that. Because the original JFG Tonight, when he got off of the public space and did JFG Tonight, did not look like this. I'm pretty sure the brick shit behind him to the right is like a fake paneling.
Yeah.
And behind that has the is that I don't know what flag that is.
That's the Quebec flag.
That's the Quebec flag. That is a monitor. Yes. That he can change and switch. But I am curious, like, is this built into like the mudroom in the back of his little like hovel in the wilderness of fucking Quebec, and that's his like firewood? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks it doesn't look like it's part of the building. It looks like a stack of firewood over to the left.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, like, it would kind of make sense that this weird little hobgoblin of a fucking man would live in a woodpile shed, spiders and I don't know.
Has hired Sam Altman and is saying they will hire the exiled employees.
You know what JF kept saying about Boogie's girlfriend? You've seen Boogie's girlfriend, right? Like the 20-year-old girl that Boogie's dating.
I haven't seen what she looks like, but
she's all right. But JF kept saying she's a 9 out of 10 by the body. He was saying her face was kind of jacked, but her body, by the body, she's a 9 out of 10. He kept saying by the body.
By the body. Yeah. Gross.
Yeah.
And, when people are thinking that you're like chopping up, your wife, maybe don't start talking about, specifically the body of somebody else. It's weird.
It really seemed like he wanted to bang Boogie's girlfriend because he kept talking. Because he did a reaction to the Boogie documentary, and I watched it with Billy, JF's reaction to it, and he kept mentioning it. It really seems like he was like, "Oh, Boogie is so lucky. He has a 9 out of 10 by the body girlfriend." He kept saying that. It was very strange.
I mean, yeah, weird. I'm trying to find out what she looks like actually now.
She's like thin. She's got like reddish blonde hair. She looks like a young woman.
Yeah, I think I see. Yeah, no, she's pretty.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, that's fine.
Are loyal to Sam Altman. That seems like it seems like there should be a law against this. Sam Altman, I don't know if he has in his contract a clause of non-compete. It seems that clause would be violated. Now, OpenAI has overplayed their hand. They have fired a man who had ensured that he had a public backing and that he was some kind of a spiritual leader for his employees. That's what happens when you can give a sense to your company that you're doing something for humanity. People are willing to follow you no matter where. Quite interesting. And then says Microsoft doesn't care if he raped his sister. I mean, in all of this, we are left without even understanding what was the thing that the board considered Sam Altman hid from them. And
to be fair, that is honestly a really interesting question. It's like, why? I mean, I didn't really read much more into it than just the basics of what JF is discussing here. But it is kind of weird, and it is something to consider. Like, why exactly did they boot him? There hasn't been any big public statement. No, there's no like public accusations or anything like that. But it is kind of weird. This. So JF falls prey to the same kind of bullshit that everybody does when it comes to like new tech and buzzy stuff, like, oh my God, NFTs and Bitcoin are going to like fucking revolutionize and destroy banks. Or fucking, AI is going to be like a benefit for the humanity. As people who innovate and shit like this don't think like that. If they tell you that they want to benefit humanity, it's because they know that's the best way to get you on board with whatever crazy idea. People like this do it because either, number one, most commonly, they want money, or number two, it's because they're one of those fucking freaks that they don't give a fuck how bad it might get. They have to do it because it hasn't been done yet. That's how these people work.
Okay.
Why did the board decide to fire him? Maybe he's been extremely...
I'm afraid to badmouth Microsoft at all. I'm like literally down the road from them. I feel like they're like the mafia in this area.
Yeah, no, they're unbelievably powerful.
Yeah.
I mean...
They have their own bus system. There are Microsoft company buses where they bus their employees to the various campuses all over the Seattle area.
Oh, I believe it, man.
Yeah.
I totally... Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, shit, Game Pass is fucking legit,
Dude,
especially for PC.
I found a loophole for Game Pass where I was able to get like 3 years of it for the cost of 1 year. There was like a weird loophole where basically there's Xbox Gold and then there's Game Pass, and Microsoft if you already have Gold, they'll let you upgrade to Game Pass for $1. Okay. So what I did was I bought Gold is significantly cheaper than Game Pass. Okay. So yeah. I bought 3 years worth of Gold and then upgraded it to Game Pass for $1.
Oh, that's dope.
Yep. I don't think the loophole exists anymore, but it might. There are several YouTube videos that walk you through the process, and I did it and it worked. So
that's
yeah.
I use it for their PC gaming. Like, yeah. It's honestly, it's fucking dope as fuck.
Yeah. It's another great thing about it is I can play my Xbox from any room in my house through my Wi-Fi network, too. That's another crazy thing about it. Like, my Xbox is in my living room, but when I play it on my streams, I play it through this computer. Thank you for becoming a patron. I really, really, really appreciate it. Sticky Green. Thank you so much.
If there was another one of those really fun like multiplayer games and shit, we could do community servers. I would so be down. But I think all the ones that were really big back in the day, everybody's sick of now. You know.
Yeah, it was fun having our private Arc server for a little while. Yeah. Like, there were some crazy structures that people had built there. We had like our own little kingdom going on for a while there.
Absolutely.
For those of
server for a while.
For those of you who just tuned in, I'm doing a public community poll on Patreon. Anyone can view it. Anyone can view the post, whether you're a patron or not. It's linked down below in the description. Please, it's very important that you go there and give me some feedback on what you'd like to see us improve on or do more often, and what kind of Patreon.
DR, you need more variety, more guests, more discussion/debates. Don't need multiple shows with multiple hours of Cobra. Get stale. Pick something off the wall and deep dive. Movie talk, music.
Well, a deep dive would be multiple hours about one thing. I mean, so my train of thought is I try to pick a topic for the title and the thumbnail that will provoke interest. And I try to make that the longest part of the show, because if someone's going to click it because they're interested in whatever the thumbnail and the title says, and they show up and we're not talking about that anymore, they're going to leave. So
that's true.
Or they'd be more likely to leave. So
that's
yeah,
right.
but yeah, I would like more variety. A big part of that is finding new and interesting content to react to on the show. And yeah, I usually look in the Discord for that. So if you've got anything that you ever want to share with us that you'd like to see us react to on the show, yeah, go there and drop it in there.
I'm always down for exorcism videos, man. That's like my favorite fucking thing to watch on YouTube these days.
Those are funny. Those are great.
Yeah, they're fucking wild, man.
The asshole toward them. And you know, it may be that he caused all of this. It may be that at this point he had enough insurance on the Microsoft side. Look, we're going to hire you if you lose your job. That he didn't care at all about the board anymore. And so he was like, all right, I'm going to be the worst asshole I can be until they fire me. So we still don't know, is the board's decision too aggressive, or was it just...
and another thing, back to the debate thing, I'd love to have more debates. Things are just so polarized that it's hard to get people that hold like right-wing viewpoints on the show. It used to be a lot easier.
Sturgis has an Xbox account with the same name as his regarded channel name. But that's just my wokey opinion. But
it'd be a shame. It'd be a shame if a bunch of people just started randomly adding him. I don't know. That's interesting. We now Zero.
Justified because they haven't spoken publicly about this. Anyways, we'll talk about all of these events, and we'll talk also about the election in Argentina of Javier Milei, this libertarian who at first was scoring well in the surveys, and I was like, is Argentina really going to become libertarian? And then he was scoring worse in the surveys. And then I was like, that sounds more like a South American country. I don't see them going suddenly right-wing. But as it turns out, I was wrong.
Whoa. Time out. Okay, first of all, the way he pronounces libertarian is fantastic.
Libertarian?
Really does. Yeah, I mean, it's like he's just mush-mouthing libertarian and the R-bomb like right into each other. It's pretty fucking amazing. But also... Argentina going right wing is surprising to him. Fantastic. We now understand that he has the geopolitical knowledge of a dog turd when it comes to South America. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Don't know much about Argentina then, do you, bud? That's fucking wild. And that's not even like the Nazi connection between Argentina and Germany after World War II. But like historically speaking, you know, like you had all sorts of fucking crazy shit happen in Argentina. It's been a happening place for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
It's weird. But now this new guy is like legitimately a fucking cartoon character. And he
Did you see him with the chainsaw? Did you see the video of him like with the chainsaw and everything?
Have you played it on the show yet?
Yeah, I played it last night.
Oh, okay, good. Because like that shit's fucking bananas.
Yep.
Bananas. But the last thing I do want to point out about this though is because I don't want to proselytize too much. People hate it when I talk too much. Libertarianism is not an inherently right-wing political ideology. It started out distinctly as a left-wing ideology.
Right. It was socially liberal, but like economically conservative, right? Isn't that what a libertarian was?
Not necessarily, because okay, when you get to these concepts, like progressivism is just to enhance the human condition. Libertarianism is to enhance and distinctly promote individual liberty. Now, none of that necessarily has to do anything with fucking taxes. It just doesn't. But enhancing personal liberty, removing...
help me, I have been lost in the mountains of Upper Hokkaido for 2 days. All I can find are McDonald's and Burger King. Not a single Wendy's to be seen. I did find a place called Most Burger though, which offer Wagyu sliders.
Delicious. Yeah. Don's been in Japan for a little while now, and he's been updating us on his whereabouts and what's been going on. So it's good to hear. Yeah, I don't believe that there are many Wendy's in Asia, if any at all. Wendy's internationally, like, they don't... I think they just opened in the UK just recently. But I think Canada and the US mostly have the Wendy's on Earth. So
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
The whole notion of libertarianism is not inherently right wing. In fact, it's distinctly left wing because it's anti-authoritarian, not necessarily insofar as like your tax dollars, but in oppressive overreach and limiting people's ability to do shit. Like books is pretty anti-libertarian. Yet, you'll have some shithead ultra far right conservative Christian dickheads claiming that they're libertarian while they're telling you can't read a book.
Oh, I thought it was so hypocritical that, Ron Paul was calling himself a libertarian, but he was pro-life at the same time.
Oh yeah. Look, I'm pro-libertarian. You should be able to drive without a seatbelt. But also, look, we're going to tell you what to do with your body because we're the government. We know the best for you. Like, dude, fuck off. Fuck off.
The South American country, Argentina, voted for Javier Milei, and we need to talk about, libertarian, says DK Shadow. Yeah, it's a big question. How much we should weight is stated libertarianism, which is an economic libertarianism, versus a true libertarian, because it's very hard for me to take someone to be a credible libertarian if they support Israel, especially not in the current state of what Israel is doing. It seems to me that there are violent actions that are committed by Israel that certainly a libertarian would take issue with. A true libertarian, and on top of it, Javier Milei is found to be present on the WEF website, so he's part of this whole globalist empire. And
okay, I always think it's very interesting. JF has this thing about violence. He hates violence, disagrees with violence. Yeah, sure. There's notions of libertarianism would be anti-violence and that you're otherwise violating another person's potential liberty and feeling and all this and all that. But that is stupid because every inherent ideology, save for the most egregious, are all pretty much like violence isn't good. It's kind of bad. You're not supposed to do that. Liberalism is not pro-violence. But lots of violence is done in liberalism's name, it's very silly. It's very, very silly.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
So what is he just another gatekeeper, a little bit like the Italian far right figure that got elected only to not be far right when she was leading Italy? I think it may be what we have here. So I would say we should calm down enthusiasm First,
Enthusiasm.
Argentina is a very small country. It really doesn't matter.
What?
Argentina
It's very large. It's a large country.
It's fucking huge.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Hang on, I want to see if I can find a good comparison map.
45 million people in Argentina.
Yeah. Argentina is slightly less than 3/10 the size of the United States.
And that's including Alaska, which is just massive, you know?
Yeah. Yes, so Argentina occupies an area more extensive than Mexico and Texas combined.
Yeah. Yes. Argentina is a large country. It's one of the larger countries in South America. I think Brazil is the largest, like, area and population.
Yeah, no, it's huge. But Argentina is really not that far behind either. Like, it's a big fucking country. It's huge.
I think Brazil is close to the population of the U.S. I think.
Just Brazil itself?
Yeah, I think so. Let me see. Brazil has
214 million. It's close.
Yeah. Brazil is a very large country.
Wow.
It's the largest Catholic population in the world. In Brazil.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. I went to a Catholic high school and we used to get Brazilian exchange students every year. Like a whole crop of them every year.
Being libertarian does not fix Argentina. And Argentina being libertarian does not mean much for the whole of the world. Now, I like his speeches against the bureaucracy. He's going hard against the bureaucracy. But what I would suggest people think of, sometimes the globalist empire wants to cut expenses in specific.
Hey, was Argentina one of the places that JF suggested Mama JF was? I don't remember.
I want to say yes. I want to say yes.
It's not a very big country.
Yeah, what the fuck? I sent you a picture on Discord. That's a good example. They're fucking bananas, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. Argentina over top of the continental U.S. and, well, like North America in general. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It is a small country. I am saying, not a big deal.
It would extend from Mexico City all the way up into Canada.
Yeah. That's fucking bananas.
Yes.
Locations.
Small country. Who gives a fuck?
You know, as Westerners, we tend to associate globalism with leftism, and it's largely true. But sometimes the IMF, especially in these South American countries, they get tired and they ask the government to be fully radical, just chop off services from the state. And I can't help but think that Javier Milei may just be the agent of...
You know, Citgo is owned by the Venezuelan government. Like, if you pump gas at a Citgo gas station...
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Citgo is owned by the Venezuelan government. It's like their state oil company.
Huh.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Somebody saying it seems like other creators have lost, and I'm quoting here, dozens and dozens of patrons this week. Apparently Patreon made some changes. That might actually be a thing. They did roll out some changes on Patreon. I'll do some investigating while we watch.
Yeah. But yeah, look at this. Like, Citgo was originally started in Oklahoma. It's headquartered in Texas, but it's owned by Venezuela.
Wow. Yeah, because they have nationalized oil.
Yep. Yeah. This is Venezuelan state-owned oil and natural gas company, and they own Citgo.
Yeah. No shit. It's crazy.
Globalism here. That he is a libertarian, that is a useful idiot of a moment where the globalists thought, well, we need to cut bureaucracy in Argentina. How do we do this?
Now, just to comment on that, to reply to that comment about creators losing patrons. I'm sure that's happened because a lot of times they've made changes and it will like reject people's pledges and people won't realize that their pledge was canceled. And that may be happening, but I'm also getting like, exit surveys and stuff. So that indicates to me that some people are leaving intentionally too. And I would like to stop the bleed. So I'm going to plug it again really quick. If you guys would be so kind as to check out the description and click on that link, give me some feedback. I made a public Patreon post that anyone can comment on. And I'm just looking for feedback and ideas. So like you can tell me what you do and don't like, but I'd also like ideas on things we can do that we can actually like implement into the show to try and get more patrons too, because we need more. It's a very important part of the show. So that's all I'm going to say. We'll watch a little more of JF here.
That's perhaps a better view than seeing him as a savior and seeing him as a populist, an example of populism, a new Trump that will change the world. I think we're more into the internal disagreements and the internal detachment from leftism that sometimes the globalists have to do. And therefore, I don't think it's that exciting because I think it's just there.
It's kind of weird to think that somewhere out there in the U.S., JF has at least one kid that's like...
Doesn't he have 2 kids? Not including with Mama JF.
I'm talking about with his previous spouse. He had at least one kid, because we read the court documents and they mentioned a kid, and that he was going to try to like kidnap his own kid and run away to Canada with them.
Like you do,
for that mission, and when they don't need him for that mission, there's going to be someone else. And I'm pretty sure that just abolishing the bureaucracy will help Argentina develop into some kind of business paradise for a certain moment.
He claims that him and Mama JF have kids, but I never saw Mama JF pregnant. Like, she was always popping in. I never saw her pregnant. I've never seen any real evidence that he has children, like, currently where he lives. He might. But I also feel like even if he didn't, he would lie and say that he did, because that's such a big part of his persona is like having babies, have white babies,
Baby.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. No, I feel that. It's I don't know, man. It's weird. I never saw her pregnant either, but I mean, did she disappear long enough that she could have gotten pregnant, was going through showing
for 9 months?
Yeah, I don't think that's
so.
Maybe the children that he claims are just all made up.
Maybe. So what? Like a woman usually starts showing what at like 2 or 3 months? Is that normally how it works?
Yeah.
Okay.
She always dressed very baggy, when she was relaxing at home. She just kind of was like, meh. So it's very likely there was a possibility where it might take longer for anybody to really notice, but you'd notice in some variety, and like keen-eyed people, and I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it, that like, oh my god, dude, did you fucking hear that JF is gonna like have babies with Mama JF? I would have heard that. Somebody would have came and told me. So I don't know.
Yeah. And another thing, that one video that made the case that JF was not only innocent, but also a closeted gay man, they brought up a point that I had never acknowledged before, was that we've never seen JF standing with Mama JF. So we never really get a height comparison. He's always seated and she's like either standing next to him or seated next to him. Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, we know he is absolutely minuscule.
He is small man.
He is diminutive, which is why I do want to formally challenge him to Creator Clash boxing.
That I would fly out to wherever that was to see it. I don't know if Creator Clash is happening again, because the last one was a disaster.
In the U.S., he sold be showing it off like a trophy.
Yeah, that's true.
He does have at least one kid because there are court documents that can't be faked that talk about him and his ex-wife, and he was trying to get custody of his kid.
Right. I got confused. Yeah, I don't think he's allowed to go anywhere near his children. I don't think so.
I don't know if he's allowed to go back in the U.S. I don't know if he can come back.
It's depressingly easy to get back into the United States even after you've been labeled an extremist. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, but
it's like Europe is where they take it fucking seriously. Like fucking his friend Brittany Pettibone and her dipshit husband Martin Sellner, like they're blacklisted. They cannot fucking travel most European countries at this point. Can't go to fucking Australia, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, they have hate speech laws in a lot of those countries. So
Right. And
Wild Bill for America tried to get into Canada one time, and they asked the question, like, what are you going to do while you're here? And he was too honest about it. He was like going to some kind of right-wing rally there, and they're like, no thanks. It's like they have to accept the people who are citizens there doing that shit, but people coming from other countries, they don't have to let you in. He should have just been like, oh, I'm going on vacation, or whatever. But, yeah.
I am quite a bit of a libertarian, and I do believe in the freedom of people to move and choose as much as they want. But I also am a hypocrite, and I fully support the United States government banning this weirdo from ever coming in my country again. So,
Moment. It certainly
at least I embrace
prove. But as the parasites will be back, it won't be long. We reach a point where a population votes for libertarians. They will get rid of a part of the government. That money will start flowing into the economy, tax-free, or with reduced taxes. But then any economic success of Argentina as a result to this will...
Speaking of Wild Bill, I was going to his channel the other day just to see if there was anything on there worth watching. And I noticed that the last 7 months of his videos have just been removed. And I have no idea why. His channel's still up, but and someone asked him on one of his older videos, they said, what happened to your other videos? And he said the last 6 months worth of videos have disappeared. So I'm like, what? Did they get deleted? It's like normally if you get months and months and months of worth of videos deleted on your channel, usually that would mean you'd get strikes on your channel.
I mean, so I've been showing Wild Bill videos on the Wingnut Roundup.
Yeah.
And especially when he goes off and is hardcore transphobic and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that it was viewers of mine, but there are very passionate people that might have fucking reported him for some of the shit that he said. Maybe.
Yeah, 7 months worth of his videos are gone. He has 2 new ones that he just put up recently, but then the newest video after that is 7 months old. It's the one with that the Regal redneck. He was he was trying to get up in that. The Regal redneck. He was yeah.
He wanted to swab out the cobwebs with his dick.
Everybody, please like the stream if you haven't already. Really appreciate a like. Thank you so much.
Result in further drive for parasitism and further leftism, and people saying, "Oh, we can now tax again." So it's a cycle, and it's not a sign of a savior coming for saving society. John Drake says, why does he want USD over BTC as their currency?
That is really weird that he wants to change the currency of Argentina, which we just established is a fairly large country, 45 million people. He wants to replace the currency they use there with the US dollar. So they're going to have to adhere to, the way that the US produces money. There are a few countries out there that are not affiliated with the U.S. that use our money as their currency, but I don't think that's really smart for such a large country like Argentina. I don't think they should do that. You can let me know what you think of it, but I just think that's bonkers. I think that's literally insane. The new Argentinian president wants to switch the currency to U.S. dollars there. He does.
That's it's not a great idea for them.
Yeah, it's pretty batshit crazy.
This is what gives me pause. Well, BTC, practically as a currency, still would have much challenges to it. You cannot hold it physically, which is probably a no-no to make it a make it a single main currency of a.
The country of Ecuador uses U.S. dollars too. It's interesting. El Salvador, Zimbabwe, which is also interesting. And then there's like Guam and Virgin Islands, which are part of the U.S., so that makes sense. But there's a few that we're not in any way affiliated with, but they use our money as their Micronesia. That's another one.
Well, like Belize will freely exchange American money for Belizean money. But the really interesting thing about that is their money, even though they have their own money, is actually still monetarily based on the U.S. dollar. So $1 US is worth $2 Belizean dollars.
Interesting.
Like, it doesn't matter what the dollar does. The Belizean dollar adjusts exactly with it. So it's based still on the US dollar, even though they have their own paper money.
And these are the countries where the US dollar is their official currency. It's their main currency. And there's a few like Ecuador, El Salvador, Panama is one too.
Oh yeah, Panama for sure. Yeah. They've been using dollar for a long time.
Turks and Caicos, which is funny.
I lived there.
Oh, in Panama? Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, I lived there for 2 years.
Was it during the Noriega era?
No, but dude, okay, funny story, real quick, funny story. So my dad went active duty, and I moved down there from age 14 to 16. So I was going to high school in Panama, Central America, which is great. But when we first moved there was no room on the airbase for us to stay. We had to wait for something to open up. And they stuck us in this apartment in downtown Panama City, which is wild. But I found out when I went out on my balcony and I looked down, I was on like the 12th floor or something. Directly below me, no shit, was the nunnery where Manuel Noriega hid from U.S. forces, and they had to blast Quiet Riot for it was 2.5 days to try and drive him insane for him to leave the basement of this nunnery. Literally right underneath me. It was super cool.
That is funny.
Country. So BTC is just not realistic to be a useful currency on the transactional day-to-day side.
One other thing. So he's talking about Bitcoin in this too. And his main criticism is that Bitcoin is not a physical money, so you can't physically hold it. And that's his main criticism of Bitcoin. Again, showing that this man has the intellectual capacity of a fucking baby.
It's funny because he always talks about how all of his money is in Bitcoin too.
Well, he's a fucking moron for that too. But that is not the problem with it. And also, I hate to break this to you, JF, but if everybody in the United States decided to withdraw all of their money, there's not enough money. There's not enough physical money for it. It's not real either, dude. It's all fucking numbers. We have things that are representations for it, but we don't have enough physical fucking cash to represent all the wealth in American funds. That's what a fucking idiot. Oh my God.
Gray says this video made me laugh.
Elon Musk couldn't cash out his bank account and get literal dollars for all of it, right?
I mean, he might be able, but I'm if everybody did, right?
Okay.
Everybody did, there wouldn't be enough paper money for it. No fucking way.
So at least he gives entertainment like Trump. We'll get to the videos of Javier Milei. Boyfriend proposed. I said yes, but I have worries. A 28-year-old single mother.
What is he doing? He's reading advice subreddits or something? I don't know.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look.
So weird.
Why would he be giving anybody else relationship advice?
Good question.
he is notoriously shit at not only like dating but having healthy, cohesive relationships. Like, no, what the fuck? Like, he's a nightmare. I don't know how to say this. JF is a fucking failure. He's a failure as a man. He's a failure as a boyfriend, as a husband, as a father. He's a failure in everything he's ever tried to fucking do. Who the fuck is he to be trying to, like, advise anybody on anything? It's crazy. Oh, failed scientist, too. That's another good one.
I remember when he had his science channel that was funded by Epstein.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
It's good luck. It's good luck.
He's so happy. Yeah, so there's that. He doesn't seem like he's bothered at all. And it doesn't look like he's going to get into trouble for anything. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, he's going to jail. I'm like, I don't know. I think he'd probably already be there at this point.
Well, I mean, you know, there can't be a murder if there's no body, right? So let's just hope they dig her up eventually, and then we can be rid of this little fucking troll.
I mean, if there was at least like evidence of him having something to do with her disappearance, like if there was DNA evidence or something like that, then they could possibly prosecute him. But yeah, I mean, if there's no trace of her anywhere, it can't be linked back to him if that's the case.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Nope.
Getting away with murder. I can't. He's already started to kind of do the "if I did it" OJ thing. Like, you know, when he commented on it.
Yep.
I want him to like just really lean into it and like write a book, well, a pamphlet. I mean, he doesn't have the energy to write a whole book, but I would read it in a heartbeat.
Here's you know this guy Michael Knowles.
Yeah.
Here's him talking about the movie The Marvels. Like, there's a lot of people on the right that are like, "We told you so."
Wait, real quick. Did you watch it?
No, I have not seen it.
Okay, I did see it. I went and I saw it opening night, so I'll have some comments.
Okay.
If you love superhero movies, but
wasn't this guy like calling for the eradication of transgenders in the world?
Oh
yeah. That's where I remember him originally.
Yeah, this is the world's least threatening looking would-be genocider. Like he's legitimately an evil piece of shit. You know?
Yeah.
You think the big problem is there aren't enough chicks? This movie is still terrible.
You're forgetting something. I'm revengeful. We have to stop her.
This is the start of a new beginning.
Who would want to watch? Who would go to Michael fucking Knowles of all people to like see movie reviews?
Yeah, isn't he mainly like a political commentator? Isn't that his main thing? Huh?
Yeah. I don't remember if he's working for the Daily Wire or what. He works for one of those fucking ones. Yeah.
Give you my formal review in just a moment. I'm going to give you a very comprehensive review. It's going to have quadrants and ratings and numbers and things. But first, though,
yeah, Daily Wire. Yeah,
so
Daily Wire.
His rating scale is trad, liberal, epic, lame.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, usually the top one is like authoritarian.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Whatever.
I want to tell you what happens in the movie. I want to do that, but I can't because I don't know. Because I watched the movie, and I watched every minute of that stupid movie, and I still have no idea what happened. Here's what.
What? Then how do you know it's stupid? I don't understand this at all. Like,
I didn't understand it, so it's bad.
Right. Does he just not have comprehension skills at all?
I probably not. No. And look, the thing is too, if you have preconceived notions, especially at this point with all of the like the superhero fatigue, and you're just tired of cape shit and like all that kind of stuff, you are going to have your opinion colored before you even set foot in the movie theater. Hands fucking down. If you're a Daily Wire propagandist like this, like genocidal dickhead, well, then I mean, it is what it is.
Honestly,
he's gonna hate it.
I don't see a lot of movies. I'm just like, I don't really have the interest that I had at other times in my life. But I remember I went and saw, I think it was, what was it? The one, oh, I can't remember the name of it. It was that superhero team that was like ethnically diverse and people were mad about it.
The Eternals?
The Eternals, yes. I saw that. And with all of the people bitching about it online, in my mind, I'm like, man, people hate this movie. It must be terrible. And then I saw it, I'm like, it's really not that bad. It's not the best movie I've ever seen. But I was expecting it to be like awful, awful, awful.
There were definitely some notable moments in the Eternals, but it is like in my list of like the worst ones they've done. And it's purely for the sake of the writing and how they even put this fucking story together.
Right.
It's just
but the
interesting.
And that's fine and that's understandable. The people who were complaining about it were mad that there were non-white people and gay people in it, you know?
Well, yeah. That's because they're stupid.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why they didn't like it.
The fuck?
What I know happened. There's a white lady, and then there's a black lady, and then there is a younger, more ethnically ambiguous, vaguely brown kind of girl. And so you've checked all...
Stop! She's fucking Pakistani, you dipshit.
Of the racial...
That's like literally her, like one of the most important aspects of her character is you are inundated with Pakistani culture while watching like her show and then her in this movie, and it's great. It's honestly, I'll talk a little bit more about it in a bit, but like that one fucking, not even vaguely, but pretty overtly racist fucking dig is actually kind of pointed at the one really, really good high point of this movie, and that's fucking weird. But he doesn't like it because she's vaguely brown. What a weirdo.
She a Mexican? Probably here illegally.
Diversity there, and you got a lot of chicks. But I don't really understand how they relate to one another. The white lady is Captain Marvel. She's the only one whose name I really remember. Then the black lady related to Captain Marvel when she was little or something, but then Captain Marvel went away and she was angry about that. And then the girl, the newcomer girl, her character name I do remember. It's Kamala. I remember it because of the vice president. It's Kamala Khan, and she's a big fan of Captain Marvel. And this was when I knew this movie was going to be terrible, because the movie has no relationship to reality whatsoever.
It's a superhero movie. What are you talking about?
Holy shit.
Because the very first premise that I've got to swallow in the movie is that little girls are just idolizing Captain Marvel, that they're lying on their bed saying, when I grow up, I want to be Captain Marvel, which is what the feminists want little girls to do. They want them to lie on their bed. They want to pretend that little girls want to be big superhero wrestlers.
We literally have just copious amounts of like, Captain America and Iron Man and Spider-Man and all this kind of shit. And I doubt he has a problem with boys dreaming of being Spider-Man, like what the fuck? Yeah, She-Ra, Xena, like what? I am convinced at this point that we are seeing the true impact of the overt lead poisoning in this fucking country. That for some reason a certain subset of our culture gave birth to brain dead lead-filled babies.
They didn't outlaw lead in gasoline until the 90s.
Yeah. I'm sure we got affected by it.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. That might be why I have no self-control.
Wrestler, sumo boxer someday or something, but they don't. Little girls want to be princesses, and they want to be swept off their feet by Prince Charming, and they want to do what women have done for all of history, and they're going to have the same desires that women have had for all of history. And so the feminist claptrap that's come about since the 1960s is just fake, and it's fake because it does.
He sure seems to know what little girls want. It's weird. It's a little weird.
Explain how women really behave, but it also doesn't even speak to the desires that women have. So from the beginning, I said, oh no, here we go. Here we go. Then Samuel L. Jackson comes in, and he's running around his sort of chaotic ship doing something. I don't know. He's a guy. He's a guy, and he's telling them about a mission or something. And there's a bat.
Did he not pay attention during the movie, or what? Like,
no, I don't think he did. No. If he did, I legitimately think. Okay, this is what I actually think. What I actually think is, I don't think Michael Knowles actually watched this movie. I don't think he saw it. I don't think he actually saw it. I think he sent some dude to go and watch it, and the dude specifically sat there and wrote down ways in which he could have Michael Knowles make it seem like a piece of shit, and that if anybody actually did watch it, they couldn't really argue with it, in any real substantive way. But yeah, I don't think he watched it.
Yeah.
Bad girl, she's a girl, Jar Jar Binks, or I don't know, whatever the Dar character is. She's going to destroy the world. And so Captain Marvel...
Lots of people engaging in subterfuge campaigns motivated by right-wing ideology to influence the wider narrative to steer people into the right. This fool, Eric July, Sturgis, Kendall, all of them are only in it for their team and money. Period.
Yeah. Dude, no, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. It has nothing to do with the art, has nothing to do with the media that is being created or being consumed. It all has to do with that narrative. That's it. Over and over.
And the other lady and the kid have to stop her. But the reason they all have to do it together is because they've become entangled. They discovered an ancient artifact, and because of this, they switch places all the time. And why and how do they switch places? I don't really know. The filmmakers try to explain this probably 2 or 3 or 4 times, and it never makes any more sense than it did the previous time. And it's really just a cheap little filmmaking trick, which is whenever the writers have gotten themselves into a spot where they can't write themselves out of it, they can just switch the characers out and completely avoid any of the problems of actual storytelling. So you've got these...
No, wait. Hang on. You're telling me a superhero movie, which is one of the easiest things to write a very basic, shitty script for.
It's already written, too. Like, they're just pulling from old comic books that came out over the last several decades, And
I don't know if I'm vaguely familiar with a lot of these comic books. I didn't hardcore read a lot of Ms. Marvel or I don't think Spectrum actually ever got her own title, which is unfortunate because Spectrum was a pretty cool character. But the very you can tell when you're watching this movie, they wrote the movie around the idea that these 3 characters that they wanted to showcase would have to be switching back and forth. The concept was written before they filled out the plot. And that's very apparent, which I'll talk about when I give my quick review here in a minute when we're done with this fucker.
Okay.
These characters were all
opinion discarded. He's fucking wrong. He's a dipshit.
Extraordinarily one-dimensional, with no stakes whatsoever. There's this minor conflict between Captain Marvel and the other lady, but they just resolve that by, spoiler alert, Captain Marvel says, "Hey, I'm sorry I left," and then the other lady says, "Oh, it's okay. Let's work together now." So that resolves those stakes for whatever they were worth. And then the little girl, her stakes are that she really likes Captain Marvel. And she's really in awe of Captain Marvel.
I distinctly remember wanting to be a Jedi, Star Wars, or to ride into battle on a polar bear, Golden Compass, or go to Hogwarts, Harry Potter, or become a witch and curse my sister. Also wanted to get lost in the woods. Hatchet.
Hatchet. Loved that book.
Starstruck.
Yeah.
And then Captain Marvel's like, "Hey, stop being so starstruck." And she's like, "Okay, that's fine." And then they all work together. So that was it. They resolved that issue. And then I don't know what the evil person's doing. Some lady who has a few villainous moments, but otherwise you're never afraid of anything. And then there's the big, exciting scene and nothing really happens whatsoever. The 2 most notable aspects of the movie, there's a cat who keeps showing up, which I actually like. To me, this is the most truthful aspect of the movie because it proves that Captain Marvel is just a witch. Because she's got this little cat, like her familiar spirit that's around with her, like all witches throughout all of history. Because women who cast weird magic spells and would travel through the air, on broomsticks, they were called witches in the past. And so this is a nice nod to that, and I got a kick out of it. The other notable aspect of the movie is there's a song and dance number. They arrive at some planet, and in this planet, the way the people communicate is they do song and dance. So they do that for a little bit, for no reason, and then they work it out, and they fight, and they beat the bad guy. The most obvious thing wrong with the movie is the feminism. At the
feminism.
The feminism, yeah. Somebody rightly pointed out the cat is not a cat; it's an alien. But like, it doesn't matter. This serves again. He didn't watch it. Like, guys, he did not watch this fucking movie.
Yeah, isn't that cat in Guardians of the Galaxy also?
It was in Captain Marvel.
Okay.
In her.
Okay.
Her solo. Yeah.
Okay.
So that and fuck whatever. It's not a big fucking deal. But a lot of people hated the singing and dancing planet. I actually kind of liked it. I thought it was cute.
I think that kind of stuff is awkward, but I didn't see it, so I don't know. Maybe they did it well.
It is. No, it's awkward.
Okay.
It's awkward. But I was like, A for effort, man. It's something kind of different and whatever,
Physical level, the notion that these women can fight men physically. They can't. We know that because men are physically stronger than women. So then they say, well, no, they can't.
I mean, there are some women MMA fighters that could probably beat this dude's ass pretty easily.
I'd take you one look at Michael Knowles. I personally know women that would snap him in half. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Because they're super women. But okay, what's the superpower? The whole point of superhero movies is they're supposed to tell you something about human nature. The superhero power in the feminist world is just becoming a man, which probably explains why we've gone in short order from feminist ideology to a complete erasure of the distinctions between the sexes to a complete abolition of marriage to now transgender ideology. Because
it's all about it's the transgender. It's the transgender. They coming for our penises, fellas. They coming for our Listen, I will confirm, Michael Knowles, the plan, and I am in on all of the action planning committees, is we are going to force feminize you. It's true. I actually have, I won the highest bid. I have Michael Knowles earmarked, or as I'm going to call him, Michelle, for after we force feminize him and chop his dick off. He's going to be my personal comfort woman for when I get back from the front lines fighting as an Antifa super soldier. I'm going to come home and butt fuck Michelle Knowles right in the asshole.
Sexy.
I really believe it's a
and all of the estrogen will overwhelm your previously male brain and turn you into a dumb bimbo who just wants to be pumped full of my cum. So, it's fine. It'll be consensual.
Anti-woman view that the way that you can make a woman, an ordinary woman, super is just to turn her into a man. But that is not the case, and it's actually a deeply misogynistic view to hold, and it's not compelling at all for the audience. Underneath that, women and men don't want to see women fight the bad guys and men swept off their feet by Princess Charming. That's just an inversion of desire. There's really no role for men in this movie, and the women are from whatever planet Captain Marvel is from. It's bad because I took a quick little perusal. I said, am I being harsh, overly harsh on this? And no, even the liberal critics admit this thing is just horrific. The one silver lining is that the young girl is pretty good. She gives the best performance it is possible to give with this horrific script in this dumb universe that they've
horrific.
But otherwise, it's totally unbearable. Even the liberal critics admit it. The problem with superhero movies, even if you like them, is when they start to break their own rules. Is when they start to just make up rules on the fly. When the rules can't be explained.
There really are no rules. That's the thing.
No. Yeah, no, there are no rules. And as we know, Ben, every superhero movie up until the Marvels now, women have been fragile little things, and they all want to be swept off their feet. And none of them display any physicality or martial prowess. Just hasn't happened yet.
Screenwriters have to try to explain 3 and 4 times why it is that all the characters are switching places and no one quite ever gets to it. And it's just shoddily written, and there are lame excuses for flashbacks to the first movie, and who knows, maybe Marvel is building towards some bigger movie here, and this is just a stepping stone. But if it is, I shudder to think what that will be. Right now, go to genucel.com/no.
Nope, I'm skipping your plug.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
He's selling like facial cream or something? Like,
wow. Isn't that for ladies, Michelle Knowles? What the fuck, man?
Get ready for the cold and dry weather. If you don't look and feel your absolute best, you will get your money back. No questions asked. Go to genucel.com/no.
yeah.
That literally
you can call
Brie Larson.
Yeah. Yeah, he used her in his little ad that he just did.
Bless. The immediate effects are included for free. By the way, the founder of this company, great Coptic Christian from Egypt, who left there for the American dream. So head on over to genucel.com/Knowles, letter Y, letter T, or call 800.
All right. Is there any more on the... Oh, yeah. Okay, so now he's going to rate it. Now he's going to rate it with his weird meter.
Quadrants. Let's say you're here, right? And you go epic, trad. That's like Braveheart. That's like The Passion of the Christ. That is disproportionately Mel Gibson.
So all Mel Gibson movies?
If you are thinking of a really epic movie that gets plaudits, but it's super lib, you'd think of a movie like American Beauty. Now, if you think of a movie that's
that's literally a movie about a man who like falls apart and wants to fuck a child. You think that's epic?
It's a crazy movie. It's definitely a crazy movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and he's like,
his level. The two sides of epicness, fellas.
So,
torture of our savior or wanting to fuck a little girl.
So,
what the fuck?
his character, he does want to, but when he's finally about to, he realizes that it's fucked up and doesn't do it. He doesn't go through with it, and then he starts to think about his family and how lucky he is, and then it's at that moment that the closeted gay neighbor blows his brains out for making him think gay thoughts. Yeah. It's a crazy movie.
You know, like as you're explaining it too, I'm trying to map it on Michael's chart here, and as you're just explaining the last scene, it's just doing this, and it's just I don't even know where to put it, man. I don't even know. It's crazy.
Extremely lame and super lib. You think of a movie like the all-chick Ghostbusters, or now I think we're going to actually have to replace that one with a new example. And then if you think of a movie that is traditional and conservative, but perhaps not as gloriously made. Mr. Davies said it, not me. He said, well, an example of one of these movies would be maybe some of the movies that Ben Davies, have been in. Not all. He's been in great movies, but maybe some would fit into that quadrant. And where
you
does
mean, like, I think he's talking about like just every Christian movie ever made.
Yeah.
Marvels go?
The Trump prophecy.
It's a 0. It's so lame. It's so powerfully lame. It is as though the Cartman version of Kathleen Kennedy wrote this script herself and then directed it and then edited it.
Put a chick in it, make her gay.
It's just that lame. It's a complete perfect 0. Now, this is where it gets a little unexpected maybe. On the scale of super lib to super trad, it's not a 0. It would almost be better if it were super lib. It would almost be better if this were written by Angela Davis and it were a bunch of radical, communist, Amazonian, half-lesbian terrorist women. At least then there would be...
I'd watch that.
be something interesting about it. It's not. It's perfectly pasteurized, corporate woke, completely inoffensive, other than to good taste, but it's inoffensive to any mainstream center-left political gobbledygook slop. So there's nothing. Okay. The nearest thing they have to something being woke is the diversity casting. They have every different shade and every different color, and the white guys are the bad guys. But even that.
Where was the Asians? I didn't see no Asians.
Lame at this point. There's nothing edgy about that. So on the woke scale,
they met their quota with Shang-Chi.
2.5% Mel Gibson. What the fuck? That is a fucking dog whistle and a half, dude. Crazy. That is crazy. Anybody who knows anything about like the far right, especially posting on Twitter, when somebody just keeps referencing Mel Gibson, you know what they're fucking saying. You know what they're saying.
My distant cousin Hillary Clinton. It's just a movie to be thrown in with the basket of other deplorables and never heard from again. See you next time.
What an absolute fucking soy boy nerd. Look, okay, I can give a really quick review of the movie.
Sure.
It's very, very simple. So I'm going to agree with Michael Knowles that the girl who plays Kamala Khan is the best part of the movie. She fucking kills it. She's great. In fact, and if anybody's kind of curious about it, her show is actually pretty good too.
I watched a little bit of it.
Yeah, the only problem is they did like this really cool popping up like different effects and like when she's on the phone or whatever, kind of appearing as CGI, and they stopped doing it inexplicably after the third episode, and that was kind of weird.
Huh.
But the show was really not bad at all. The main problem with the movie, there's two main problems. One, it's not really well written, and that's going to kill any movie regardless. But the most important thing is number two, the villain is shit. It's shit. And I don't know how many times I have to scream this from the rooftops, but if you want to make a superhero movie and you want it to be good, you focus on the fucking villain. You make the best villain you can. That's when all the really, really good movies start coming about. That's another reason why the Captain Marvel movie was kind of lame, is the villain sucked.
That's why the Batman movies were always pretty good, because Batman has good villains, and even in the Michael Keaton era of Batman, the people who played the villains were actually the highest paid actors in the movie.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And so it's one of those fucking things, you know, you have to have a good fucking villain. Yeah, I did say soy boy. Michael Knowles is a fucking soy boy. Like, I'm sorry, man. If the weird little fucking nerd looks like my buddy's 17-year-old daughter who just only does gymnastics could walk over and fucking break his arm, and he's trying to talk about manliness, he's a fucking soy boy. Fuck that little nerd. Fuck him. Fucking dork. Anyway, yeah, the villain was uninteresting. The writing was kind of shit. It wasn't the worst movie in the world, but it was pretty forgettable, if I'm honest. You know.
Okay.
Wasn't that great?
See, this is in the category of when it comes to Disney Plus, I might watch it, but I am not paying theater prices to watch this movie. I'm like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. The real arc of the movie was that she was only a villain because she wanted to save her planet, and the real villain was the Destroyer. Yeah, that they didn't write it well, and that's really boring and lame. Do you really think soy makes you more feminine? Actually, no, it doesn't. Soy proteins are fantastic for making gains through weightlifting. Listen, I know this is very high brain for some people in the audience, but I'm using their term to describe them.
Yeah.
It's a very meta joke that I'm doing right now. I'll bring it down. I'll bring it down another yeah, I don't want anybody to get confused, okay? I'll
Too
dumb
late.
it down for Sorry, I probably sound like some fucking highfalutin liberal intellectual right now. My bad. I'll drink more wine.
Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already. Please give us a like. It's very helpful when you do that. Also, just throwing it out there, we're trying to meet this goal before the end of the episode. We're 62% of the way there. Every little bit helps, so feel free to send us a couple dollars when you get the chance. It's pinned up at the top of the chat. I'm going to run off and use the restroom really quick. I'll be back in just a minute. I'll put Jeff full screen.
Yes, I'm in control now. You're all fucked. Do you remember how they explain how the Marvels kept switching places? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really quite remember. I believe it was like something to do with the energy frequencies of the fucking stuff, but comic book explanation. That's what it was. Yeah, that's all there is to it. But somebody did mention that Michael Knowles, despite the fact that he is now a hardcore right-wing Christian nationalist. Who was that? It was Hell's Only. He is a failed actor, and he did play a gay guy in a movie where he was naked in bed with a gay guy. But the thing is, people bring this up to him all the time, and he just doesn't reply to it. Because that's the thing. when you are a political propagandist that operates in the level that Michael Knowles does, it behooves you to never actually respond to criticism. You don't have to. Their audience does not give a fuck about integrity, and they don't give a fuck about consistency. They just want to hear the thing that continues to allow them to feel like they should be outraged about the thing. And that's it. That's it. They're catering to an audience that just gently needs nurturing. So you can catch these people like Michael Knowles in massive hypocrisy, but it's not going to fucking do anything, you know. It's unfortunate, but they don't have to play by the rules. They'll say that everybody should play by the rules, but they don't. No idea. Hey, it's Lilith. Hello. Yes, nice glasses that don't have any glass in them. I'm trying to get used to them because I actually need to go to the optometrist and get some glasses here probably in the next couple of weeks. So I've been forcing myself to wear my prop glasses more often so I get used to it. Michael Knowles is the alt-right's crisis sector. Yeah, for the most part. For the most part. D&D 5th edition or Pathfinder? I've never played Pathfinder. I'm trying to remember what the last one that I even played for D&D was. I think it was like 3.5 or something. It's been a long time. Nobody in this city will play role-playing games with me. I have not played a pen and paper role-playing game like Dungeons and Dragons or Cyberpunk or Vampire the Masquerade or any of that kind of shit for a very long time. And it's very sad. It's very, very sad. It's a big bummer. 2nd edition, roll the Thaco, baby. You'll role play with me? Well, no, look, hang on. There are quite a few people that will role play with me, but not rolling dice role play. So, you know, it just is what it is.
All right, I'm back. All right.
Honestly, it says I like the villain. Just needed to show more of the Kree's blight. Could have been the next Killmonger. You know, so I'm gonna be honest, man. Maybe I really feel like they did the actress who played the villain in the Marvels pretty dirty by not giving her a better motivation and a reason to shine. But also, they did the same fucking thing with Killmonger. I that's the main thing that I don't like about the Black Panther movie is I wanted to see Killmonger go fucking ape shit, and I never really got it. That one scene in that museum was based as fuck. It was so fun to watch, and then the rest of it was just kind of like, yeah. Anyway, that's enough nerd shit.
I'm gonna poll the audience really quick here.
Yeah.
Your preference when it comes to turkey. Do you prefer white meat, dark meat, both equally, or do you not eat turkey?
Okay, how long is this poll gonna be on for?
Maybe like 10 minutes or so. Like we'll watch a video and then maybe end it afterwards. But yeah, everyone get your votes in.
Good.
I've found a lot of people that don't live in North America. Many of them have never eaten turkey because it's just not as common of a food outside of North America.
Dude, here, I don't know about you, but down here in Eugene, turkeys are a pest. They're fucking everywhere.
Yeah, I don't see them wild here. I used to see them in Ohio all the time. Wild turkeys all the time. But yeah, I've never seen one here.
Yeah, we hunt them every now and then. Like when I remember to go get my fucking turkey tags, like me and my buddy will go out with some shotguns and hunt some turkeys.
I'm guessing wild turkeys are not as plump as grocery store turkeys.
They're not.
Yeah. They're probably more gamey tasting too, right?
I mean, the ones that are around my city here, like they're like, we have turkeys like other places have seagulls or crows. Like we just have these giant fucking birds wandering around, like eating cat food and fucking sorts of crazy shit.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're really as gamey, and I don't think they're that bad. If you were to actually go like further out into the boonies to hunt the wild turkeys, maybe they don't even go out in the boonies here because they get fucking fed like kings, here in town.
There's this amusement park in Ohio called Cedar Point. It's a really big amusement park, and when I used to go there as a kid, I would see wild turkeys just wandering around the park all the time. They'd get in somehow, and they'd nest underneath roller coasters because no one could get to them in there. Because there'd be like a big fence around the roller coaster, and they would just hang out like under the roller coaster. Yeah, pretty crazy. I don't want to dwell on this too much because I know like a lot of our viewers, they're not sports ball fans, but I'm super pumped for the Michigan-Ohio State game.
I know you.
It's on Saturday. Michigan is in trouble. They got caught cheating, so now their coach isn't allowed to be at the game, which is great.
What?
Yeah, Michigan is being investigated by the NCAA for spying on other teams and learning their signs for play calling, and that's more than likely why they destroyed every team they played up until like a couple weeks ago, and now all of a sudden like they're struggling to beat even unranked teams. They're still undefeated though. But yeah, their coach has been banned he's on a 3-game suspension, and that includes the biggest game that they're going to have all year because they're ranked number 2 and 3 right now, and one of them's going to have to take a loss.
Yeah,
so,
that's crazy. That's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It should be interesting. I'll probably end up watching.
It's on at 9 a.m. our time because it starts at noon Eastern time.
Right. Yeah. So here's the thing. Weird about sports. I went through most of my life not really giving a shit about sports, and then I randomly at a job somebody put on a football game, and I gave it a shot, and I found that I really liked watching it and like analyzing it. I thought it was cool, so I got really into it, and I had some friends that were really into it, and so I was like, "Yay! I am being traditional American man and watching my football and having a good." All those friends of mine moved away, so I don't have any. Watch fucking football with except Memory, and like sometimes she's like, yeah, I'll watch it with you, and then sometimes she's like off doing or whatever, so it's just not the same, so I haven't been keeping up with it as much, but I think I am gonna watch that game.
It's a huge game. There's gonna be like 110,000 people in the stands. It's at Michigan, which is the largest football stadium in the world, the largest American football stadium in the world.
And the game that I give a shit about is on Friday, so I'll end up watching your game as well. So.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Go to Sport Bar and watch with a bunch of other goons. See,
we did that in Portland.
We did, and we had a good time.
So
we had a great time.
And I got into sports kind of similar to the way, like my dad was such a sports fanatic that it like turned me off to sports.
Same.
And then as an adult, it was a mixture of like going out to bars and watching sports at a bar and video games, football video games, like helped me learn like the strategy and the rules of football. Even though I did play football when I was a kid, but it was like I was in the 6th grade, so I don't know how much I absorbed then.
I don't fucking remember any of that shit, dude. Yeah.
Let's start the oddities segment, and we'll check out how Cobes is doing. Here we go. White meat is winning by a small margin. Well, no, it's doing pretty well. To be honest with you guys, to me, dark meat is more flavorful, and if I'm like frying chicken, I always use like thighs. I always use dark meat if I deep fry it.
Yeah. No, 100%. Like, so okay, I'm mostly thinking about chicken because I prefer to use chicken than turkey, legitimately. But there's a use for white meat for the breast, largely in something that's going to be more that you need like a very even consistency as far as the bits, like making a pot pie, right? Like it's easier to make a chicken pot pie with breast rather than the dark meat because the dark meat's all like weird and funky shaped and everything. But dark meat legitimately has better flavor every fucking time.
Yep, that's how I feel about it. I like the texture of it better too. It has like a slightly different texture than white meat too. Looks like it's tied now. I'm like, who's using their sock accounts to create a tie between white and dark meat? I'll leave it up. We'll watch this Cobra video and then we'll check back in with it and close the poll.
Are you saying there's like a pseudo proxy race war happening in our turkey poll?
Something, I don't know. I saw this on the Cobra Reddit and it made me laugh.
We begin tonight with a developing story that has gripped the world in collective anxiety. Puff, a beloved and cherished figure amongst the Cobraverse, is missing, and the race against time to find him is intensifying. The US Coast Guard, Navy, Air Force, local Casper police, along with local families, friends, and concerned citizens have mobilized into search parties, leaving no stone unturned in the quest to locate Puff. The global community is holding its breath as millions of dollars and an immeasurable amount of manpower are being poured into this unprecedented search effort. The urgency is palpable as the clock ticks down, with only 9 days remaining to bring Puff home.
Only 9 days remaining. Too stressed to eat.
What up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra. We got another order. We got a large Coke to go with our large mozzarella sticks.
Living large, buddy. Living large. I cannot believe that he tried to dye the lack of hair green.
Yeah, he ended up dyeing his scalp instead.
Yeah.
Now,
it looks
what
really
did
bad.
I do with this order? I got a large mozzarella stick.
And I'm like, is he not washing his head at all? Because that should not still be that way like weeks later.
Okay, so you know, producer Matt knows Cobes and's hung out with him and everything like that. So I asked him quite a few questions about Cobes' hygiene, and Cobes. It's true that Cobes does not change his clothes often.
Yes,
but oddly enough, he does not stink. He seems to at least like keep his body relatively clean-ish, and as cluttered as his apartment is, it's actually quite tidy compared to like a lot of people's houses. So, yeah,
interesting. I don't know. He doesn't look like he washes his hair because his hair is always like greasy.
Yeah.
So,
and if he does wash his body, to keep himself from smelling, because he didn't smell. That's the thing that I was really curious about. Does he stink? And he's like, no, he doesn't stink. He actually smells like he's a clean guy.
His butt crack. He's got to wash that shit.
So
large.
This is what he does. I think he takes his shower every day, but it's from the neck down, and then he just puts the old clothes right back on. Maybe changes his chonies.
Fries. Arby's curly fries are the best in the business.
You could tell like none of the shit behind him has moved at all. So he wasn't looking for. Well, I guess he knew not to move that because he knew that he lost Puff outside. So I guess that makes sense now. But before, when he was like, I'm looking everywhere for him, I noticed none of that shit back there moved at all. But now I know that he knows Puff isn't in there.
No sponsor. I got the 6-piece mozzarella cheese sticks, 1 cheddar cup, big cheesy bacon cheeseburger meal with the big cheesy bacon cheeseburger medium.
Hell yeah.
I'm assuming that's what the MD stands for. Large curly fries, large Coke.
Get blocked, troll.
Anyways, I still got a couple more days left on my YouTube ban, but I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, he's been banned off of YouTube for a little while too. Like he's suspended basically.
Yeah, he got this suspension. Like he played an anime. Sorry, I'm just outside my door smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, I know.
he played like this video of an animated cat dropping F-bombs and stuff. But the thing that was fucking crazy is when he did that, he had only been back from another YouTube ban for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a goth bad boy. You can't tame him.
Did you see how he broke off half of one of his upper front teeth?
It's not half, but it's a chunk. It's a chunk.
It's a lot of it. Yeah.
Because I want my puff back.
His girl's pretty bad.
He looks incredibly worried about me, doesn't he?
It is what it is, Tubes.
I've not eaten in a couple of days, so don't mind me. Normally, I don't mind a little bit of mozzarella sauce, or excuse me, a little bit of marinara sauce with my mozzarella sticks, but...
But what?
I skipped out on the mozzarella marinara sauce.
It's very rare that I see him eating something and I'm like, oh yeah, I would eat that. Like, because it's usually his nasty food, but like he did not modify these or anything, which I'm surprised and kind of proud of him.
He didn't food hack his Arby's, is what you're saying.
Yes, he didn't food hack.
Fucking mozzarella cheese sticks for a delicious internet food hack. Look at that cheese pull.
And I haven't eaten in almost 24 hours, so that just looks delicious to me. Same thing with the bowl of popcorn that Michael Knowles had. I was like, man, I want to eat the shit out of that popcorn. And he didn't even eat one piece of it.
Cousins Matt did nothing to save Puff when he had the chance. Matt is the real villain here.
Whoa.
Whoa. Producer Matt, cousin Matt, is he's in Portland. He's not in Casper. So
but he was there and he could have saved Puff. How can he sleep at night?
The last time he was in Casper was before he got Puff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I gotta stand producer Matt. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's great.
He kept us from getting arrested.
Cheese pull. We got the big cheesy bacon cheeseburger from Arby's. Does that look tasty to you?
It's okay. The shredded See, like, if I'm going to Arby's, I'm not going to get a burger. I would go somewhere else to get a burger. I want, like, a roast beef sandwich if I'm going to Arby's. With that tangy Arby's sauce. That's good.
I fucking man. Oh, my God.
The horsey sauce?
The horsey sauce.
Yes.
Like, so the local Arby's, actually, one of the people that works there watches my videos. It's really weird. Because I pulled up one time and I started ordering and they kind of sounded a little weird. And when I pulled up, this lady was like, oh my God, I did recognize your voice. You're Jeff Holland. I was like, oh, hey, what's up? But then every time I go there now and I see her, I utilize what tiny little micro e-celeb fame that I have to get her to give me as much fucking horsey sauce as possible. And I hoard it at my house.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I do like the taste of horseradish, so I'm a big fan. I love like, you know, a good roast beef with some horseradish on it.
Yeah,
delicious,
dope, dude. Really, fuck yeah.
Prime rib, amazing with horseradish.
Covered in lettuce to me, man.
I'm making myself salivate right now just by like talking about it.
That's a lot of fucking lettuce for one.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean. I'm fasting today. I break my fast tomorrow. Get some kind of Thanksgiving food to eat, you know, and then, yeah. So it's okay. See, after this stream is over, whenever this stream's done, I'm gonna do my cardio. I do cardio twice a day on my fasting days, and then I do it once on my eating days. So I did cardio this morning when I woke up, even though I was kind of hungover. And then I'm going to do it after this show. And then when I wake up tomorrow, before I eat or anything, I'm going to do cardio again for a half hour. It's a half hour each time.
What kind of cardio are you doing?
You know that, like, it's almost like an elliptical machine that I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that for 30 minutes each time. And I increase the intensity every 5 minutes on it.
I kind of same thing, but with jacking off.
Yeah. You know, it's demanding.
Burger.
So am I.
Looks tasty. I've been trying to survive on frozen ants outside.
Oh, man.
Bacon makes everything taste better. So on top of our burger, we're going to add a couple of ingredients. Maybe some curly fries.
Oh,
some of our cheese sauce. And some mozzarella sticks. Why? Because I can. It's the kind of stuff that I do on my YouTube channel. I get like the new fast food items. And I do a review on them. And if they're good, it gets the Cobra seal of approval.
He's like the review brah, except not.
It's true though. He did eat the cat food more than once too. It was so gross.
Pretty gnarly.
And not even the dry kind, which is probably more tolerable. He ate like the wet canned cat food. God, it's so gross.
Not a sponsor.
What if they taste like crap?
With his food
Puff
hacks,
ran away
he's
to
like
live in the
Mr.
bushes with Mama JF.
Yeah. Puff ran away with Mama JF.
Damn right.
The whole yeah.
He's like the Mr. Robot of food.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep.
That big cheesy bacon cheeseburger.
Okay, now he's food hacking it. It's like, some people do like fries and potato chips on their sandwich. That's fine. I will say though, Jeff, next time you come to Seattle, we should go to Fat Shack, and they do sometimes put fries in the sandwich. But Fat Shack is pretty amazing.
Yeah, you told me about it before. I should try it.
Yeah. It's in downtown Seattle. It's pretty good, you know.
Yeah.
Act with.
I almost went to that. I almost went to that Burger Shack in Vegas. I think it is the Heart Attack Grill.
Oh God.
I want to go there. I've been wanting to go there for a while, where all the waitresses are dressed like nurses, and
they
like,
spank you if you don't finish your food, and if you weigh like over 400 pounds or something, you eat for free. That's another thing.
Yeah.
Curly fries. Oh yeah, we food hacking this. So far, my order from Arby's has been pretty freaking delicious. Those curly fries are on point.
That looks so bad.
Those mozzarella.
It looks like he's growing like moss on top of his head. It's very bad.
Oh no!
Cheese sticks are delicious.
He's turning into an
Instead of putting marinara sauce on our cheese sticks.
I don't like how when he has a sauce, his first inclination is to just like pour it on instead of like dip it, or maybe just dab a little bit on. And then he ruins it, like his pizza, like the Papa John's garlic sauce. He just like drenches his pizza in garlic sauce. It's like, you should dip that. Like, don't.
Yeah, you got to dip it.
Yeah.
And our curly fries.
Or like a slight drizzle. But he pours on like 5 garlic cups and just like soaks his pizza.
And it's literally just butter and garlic powder.
Yeah.
That's fucking.
I like
Just
it.
drink
I think
the
it's
butter.
good. Yeah. Oh, he does slurp it out. Whatever's left over, he slurps out of the bottom.
I know, but like, just make yourself a fucking big old steaming cup of garlic sauce and just fucking drink it. Just drink it to wash down all the pizza. Like, fuck it, man. Go ham. You know.
As for the burger, we're gonna add some of that liquid cheese action. I'll be posting this fast food video on my Facebook, and then we're gonna post it on YouTube when my band get lifted.
He should just make a backup channel instead, a YouTube backup channel instead of going to Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got enough of a following. It doesn't matter where he is, so he's still gonna get some traction with it. But I agree.
Do some. I have not eaten in the last couple of days. I've been too stressed. YouTube, social media, so I'm gonna try to sandwich this real quick. I mean, is this ridiculous?
Yes.
If you're going to say big cheesy bacon burger from Arby's, let's load it with curly fries, some mozzarella sticks, everything that comes on it, some cheesy sauce.
If he has a backup channel, he should use it.
Yeah. I did some food hacking last night.
Grab you
Did you end up making your own Cobra mead? Didn't you do that?
I did. Yeah. So it was one of his first recipes, and somebody challenged me to do it, and pay for the ingredients, and like it tossed me like $30 for my time, because I do make my own wine.
Yeah,
I've made lots of wine actually. And so I made the exact same, including the same yeast, which that was the
turbo yeast.
Yeah, it was like the Fleischmann's turbo yeast, before he actually started using wine yeast.
Okay.
Well, actually, he uses champagne yeast, the 1118 or whatever the fuck. That's a champagne yeast. But I did it in a rinsed out bum jug that used to be for Carlo Rossi that I've like sterilized for making small wine, and I used a vapor lock and everything, and I did leave it in for 4 weeks. He didn't. He never has.
10 days.
Yeah. Where's the meat bit? It's on one of my streams. I have been meaning to cut it and put it on my second channel. I should do that. But yeah, I made producer Matt and my buddy Ian try it, and it was fucking foul. It was not. And I'll tell you what, so there is a bit of a problem. The preservatives inside some of those juices can inhibit the yeast being able to work how it should.
Yeah.
But like the biggest problem with it was that it was bread yeast, and it was not good. It was pretty trash. It was pretty terrible.
Bite of this burger because it's gonna get messy.
Masha. Boglicious. Yeah.
Plenty of napkins. I haven't done a fast food review in a hot minute. I've been too stressed to fucking eat because of my fucking anxiety with losing Puff, but we'll get him back hopefully.
No.
I bet I could probably
hungry,
but real quick.
You're gonna do what?
I'm gonna see if I can. While we're watching this, I'm gonna see if I can find that little section to clip out, and then I'll send it to you.
Okay. I'll be eating the rest of this later for sure. But I had to do a fast food review for my fans, for my family, and my friends. I've been trying to stay positive and focus on the good. I got a lot of people rooting for me. My family's been helping, and just focus on that, I guess. But even though I ate like half of it, I'll eat the other half later. I got to say this. What are we thinking, YouTube, Facebook, about the new big cheesy bacon cheeseburger from Arby's? I'm thinking this gets the Cobra seal of approval. Arby's.
What a surprise.
You have the meat.
He likes everything.
Yeah, he does.
Now, you may not see this fast food review till after Thanksgiving. That's when my my ban gets lifted off of YouTube. As of recording this food review is Monday, November 20th at almost 5 o'clock in the evening. And I'm telling you right now, I'm looking forward to having the rest of this later. I'm going to go sit this on my counter. Now, Facebook, I do apologize for having to cut this video so damn short, but, well, I'm not very hungry, and this is kind of what I do on YouTube, I do food reviews.
Running on empty food review.
Like what Dame Drops does, if you're familiar with his work on YouTube. I'll be eating that when I get the rest of that when I get hungry later. But I really haven't eaten at all the last couple of days because I've been so fucking stressed, and I get real depressed around the holidays, and losing Puff at this time of year just makes it worse. But I'm going to keep looking for Puff, and we'll just keep on keeping, That's all we can do.
Alright, I found it. I'm exporting it right now.
Okay.
I'll figure out to send it to you. Sweet. Dope.
Take my shekels so I don't buy booze.
Amazing, thank you.
Amazing.
Booze. By the way, quick plug here for the Patreon post that I made earlier. It's public for anyone to come and comment on. I'm just looking for feedback on Patreon-related stuff, so content that we do both on the show and behind the Patreon paywall. Any type of merch stuff that you might want to see on there that's included with your patronage, that kind of stuff. Just any type of feedback, and I've been in there responding to the comments that are already there. I just put it in the chat, and it's down below. It's down below in the let's see, in the description down below. It's there. Did you send me?
Oh no, it's rendering right now.
Oh, okay.
It'll be like a couple of minutes, and then I'll should I send it to through Discord or what?
If it's a small enough file.
Yeah, I don't know how big it's going to be. I'll find out in a minute. Somebody asked if we're fans of Jesse Lee Peterson. Of course.
We had him on the show a few years ago with Hannibal and Monty. Hannibal sound black. That was the first thing he said. He was like fascinated that some of us were black and some of us were white. Yeah.
That's just, it's a foreign concept to him.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And then Hannibal remade his theme song.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's so good, dude. Oh my God. Stand up.
Yeah. I was the one that played it for him, for Hannibal the first time, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do a remake of this." And
do you still have that? I
can find. I can grab it really quick here.
It's been like fucking forever since I
stand up.
Heard that. It's so fucking good. Yeah. It's right there on their fucking show. Yeah, we gotta fucking watch it. It's so great.
I'll grab it here. He actually hired a singer to sing this version that he did here. Here it is.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the world today, men have got to stand strong, face the truth about themselves, to understand what went wrong. I know we can find a way.
Oh God, that's terrible.
We can find a way. I know we can find a way. Stand up. Amazing. Stand up. It's amazing. Stand up. Baby.
Baby.
Baby. God, I fucking love him so much. My love for Jesse Lee Peterson is powerful. It's matched only by how much I find everything about him like despicable and fucking gross.
Yeah.
You know?
His views are ridiculous.
Yeah, he's like a legitimately terrible human being, but like, goddamn, man, just amazing, incredible, amazing. Jesus,
Do you love black people? Do you love black people?
It never gets old. It never gets old. The one that I wanted to keep up on, but I've forgotten to, was his little henchman. I think his name was Hake.
Yeah, Hake. I've had some communication with him. We almost had him on once. So, like, if people want debates, maybe I could get Hake to come on and debate somebody. He would probably do that.
I would. Wow. I just went over to his YouTube channel and like, there's some fucking gold clipped out on this shit. What the fuck? But yeah, no, I would absolutely love to fucking talk to Hake in a heartbeat.
That would be cool. Yeah. Maybe we should set that up because that would be pretty interesting. He said he's agreed to come on before, and I just like forgot.
He's got it 11 days ago. It's a video titled "Hake's New N-Word Pass," signed by Barack Obama. Amazing. Amazing. Can we get Jeff's reaction to Joe's motivational speech? No, you cannot, because the first time that I saw that, I just began furiously masturbating, and I think I will probably just do that again, and we can't do that on the show.
Oh, you don't want to watch it?
I mean, no, it was amazing. It was fucking great. It was super cool.
I've only played it as an intro. I've never actually reacted to it. So, yeah, I mean, we could. It's interesting. Let's check this out.
Look, for the sake of the show, I will attempt to keep my hands off my penis while Joe is on the camera, okay? While he's on my screen.
Let's see.
Maybe you feel like attention helps you. Maybe other people will gladly help you trick yourself into thinking that's true by calling you brave and saying that you're doing a great thing for the whole world.
This is from the whole like Onision thing, and when like Billy and Joe went out to Onision's house, and he's talking about Sarah, the one girl that Onision was involved with. Yeah.
Black stepfather, I beat him up twice. Once I dislocated his knee.
It's Monty. But yeah, but Joe did have a black stepfather that had dreadlocks. So
I put his
right here,
neck in a brace. He was a really nice guy. I liked him very much. I think that's why I beat him. Sometimes we beat those we love.
He fucking puts his hand on Stevie's shoulder. He's like, sometimes we beat those we love. And she's just standing there like, whatever. In the background, there's like a frying pan because he was frying up onions and peppers.
You have the stuff to say your plaudits mean nothing to me. Huh? Right, Kemi? Your plaudits mean nothing to me. Your heaps of praise mean nothing to me. I view them as nothing more than something to keep me weak. My hero's journey has nearly begun. That wasn't the beginning. It starts when I say it does. And I will rise up. And I will rise up and take shape. And I don't care if there's no one there to applaud it. I don't care if the whole world calls me a coward. I don't care. It is immaterial. Consensus has nothing to do whether or not I've reached God within me. The higher God inside me. The greater I am. That's what she would say. She'd say, the thing I call God is a still small voice inside my head. It doesn't make me kill people yet. It makes me grow. That's what she would say.
Then he starts like,
my favorite thing about this is like this whole video, especially the part where he's in the kitchen at his house, is just Joe. Like nothing about this like staged or anything. This is just like the kind of shit Joe just randomly does. He's like, oh, I'm cooking something. I'm bored. Listen, we're going to talk about transcendental evolution.
Yeah.
Right now. And then he just starts yelling at everybody around them, around him until somebody engages or doesn't. And he'll just keep going. It doesn't matter. It's just Joe.
They do this
award-winning stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you, by the way. We're trying to reach that goal. We're a little far away, but we're at 65%. If anyone wants to help pitch in, feel free. The link is pinned in the chat. Yeah, I like how they do the close-up of his frying pan here.
And she would say, stop calling me brave. Stop it. I'm not brave because I survived. This is brave. You're all cunts. You're clueless. You think this is gonna help me? You cock-sucking maggots? Huh? Just wanting to get your jollies off because it's sensationalism? Because you want to feel something?
He's in his robe, too.
To
I love
escape
it.
the void of your life? I am Sarah, goddammit! I'm better than that. Sure, I got molested by a psychopath. That happens. It happened. It has nothing to do with me. Did you see me climb Mount Everest? Did you see that? Did you see the dragons I slayed within my own heart? Did you see that? Applaud that now, because that's what counts. My molestation has nothing to do with any of this. It happened. It's over. Now watch me dance. I don't even remember the guy's name that molested me. I forgot. You should forget it too. Because I think something tells me the harder you fight something, the further the pendulum swings back the other way from a non-dualist perspective. I believe that to be true because I am Sarah, the lioness. That's what she would say. She's a psycho, I think, myself.
Huh?
But at least she's brave. You know, very brave.
Very brave.
Look, in a world of dickheads wanting to be Jordan Peterson, be Joe. Be Joe. Damn it. And then I look over and Satan said, Jordan Peterson better watch out. Now this is motivation. Yeah, dude, for real. For real.
All right, here's your video that you sent me, the mead video.
I was gonna do a formal video about it, but producer Matt was in town, and this is me, producer Matt, my buddy Ian. We're about to do our soap opera drinking game stream that we do like
Passions?
twice a month. Yeah, we watch Passions and we get fucking wasted. So this is right at the very beginning. So we're not even drunk. We have to like get the full flavor of it. So here we go. So right. So this is the bog wine.
Right.
We have transferred some of it into this Liberty Creek bottle that I was using yesterday because it's easier to pour. And we needed to get it away from like the giant cake of yeast on the bottom. All right, so this
so
is the bog
gross.
wine, dude. So the yeast, the bread yeast, had the dead yeast had congealed into like a fucking yeast pancake on the bottom. On the bottom of the fucking jug. It was so nasty, dude.
Did you see the chocolate chip cookie mead that he made? He put like jalapenos in it too. Blech. God.
Has he tried them? I mean, okay.
I think he did because that was weeks and weeks ago.
So, Matt, how would you describe the aroma?
So it smells.
The aroma.
It smells mostly like wine.
How's the aroma?
Mostly like wine with like an after hint of cheese.
Yeah, it's bad. So we're
stale bread. Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, I mean, it does use Red Star, I think, right? Red Star.
Fleischmann's.
Fleischmann's. Ooh,
I use Fleischmann's to make pizza dough.
It's the bread yeast.
Rapid rise. Yeah. So we're gonna try the bog wine, all three of us.
Yeah. Matt already poured his glass before we got in here.
They filtered it, and they were like, "Well, we don't need to filter it," and I was like, "I'll take the filtered stuff."
Okay. So here's what we did: we put it through a filter to check and see if there's any shit that got collected in the filter.
There was no shit.
When the filter was clean, it's
it
not
didn't look
pulling
that clean
anything
to
out.
me, but
I felt around in it; it wasn't slimy.
It's fine.
There were no chunks.
It's fine.
So,
that it's got the carbonic acid to it.
I mean,
it's got that carbon.
So what alcohol? What was like the alcohol per volume here? Would you say?
So the problem with it is that when you start your wine before you let it just fucking go bananas, you have to take an ABV reading at first. And then when you're done with it, when you're pretty sure fermentation has stopped, you take another one and you compare that and you run the math, and that's how you get your alcohol. From what I could tell, just from tasting it and having drank like some pretty gnarly toilet hooch before in the past, because I actually let mine stay for about 4 weeks, it was maybe 8.5, 9%.
Okay.
Maybe, you know.
Like acid bites, so you know there's a little bit of alcohol in here.
Yeah, there's definitely alcohol in it. There's definitely alcohol.
We're
in
not
it.
sure how much, but
Yeah, I didn't take an ABV reading before I let it ferment. You know?
Does it smell like Lou Crane?
Lou Crane. Lou Crane.
It smells like the good people of Lou Crane.
Yeah, it smells a little bit like the fields in which the Lou Crane is harvested. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck me. Oh no.
This is gross, man. This smells bad.
Let's try it. Here, hey, salud.
Salud.
Slancha.
Slancha.
And sriracha.
And what do the French say? It's
I
something-
surrender.
Yeah.
Yeah, bottom.
Yeah.
Stream
The
yeast.
Quebecois.
Shit.
Oh man. Bites just like mead. Oh.
No, hang on. Maybe the first one.
Maybe it's just that I have a garbage gut, and I like the white wine and shrimps and scrimps from.
This doesn't taste like white wine though.
No. But I just like, I don't know. It's not horrible. I'm not
So
going to
just
order it.
a little bit of context in this. Like when I went to Las Vegas for my 40th birthday. Wait, were you there for my 40th? No, you were there for M's 30th.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so when I went there for my 40th birthday, I went with Ian, the bald motherfucker, and we went down to Fremont Street to go find the legendary $1.50 shrimp cocktail. Okay?
Okay.
Because we have this thing, we love the Tim and Eric Beaver Boys sketch, so we like to drink white wine and eat shrimp. So we go down there, we get each a $1.50 shrimp cocktail, and we get a glass of white wine. And when I put this in my mouth, I felt like I had been poisoned. I physically could not swallow it. Like my body had the most immediate reaction, like I was about to eat something that was going to kill me. And I had to spit it out. And Ian over there, who has a garbage gut, is like, it's not that bad. It's not that good, but it's not that bad. Like, he can fucking eat anything. So I'm not surprised that he can drink the bog wine.
Yeah, he seemed to enjoy it.
Like,
look at you.
I'm not going to puke.
It goes, it's smooth,
It goes
right?
down.
Arrivederci.
It goes down.
This is a drink.
Okay, so real quick question here.
Yeah.
What is better, this
or anything else,
or the bark wine we drank?
This is better than Mama Wanna.
So it was wine made out of tree bark?
No, so there's an official drink of where is it? I'm trying to remember. It's called Mama Wanna. And Mama Wanna.
Camp Mama Wanna.
Mama Wanna is a spiced alcoholic beverage. Dominican Republic. And what you basically have to do is mix it in the bottle, and it's full of wood chips and herbs, and you fucking dump all this shit into it, wine, liquor, and it apparently the Dominicans absolutely fucking love it. Absolutely fucking love it. But it was the most repulsive thing I've ever tried to drink. And I would actually rather drink bog wine than the Mama Wanna.
Wow.
It's all.
Oh yeah, there's not much more to this.
This is way better than Mama Wanna. I would rather drink this all day than have to have one more sip of Mama Wanna. God, that was fucking nasty.
I don't know. Maybe I just got a garbage gut, and like I used to make closet fucking cider. Like when I first moved out, we realized that me and
Matt
Jimbo,
reacts.
we got an apartment together and realized that even though you had to be 21, yeah, aerate it so you get all the flavor.
We need a soda stream. We'll turn it into seltzer.
No.
Me and Jim realized that you didn't have to be 21 to buy the equipment and supplies to make
Oh,
alcohol.
you almost puked right there.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
So we made we got apple cider.
Yeah.
And some equipment from the local homebrew shop, and we got some Red Star yeast. Yummy.
Thank you, Ardania.
Yummy.
Less than 3, you guys. Sorry for putting you through potential botulism.
Yeah, I don't think you're that sorry.
Botulism.
Yeah, you know what, though?
I feel like you are.
I feel hot right now.
What? How long? Wasn't it like almost exactly a year ago your stream where you accidentally showed Cobra jerking off?
Okay, wait, okay, hang on. That's, okay, there's a little bit more context.
The look on your face when that happened was so hilarious. Like, I just happened to be watching live. I was working on something else.
Do you remember what the stream was?
What was it?
It was election coverage.
Is that what it was?
My election coverage. I was covering...
Midterm? What was it, the midterm elections?
I think it was the midterms. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was covering like the midterms or something like that, and on my main channel. And
yeah.
I never cover politics except when I'm like, I need to pay some bills, so I guess I'll do it on my main channel. And so I was doing this stream, and people wanted to know who the fuck, because some people were talking about a Cobra. And other people were like, who the fuck is Cobra? And I'm like, oh, well, okay, I'll tell you about Cobra. And so we watched a couple of videos. But when we would have like the main camera up and it was me and Matt just shooting the shit, I had on one of my browsers a GIF of Cobra just furiously fucking jacking off. Now, don't ask me how I got this. I don't want to talk about it. But while me and Matt would be like doing serious political analysis, as much as our dumb fuck asses can do that, and then I just randomly click over, and while he's trying to make a point, he just suddenly sees that GIF, like big as, because I have a TV up here that mirrors what is on my screen.
Yeah,
like a 4-foot big fucking TV. So suddenly it's a giant image animated of Cobra jacking off, and Matt's like, ah, and like freaking out. And I thought it was hilarious until about 3 hours into the stream, I don't pay attention to what... I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention to what is active on the screen.
Yeah.
When I switch over to check out some political results, and all fucking... It was a pretty good size. It was like 300 and something viewers suddenly just see Cobra fucking jacking off.
And then you go like that, and then the stream just ends and disappears. Like,
boom! Immediately ended, privated, deleted immediately. Like, not enough time for anybody to report me for that shit. Done. It was fucking crazy.
I'm about to end the poll. It got over 200 votes. Anyone who wants to get a last-minute vote in, you're welcome to. I'm going to end the poll in about 5 seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The poll is being ended. And it appears that we have a tie between white meat and both white and dark meat equally. And then
okay. Better than I thought.
And then dark meat, and then 12% said they don't eat turkey.
I actually voted I don't eat turkey because I don't eat it very often.
But you eat it. Like, I would say if you eat it once a year, you eat it, you know.
Well, so tomorrow is Thanksgiving. We do a big thing with a bunch of friends who don't have a lot of family members to like celebrate with. And they'll have a turkey, and I will be the one to slice the turkey because I'm always the one to slice the turkey. And I won't eat a fucking bite of it because I don't really like turkey.
You're insane. Yeah, I like turkey, so I definitely like it.
I don't think it's bad. I don't know. It's just not really my thing. I'll eat like a bunch of other stuff. If I have turkey, it's usually once a year because there's literally nothing to eat but a turkey sandwich, and then I'll eat that, you know.
I like to cook turkey in an Instant Pot. I just get like a small enough turkey to fit in there, and then when you pressure cook it, it cooks so much faster than in an oven. And then my Instant Pot has an air fryer lid, so that you put that on after it's done pressure cooking, and then you crisp up the skin.
No shit.
Yeah.
That actually sounds. Oh man.
Yeah, it works really well.
Damn.
What else do we want to watch here? We got so much stuff. By the way, we're trying to reach this goal. We're about 2.5 hours in. We're at 65%. If anyone wants to throw in a couple dollars, help us get the tip train rolling. We will be eternally thankful to anyone who does that. So thank you in advance. Let's check out.
I've been listening to a lot of Limp Bizkit lately.
Yeah, that's weird that they're having kind of an unironic renaissance in their career right now.
It's super hard. Yeah, it's weird. It's super weird because like
everybody goofed on them back in the day.
Yeah, they were such a meme and they were fun to like make fun of, even though like unironically like stuff comes on and you're like, fucking cool, yeah. But yeah, yo guys, this band actually kind of sucks. But like at Aftershock this year, I don't know if you saw the videos, but Fred Durst came out in a printed shirt, tight jeans, cowboy boots, and a cowboy hat.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
And nobody fucking recognized him. And he came out and he did his whole fucking set dressed like that. But anytime like he needed to like dance on stage, he did like honky tonk dancing, but he's still like screaming out the lyrics like he's a new metal band. It was actually pretty fucking great. It was fun.
I wanted to show you did you see the Piers Morgan Andrew Tate interview?
I did not, no.
It's pretty interesting. It's a new one, and Andrew Tate goes really hard on Ben Shapiro.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. We'll watch a little bit of it. It's very long, but we'll watch some of it.
Andrew, it's been nearly a year since we last sat down together. Very different time. It was in my London studio, and 8 days after that, you got arrested. What's the year been like for you?
It's certainly been an interesting one. I've been constrained this entire year.
So, Piers Morgan had to travel to Romania for this? Because I don't think Andrew Tate's allowed to leave Romania at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I hadn't even heard that he got out of prison. Like, last I had heard, he was, like, in jail.
He's, like, house arrest, I believe. I believe he's under house arrest.
93 days in a Romanian dungeon, 5 months locked in my house, and now I'm restrained within the country of Romania. So it's certainly been a turbulent time.
The moment you got arrested, it was all pretty dramatic. The video came out, the world saw it, a lot of people smashing into your home. Did you have any inkling, warning that something like this may happen?
I knew it. I kept saying before I was arrested on every single podcast I did, I said, you get 3 lives in the world. The first life, they're going to cancel you.
You also said you moved to Romania so you wouldn't get in trouble for crimes that you'd get in trouble in the States for, or like in other countries. You did say that.
He even explicitly said like something about trafficking, like he was trying to avoid trafficking charges or something like that. Yeah, just absolutely deplorable piece of shit.
Yeah.
And delete your access to social media so you can't.
And stupid. Why would you admit that?
Yourself. The second life, they're going to try and put you in jail for no reason. And if you continue to speak against the power, they're going to assassinate you. I knew I was on my second life. I kept saying it. I knew it was coming. I didn't know the bullshit reason they'd use, but I found out once I was in a cell.
When you were arrested, you don't speak any Romanian at
Zero.
all. And they didn't speak English to you.
Correct.
So you were taken to a cell. You had no idea.
Then don't move to Romania. Like, you could live pretty much anywhere, like.
Yeah. Well, and so I'm not surprised that he did, because like people who are gross grifters and trying to do things that are illegal, they do tend to gravitate towards Eastern Europe
or Mexico. Isn't that where Ethan Ralph lives? Doesn't he live in? He ran away to Mexico.
Yes, he did. He super did. Although, like, that is not the best case scenario though, because Mexico will extradite your ass very quickly. Just not for like not paying child support, but for anything like more serious than that, yeah, they'll extradite you. But I was tracking a quack that was like pulling the teeth out of cancer patients' heads for like 10,000. Like you pay her $10,000, and she flies you out to. Well, you fly on your own dime after paying her $10,000 to go to a dodgy clinic in Bulgaria, where she rips your fucking teeth out.
Ooh.
And then, yeah. If you ever had any fillings, she rips all those fucking teeth out, and then forces you to drink like all these vitamins and shit, and then tells you you're cured, and then you fly back home, and then you die. So
what they
will
were alleging you'd done.
I was arrested on the 27th of December, so because of Christmas and New Year's and other problems, they couldn't even translate my paperwork for 2 weeks. So for the first 2 weeks I was in a prison cell, I had no idea why. I was given papers in Romanian. I could read human trafficking, I understood, but I was like, human trafficking who, when, what? None of this makes sense. I waited 2 entire weeks inside of my cell before I was given an English translation, and then I realized exactly how
hang on. So he doesn't read Romanian, but he could tell human trafficking. Like that's a pretty specific one, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking weird.
Ridiculous the whole case was. Just to clarify, I am accused of helping my friends get big on TikTok. That is what I'm accused of. I told some girls I know how to post on TikTok to become viral when I was at the time the most viral person on the planet. And they are saying I'm a human trafficker for that reason. It is insane.
Well, we'll come to what you've been accused of. It's more serious than the way you've categorized it, but we'll come to that. There is a lot of speculation that the reason the Romanian authorities knew that you were back, because you were en route, I believe, to Dubai for a New Year's Eve party, is that you were interacting with Greta Thunberg on social media, and you had a pizza in front of you which came from a well-known...
Yeah, that's how he got caught. That's so hilarious.
I think it's no notes. Absolutely no notes. Fucking fantastic. Getting burned because of a pizza box in Greta Thunberg. If it's true, I don't know.
I believe it is.
Romanian pizza store. Is there any truth to that?
I don't think so. I think that they know where I was. A lot of people knew where I was, and they had instructions from higher up to teach me a lesson. I was on my second life, and that's exactly what I'm going through right now.
There's an irony to your situation, because you always said the reason you came to Romania was precisely because you thought you could avoid being in this situation.
Well, I loved Romania, and it's a strong Christian nation with strong traditional values. I want a life where I'm left alone by government. I don't believe in big government. I'm trying to avoid that. It felt like Romania was a place which was very safe.
Lewis in the chat said pizza. Yeah. A lot of British people do that. It's called the intrusive R. And a lot of British people do it where a word ends with an A, but they end it with an R sound, like pizza.
Societally, and the government was not too interested or involved in people's lives, but things change. Also, your freedom and your ability to speak the truth is heavily correlated to your insignificance. When you become large and people start listening to what you say, you soon realize you no longer have freedom of speech, and it doesn't matter where you are on the planet. If they decide you must be assassinated, you will be assassinated.
You in jail, what was that like?
Romanian jail is not English jail.
Describe it. What was the cell like?
I have to be careful what I say because I don't want to insult the Romanian justice system, which I'm still beholden to. However, it's exactly as bad as people would expect it to be. Luckily, it was in the winter, so the cockroaches were not too bad. It was also during Ramadan, so I didn't have to eat so much, which was helpful because of the situation. I think the most stressful thing about it is I had no idea how long I was
He calls Ramadan Ramadan, and he's a Muslim?
Ramadan long. Yeah, he's Muslim. He's Muslim in so much as that it allows him to claim a religiosity for why he's such a misogynistic piece of shit.
Of course.
It's like it's like using it like a fetish, not like a sexual fetish, but like a fetish thing. It's a talisman by which he can be a piece of shit to women. So
I was dragged from my house. I was given papers in Romanian. I didn't know why I was there. I found out why I was there, and it was garbage. I couldn't seem to get out. I could have been held for years. It's very stressful. And the best thing you can do is turn to God and train as hard as possible. I did thousands of push-ups a day every single day.
Were you in solitary in this period, 3 months?
No, I wasn't in solitary the entire time. Sometimes I was by myself, sometimes I was with other guys, and sometimes I was with my brother. So
when you were on your own, were they keeping you in there for 24 hours a day? Were you allowed out?
No, I wasn't allowed out. There was no yard time. It was 24 hours a day, locked in a single room, probably 3 or 4 steps large, and you do nothing but stare at the wall, and you.
How many days did you do that for, on your own?
11.
I mean, that's a pretty grim scenario for anyone.
Life's grim.
For you, always being Mr. Confident, you said, interestingly, that you wouldn't categorize what you were feeling as depression because you don't believe in the concept of depression.
He doesn't believe in it's an emotion. It's not a concept.
Yeah, no, it's selling, it's marketing.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Argued about that before, but it sounds.
I can't believe people paid him to like teach them how to be a man. Essentially, it's so weird.
Well, I gotta tell you, man. Like, if there's one thing I've learned over the past, well, because like the grift changes. There's always different avenues that people do, but what people have been doing for the past, fuck, man, I don't know, 3 to 5 years, depending on which avenue we're talking about. One of the most popular grifts is selling classes, selling online classes.
Sneeko was doing that shit too.
Yeah. And he's late to the party too. Like, this has been going on for a long time, especially like the alternative crunchy healer people that used to be identified as like very left wing, and now they're all like QAnon and Trump tards and shit. They've been doing this for fucking years, and it's all just like pay for a premium package of $359 and have access to my 10-week course, and all it is 10 lazily produced fucking YouTube videos that are unlisted, and people will pay it. People fucking pay that shit. So he's just doing the same thing that other people were doing too, you know.
Wasn't that that Jack Murphy guy? Wasn't he one of those kind of grifters where he sold classes and shit?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it turned out he was in like weird like cuck porn or something like that. I can't remember.
I mean, I guess so, but so like fucking P did the cuck shit too. So fucking whatever, man. Like, I don't care.
It's just it just makes him a hypocrite. That's the bigger point, not That's the main thing with that Jack Murphy guy, is that it is like a degree of obvious hypocrisy for what he's trying to like market to people. So yeah, I guess so.
What I've seen you say when you've talked about this, that was pretty close to depression, what you were feeling.
Life's grim. And if you want to be a superhero, you have to understand in every single superhero movie, he is losing for 80% of the movie. He's going to suffer for the majority of the movie before he wins at the end. I've always wanted an exceptional life, Piers, and I'm not a coward. And I knew that by telling the truth about certain issues, I was going to pay the price for it. So I won't say that I deserve to be in jail, but I certainly put myself in there by telling the truth to the populace and telling the truth and living.
But when you're on your own in that cell, what were you thinking?
Is that
it's a long time?
Is that why you were in jail? Telling the truth. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Reflect.
Of course.
A known crime.
And I think my number one concern when I was in jail, despite the fact that my situation was dire, were my concerns as a man and all the people I have to take care of, and my children and my family and the people I pay for and all the people who work for me. And truthfully, I wasn't worried about myself. I was worried about everybody else. And I think that's the true masculine frame.
Did you get emotional? Did you shed tears in your cell?
I'm an emotional man. I think men are hyper emotional. We just have to control it.
Jeff Holliday, I love it whenever you appear on Drunken Peasants. You are a great guest.
Oh, thank you very much.
I agree. And thank you for starting the tip train. Hopefully we can get it rolling here, get to 75% pretty quick here. I think we can do it. What do I need to... You know what I was doing on my other channel? I was lifting weights and cutting wrestling promos on like Sturges and all of them. So maybe I'll do that.
That's great.
Yeah, because I have another camera where I can stand up and you can see me better. So I'll do that. Like if we can do it, if we can hit 75% in the next like 15 minutes.
Yeah, guys, we gotta come up with like, who is it that Ben's gonna cut a promo on? Should it be Andrew Tate?
I could do that. I could do Andrew Tate. I could do Sturges. I could do Brett Keane. I could do anybody.
You know, when I cut my wrestling promo against the Quartering, he actually did tweet it out.
Yeah, I remember that. I saw that, and then I saw you kind of do this like, you know, FYI, everybody, the Quartering sells Nazi books.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's one of those fucking things. It's fun.
Yeah.
Extremely busy inside of my jail cell. I had lots of push-ups to do. I was very concerned about the people on the outside. I was trying my best to get out. It's difficult for me to answer the question because it was
I'll take my shirt off when I do it too.
Ooh.
I'll take my shirt off, lift, do like bicep curls, and then and cut a promo all at the same time. That's what I'll do. Once we get to 75%.
There's a Kendall person who's levying attacks against CP.
Yes, his name. Yes, he goes by the name Luke, but I've heard through the grapevine that his name is Kendall, like his actual name.
You got to cut a promo on Kendall.
Oh, I could do that. See, Kendall is a reprehensible little prick, and he's been here. You know what? Let me show you. Let me show you a clip.
Yeah, let me see this dork. Let's see.
Well, he said some very mean things recently, and it's let me find it here. Here it is.
Somebody's saying, is Kendall the new Joseph Martelli? No way.
No. Joseph Martelli was a psycho and actually like came to where we lived and all that kind of crazy shit. So I don't think it's that bad. He's just. I'm going to open up a second video player and show you, because I don't want to lose my place in this video.
Yeah, sure, of course.
But here he is talking about us. And by the way, he's also a Michigan fan, which makes, he's shit. Look, see, you can see the Michigan football helmet. The goal is covering it up, actually, but there's a drawing. He's a really shitty artist, but there's a drawing of a Michigan football helmet up on his wall. But listen to what he says here. Listen very closely to what he says here.
That, and then the generational degradation from whichever one, both of their shithead parents having that kind of thinking, then passed on to the peasants. And well, no wonder one of them has a dead dad, because the guy would rather be dead than be anywhere near his shithead kid anymore. But we already knew that.
Yep.
So no, I actually, now that you play, I do remember this guy. I remember you did play one of his videos, not the last time, but maybe the time before the last that I was on the show.
Yeah.
And tism. Powerful.
Oh, yes. There is some powerful tisms in there. He has the ism-tism, we like to call it, from...
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, all my love to my autistic friends and fam and all that shit. But like, oh boy. How did I not know Kendall? I just forgot. I mean, like the names, I remember the voices and the cadences and the funky, funny faces.
Holler
but
if you hear me.
Been exposed to them like once in person, it takes like a couple of times before it really sinks in. Like, I got my own shit going on too.
Sure. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna remember Kendall from now on. That was a bad dig. That was bad, uncalled for.
Yeah. So he's a total like below the belt kind of individual situation, if you know what I'm saying.
Interesting frame of mind. I knew that God was watching and I had to perform. It's very difficult for me to go through life saying I'm the top G, I'm this, I'm that, and speak about mental resilience and mental toughness, and then the second I'm thrown inside of a solitary confinement cell, cower out. I'm not that person. There's some other people who talk about mental toughness and want to give advice, and when bad things happen to them, they end up addicted to prescription drugs. I'm not a coward and I'm not a liar.
No, but it would be perfectly natural to be emotional in that scenario, and there's no shame in admitting that.
I was emotional. I missed people. I missed them, and I knew they missed me. So I felt a strong sense of missing.
But you cried.
There were tears that ran down my face, but I did not cry.
I mean, that's crying.
I would disagree.
Oh, that's an interesting way of trying to spin it.
Why even admit that your face leaked? Just be like, nah, I didn't cry.
Because you're worried about admitting that. You think it sounds
absolutely
weak.
not.
Yeah, like why go there? Why try to change the definition of cry?
I guess if you can like gaslight people that you can literally cry, but you're not crying, then that's another degree of power you have over people's perception of reality. I guess. I fucking, dude, I don't fucking know.
You find scenario to cry in, but I think the act of crying is an act of desperation. To sit and to cry is an act in and of itself. To do push-ups, thinking of your children with tears running down your face, but you're concerned with finishing as many push-ups as possible within that day, I do not consider that crying. I consider that tears running down my face.
When you found out what they were alleging you'd done, sexual assault, exploitation, and so on, what did you feel about that? What was your first reaction?
My first reaction was, the standard playbook. The standard playbook for anybody who speaks up against power is sexual exploitation. Isn't that the normal one they go to? Can't we name like 10 or 15 people right now they hit them with this exact same garbage? Name a full-grown man who's 36 or 37 years old who's not had sexual relations with a woman at some point in the past. And the way the Matrix works is they lie by omission, right? They just hit Russell Brand with it. I think they hit P. Diddy with it this morning. Julian Assange just got hit with it. He's still in a cell.
But lots of people get hit with these allegations and it turns out to be true.
A lot of people get hit with them and they turn out to be false.
Yeah, but you're sort of trying to make out all the people you just named are innocent. You don't know that.
Of course I don't know that, but a lot of people get hit and it turns out to be false.
Why would you assume they're innocent?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because the way the Matrix operates is it chooses something which is heinous.
Yeah, this whole Matrix thing. I've heard him talk about this before too. It's very strange.
Heinous. If they accuse me of drug dealing, nobody would
There
care.
we go. Yes, 72%.
I wasn't cringe. I had too much testosterone, so it was leaking out of my eyes.
I'm right, dude.
We're almost at 75%, and I gotta honor the promises I make. So I'll take a poll once we hit 75%, and we'll see who I cut the promo
Something which
on.
is heinous. So the process itself is a punishment. So they damage your reputation throughout the process, regardless of whether it's successful or not. Then what they do is they lie by omission. They throw you in a cell and they contact everyone you've ever interacted with. 2,000 people I know were called, and they were looking for one person to say they're a victim. By the way, they failed. They did not even find one. But if they did, they would then say, Andrew Tate's victim, he's a sexual assaulter. And they would remove the testimony of the 1,999 people who said, I'm a very nice man. Lie by omission. And then they put together this entire package, use the mainstream media to convince the world.
Very nice man.
That you deserve to be in jail. And that is how the Matrix operates.
I mean, to be clear, I don't know if you're guilty or not.
I do.
You're perfectly entitled to say that. And you know, right?
Of course I know.
But I don't know. And I will await any trial that comes to see what comes out in the trial and see what happens, right? So I'm not going to prejudge the trial. I'm not going to judge you and say, I think you're guilty. I don't know, right? We are where we are. You've been charged with serious crimes and it's likely you'll face a trial and we'll see how that all plays out, obviously.
He's lucky he's in house arrest and that he lives in like this obviously like opulent living space.
Right.
Right. He's very lucky because not everyone gets that.
I legitimately am massively disappointed in the legal system of Romania. You know, Romania, thought you could have done better. Not really. I mean, it's one of those fucking things. He fled to Romania specifically so that he could get away with doing an illegal. And he did all of the illegal, but he did the illegal so much that even Romania was like, I think he needed to go to jail.
Yep.
And like that's really fucking up. That is really, really fucking up. When you flee to a country with loose morals, or at least a loose legal system. I don't want to say loose morals. You know, all my left to the Romanian.
Oh, no. Romania is very conservative, like, in many ways.
But they are very loose in their policing and how much they will, you know.
Sure, I bet you the cops can be bribed there and shit, you know.
Right. So, but then you fuck up so bad enough, you still go to jail. That's pretty legendarily stupid. That's wild. It's crazy.
Jail, how are you treated by other people?
Everybody in jail was extremely apologetic to me. All of the staff, the police officers, everyone who worked in the jail, the person who served me my meal, everybody was very sorry for what happened to me. They made it very clear they knew it was garbage. They were
No, they would not say that even if they thought that. Come on.
Yeah, nah, that's, I mean, only the dumbest. Well, the
Trump
thing is
did the same thing. Trump did the same thing. He said when he got like booked at the jail, he was like, people were apologizing. They knew it was bogus. So he's doing the same thing.
Listen, people are aware. Some people, they know that this is all fake news. No big deal. Fake news.
You're playing the invisible accordion.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that's where I live.
That was the only vibe I could give you. They were kind of like, listen, you got too big. I'm sorry. This is how things work. And sorry, here's your meal.
They said you got too big. Sorry, you got too big. They did not say that to him. This is ridiculous.
Nobody had any real problem with me. None of the prisoners had a problem with me.
Did you get into any fights?
There was a couple scenarios where violence could have occurred, but I think once people realize that violence is a certainty and that you do not operate under a fearful realm, they often...
Andrew Tate does seem like he could hold his own in a fight. I mean, he was a pro kickboxer, and I did watch some of those, and yeah, he's like a tall, muscular guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the problem is not whether or not Andrew Tate can like hold his own in like a prison fight. You know, it's
different than in a ring with a referee.
Well, yeah, and the thing is too, like you take Andrew Tate and you put him into a prison, and he's gonna have to go up against another prisoner. He's probably gonna do pretty decent.
Yeah.
The problem is that's not how prison works. And if somebody's coming for you, it ain't just one. And it doesn't matter how good your jujitsu or your kickboxing or your taekwondo is. It doesn't fucking matter. You could be Steven Seagal, and your ass is gonna get fucking drilled.
Steven Seagal is a fucking fraud anyway.
Hey, listen. That man is a deadly weapon of Aikido. That man is the true Gravy Seal, okay? That man is amazing. Also,
reggae artist.
The single greatest reggae album of all time. Better even than Snoop Lion.
The Punani?
Yeah. Me one de Punani.
So interested.
So people threatened you.
Andrew Tate making sure he's sitting with the right shadow to hide his weak chin.
Yes. He
does have a little
bad.
chin.
But they would have liked to have got the opportunity to.
I guess it was just hard. It was so small that it was hard to punch, and that helped him in his kickboxing days.
Threatened me.
And what happened?
And they realized
like Jay Leno, man, that's a huge target.
That's a liability.
All in all,
well, what did you say to them? Because you don't speak Romanian, so
I didn't. You're right. I actually used a quote from Street Fighter.
No, look at the smirk on his face. I actually used a quote from Street Fighter.
I disarmed them with my quote from Street Fighter.
He said,
Hadouken! Yeah, I hope he did. God fucking please tell me that's exactly what he did. Hadouken! Fucking God, man.
I said...
fucking dork.
I quoted Dowson, and I said... They do not understand
Yoga Fire
and the secrets of Yoga Fire, because I knew they had no idea what I was talking about. It was near the washing machines, and they looked at me like I was completely crazy, and they walked away.
There's more than one person.
Correct.
And they made it clear that they wanted to.
I have to be careful what I say because I'm still beholden to the Romanian judicial system.
Yeah, but that's just an incident in jail. That's
correct.
Nothing to do with the system.
An incident report was written, and it's better I don't mention it.
But there was a direct threat to you.
I've had threats, yeah, and I have threats every single day of my life, and I think jail is a hyper-pressurized version of reality, and you need to have an extremely strong mind so you don't attack yourself, and an extremely strong body so others don't attack you.
Dude is such a nerd. Holy shit. I was about to get raped in the shower in the Romanian prison, and I quoted Dalzim from Street Fighter.
Yeah, I did not see that one coming at all.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, listen, if I was a rough and tumble prison tough, and I was gonna go and try and fuck Andrew Tate in the butt, and he decided to just quote a random video game at me, it might actually give me pause for about 2 seconds. And then me and my gang of neo-Nazi fucking prison gang dudes would still pin him down and fuck him in his ass. I'm sorry, but no.
He would use the soap on a rope as nunchucks, though.
Oh my god, amazing! Like a meteor hammer. I'm sorry, this is just full of shit. He's so full of
violence
shit.
at all times, and I just decided to go through life extremely respectfully,
I
but
quoted
make it clear.
Street Fighter and said you win. Perfect.
Perfect. Perfect.
No notes. No notes. That was great.
Hadouken.
Here, that's
So
a
you
decision
can-
somebody
Sure you can.
else wants to make that I'm prepared to partake.
One of the things I would think about, other than my family, immediate family, but
You should get the new Street Fighter and do a tournament.
Yeah, what is it? Street Fighter 5 or 6 or something? Like it's up there now.
Yeah, it's pretty high up there. I don't remember which one it is. It just recently came out.
Cannon drill. Cannon drill.
Yeah. No, we should definitely do that. That'd be great. Next Spin Till You Spew.
We should maybe do Spin Till You Spew next month or something.
We should.
Yeah.
But the whole, like, whoever loses drinks, I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's a bad idea. Because I did once play a drinking game where I battled a friend of mine and we were playing Soul Calibur 2. And he beat my ass so fucking bad. I was blacked out drunk, throwing up on the floor. So 3 days later, I wanted to say 2, but it's like 3 days later, I challenged him to the same thing, but Soul Calibur 3. And I beat his ass so fucking bad, he was on the floor vomiting. And like it's
a good time.
Fun. It's not very competitive. Do you Spin Till You Spew with bog wine? No.
No. I'm only drinking actual alcohol.
If I found myself in jail,
dude, no.
would be my mother and what she would be feeling and what she'd be thinking. She's been incredibly supportive to me. I know yours has to you. Did you think about your mother?
I was extremely concerned for her. I was concerned because the media establishment were hounding her. She was obviously very worried, but she knew she raised strong sons. But we're her number one protectors, and I was concerned for her. I wasn't concerned for myself in jail. I didn't even suffer in jail as much as I did when I got out. I didn't have nightmares in jail. I had nightmares once I left jail. I was in the middle of a battle. I don't think you get PTSD while you're fighting. You get it afterwards. I was in the middle of a battle trying to make sure that everybody I love and care about is taken care of and trying to make sure that bills are paid. Please understand, the day I was arrested, which is a year ago, every single bank account that I have was frozen. All of my assets were taken. I haven't had a dollar of money
You had 10
since
cars
January.
taken, I think.
15.
15 cars.
Well, good for you. You got a fucking mansion to live in, and instead of rotting in jail, you get to hang out at home and just fucking chill.
And how many properties?
15 cars, 6 properties, 20 diamond watches, gold bars, cash, land, every single bank account, millions and millions and
What was
millions
the
of
total
dollars.
value of everything they seized?
16, 17 million?
Pounds?
Yeah. And they took all of it. And I still don't have access to any of these things.
I mean, as we're doing this interview, you're expecting to hear something.
It's so crazy to me that the British pound is only like 20 cents more than the dollar, and I remember when it was like double. It's so crazy.
Time today as to whether you may get those possessions back. Is it all or nothing? Do you get it all back or nothing?
Correct. As we sit here, the judge is deciding whether I get all of my items returned or I get none of them returned. And truthfully, under the law, I should have never had them taken in the first place. So we're going to see what the judge decides. And I have to put my faith within the Romanian judicial system. I have no other choice. I'm not a coward. I'm not going to run. But let's not talk about the Romanian judicial system. Let's talk about the judicial systems of the world. I've recently seen some very scary decisions in America and England and these Western democratic nations. You see people doing 20 years for attending peaceful protests. So you start to sit and wonder when you're in these situations.
Well, when did that happen?
What is a trial? What is a judge? What is?
Sorry about.
Is he saying January 6th was a peaceful protest? Is that what he's saying?
That's probably exactly what he's trying to say. Yeah.
People died. It wasn't peaceful.
Yeah. Like fucking Ashley Babbitt should have stopped at one. Like we shouldn't have taken that last shot. No, I was thinking like, whoa, is he talking about like actual like protests and stuff? And then no, you're probably right. It's January 6th.
Yeah.
These are just people in a room.
Which peaceful protest are you talking about?
There's been a few. And
who's got 20 years for attending a peaceful protest?
I don't want to say names. I saw it somewhere on Twitter. Somebody attended, I think it was a pro-Trump protest, and they ended up getting 20 years.
Well, if you're talking about the January 6th riots, they were riots where people died.
Well, it's interesting.
They're not peaceful protests.
Well, it's interesting because the world is actually very new.
I'm not the biggest Piers Morgan fan, but he will shoot straight. Like if he, like he'll say what he thinks. He can actually ask real questions.
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Sure.
But that wasn't nuance. That was a huge mob of
What
people
I tried to do
attacking the U.S. Capitol.
Well, what I tried to do is I try to look at a broad spectrum of events, and I try to put things into a nuanced view, and I don't try and take a instant black or white point of view on things. And the fact that BLM were rioting and destroying the entire nation for months.
That's not true. That didn't happen.
Although, wait, Ben, don't you remember all those cities that were burned to the ground? I mean, not Seattle burned to the ground.
Seattle's
Portland.
literally burning to the ground right now. It's like I live there. It's not there. There was, like a couple blocks that got taken over.
Sure.
But yeah, it didn't burn to the ground. It's all still here.
Everybody just kind of like ignored. Well, and the one that I always thought was really funny is when people would start talking about Portland. And Portland would like have the riots and all this kind of shit and the 100 days of the siege and blah, blah, blah. Like when you live in Portland, because I've lived in Portland many, many times, protests, you get used to it. So it'll be like a kind of a common thing if there's a war going on, like the invasion of Iraq. It just became common if you're trying to commute. They're like, okay, cool, I'm going to be doing this. Oh, wait, no, there's a protest on that street. Okay, so I'm going to take this other bus.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's as much as you think about it, because whatever, everybody still has to fucking pay bills and shit. So whatever, it's not a big deal. It's not like the city was burnt to the ground. It's ridiculous.
Did you see that video of that crazy guy in Portland that drove through the Rose Parade?
No, I didn't. Was that this year?
I believe it was. I think it was. And he just got I think he just went to court for it, and that's when the video of it came out. But it was his own dash cam. He's freaking out because of the parade, and then he drives through the parade. He didn't hit anybody, but he almost did. And the cops were telling him to stop, and he did not stop, and they had to chase him.
During that exact
it was crazy.
week. And then some other people got together with an opposing political view and are facing serious prison time for doing less damage than BLM did. I find that kind of scary because
people did die.
Well, in a democratic nation, we should all be the same under the law.
Just to be clear, on January the 6th, people died.
People died during BLM.
I mean, there are certainly inconsistencies in the way groups of people have been policed. I think that's the same. That's the same whether you're talking about the BLM marches to the pro-Palestinian marches and so on. Right? There's a lot of inconsistency.
Well, then we.
This is super important. So, death hymns. I literally had to bus through downtown Portland during the protest. Everything was fine. Same, just 2 blocks taken over. That's it. I went. So I agree. When the whole siege of the Justice Center, was happening in Portland, I happened to be going through there at the time, and so I wanted to see for myself. And I went to the Justice Center. And the whole block around the Justice Center was fucked. I mean, it was fucked. Like everything was spray painted, all the windows were boarded up, and it looked like like a war zone. But you walk half a block in any direction away from that one block, and it's like you would never even know that this is going on. The whole rest of the city, totally fine. Everything was totally no problems whatsoever. Just that one little spot, like concentrated chaos. And no city was burned to the ground. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of inconsistency in global policing, I think. I think that's a perfectly valid thing to say. But the idea that someone's got 20 years for being in a peaceful march is not true. The ones who've got the lengthy prison sentences have been held accountable for serious crime.
I'm not even condoning January 6th. I don't even know the ins and outs of January 6th. I wasn't.
Then why are you talking about it?
There. I'm not saying it should have happened.
You didn't have to be there to know what happened. There were cameras everywhere documenting it, like we've seen. Plus, there's security cameras everywhere all over the Capitol.
What I'm saying is exactly what you have said. There seems to be some massive inconsistencies in global policing now. So when you end up in a position where you're speaking against the system, as I do, and you understand that there are massive inconsistencies in policing globally, you start to sit down and seriously wonder if you stand a fair chance of a fair trial in any country on earth. I actually have to give out massive credit to the Romanian judicial system because a judge one day sat down and said, why are these boys in jail, and let us go. I don't know if I would have had a fair shot like that in many other nations.
When you were released from jail after about 3 months, what was that feeling like?
My brother and I were in the same cell at that time.
We saw what it looked like when he tried to grow, or like when he was forced to grow hair.
Oh, yeah, it looked like shit.
Yeah.
We were extremely happy. I remember using the last of my mouthwash. During the day, I had some rituals to keep me sane, and I'd enjoy 1 swig of mouthwash a day. It's amazing how bored you get when you're staring at cockroaches, and even that sensation.
So there were literally cockroaches in your cell?
Correct.
How many at any given time?
At night, there was a lot of them.
Like what?
That is gross.
Yeah, a few. There was an infestation. We did our best to kill as many as we could. It kept us entertained, but they're annoying to sleep with. But mouthwash was something I enjoyed every day. The sensation of mouthwash made me happy, and I remember using all of my mouthwash. And then instantly my brain started turning to...
It was terrible. I was almost out of mouthwash.
Mouthwash.
I was having because I was almost out of mouthwash.
Mouthwash.
All of the things I need to do. I'm a man. I have responsibilities. For 93 days, I wasn't working. I started concerning myself.
He has the weirdest, like, hybrid American-British accent ever.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
It's very fake.
He was born in the U.S., but he's lived in the U.K. for a pretty long time, too. So...
Doesn't matter. It's all fake.
I'm about to get out of jail. Thank God. I'm going to leave. Who do I need to take care of? What's paid? Do I have any money left? Are bills due? Is mom okay? Are my children okay? And I just started thinking about work. And as soon as I got out, I didn't sleep for 3 days.
How many children do you have?
That's confidential.
Why?
Because I have enemies, and unfortunately, I do not want to give them any information.
But you have more than one?
I have more than one, correct.
Right. So, obviously you're caring for your children. I understand that as a father, right? And obviously, and you have a partner?
Yes.
Are you married?
No.
I think I asked you last time and you were a bit cryptic about it. You're not married yet?
No.
You have a partner who's the mother of your children?
Correct.
The same woman is the mother of all your kids?
It's confidential.
Say confidential.
It is confidential, Piers. It's
I
confidential.
don't think you marry and have kids with is confidential, surely.
It is for me.
Really?
Of course, I am basically #1 enemy of the state, Piers. Look what they've done to me. What have they put me in jail for? At the beginning of this garbage, people were sitting there thinking, maybe he's a human trafficker. It's been a year. Who? Show me a picture. Show me a video. Who's even a victim? There's nobody. The whole thing is made up.
Well, we're going to come to what they say you've done, right? We're going to come to that. But I'm just curious. You come out of prison. You've got no ability to access any of your assets. How have you been functioning financially since then?
I believe in prayer and I trust in God.
What?
Prayer doesn't pay the bills.
And I do my very...
Listen, God pays my bills, all right? He puts money on my books.
That's like
so
G-Man shit right there.
It is, yeah. Yeah, God puts money on my books so I could buy cartons of cigarettes to bribe people to stop fucking me in my ass in the shower. You liar.
Very best.
But prayer doesn't pay the bills.
Unfortunately, absolutely everything I own was seized by the Romanian state, so I'm just going to have to survive and do my very best.
Yeah, but how?
I'm doing my very best, Piers.
Have you got wealthy benefactors helping you?
I'm doing my very best. I wish I had wealthy benefactors. I wish I had people on my side.
Yeah, but you can't function on no income at all.
Seems you can.
How?
I'm doing my very best, Piers.
What does that mean?
He's lying. Look at him smirk like that.
Totally fucking lying. Totally fucking lying.
It means I'm doing my very best.
He's got some wealthy benefactors, some sugar daddy that's like fucking taking care of this shit. Or he's got like hordes of money like stashed away somewhere. He doesn't want the courts to know about it because they'll fucking take it.
Absolutely everything I own is taken by the Romanian state. I don't have anything they don't have.
What about your house?
How do you pay for food?
Just have to do my best.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
It means that I believe in God and I pray.
Well, God's not going to pay your bills.
God has been paying my bills so far, it seems. It's amazing how far faith can take you. It's often when you have absolutely nothing.
What bullshit? We're at 74%. We're almost there.
Nothing left, people turn to faith, but you should turn to faith first, and you should believe in
I
God.
hunt wild turkeys on my land, just like Jeff Holiday. What? Did you hear him say that?
I heard that. I did hear that. That's wild. Is
Yeah.
Mama JF Romania? Probably.
Oh my God. Vosh's chat did not like your Mama JF impersonation. They did not like it. They were like, "Oh, this seemed," but I thought it was hilarious.
What do they have a problem with?
Because she's like a missing woman, and they're a lot more sensitive about that kind of shit than we are.
Really? They didn't like it?
Well, Vosh was trying to like move on to the next thing too while you were doing it, but it was hilarious. You're like, "He killed me." You do it so well. You do it so well.
I mean, fuck, man. Like, the thing is, like, okay, so
he killed me.
we can talk about it in a lot of different ways, you know. Like, we can talk about it in a lot of different avenues. But if you utilize humor to elucidate how dark and fucked up something is, people will actually pay a little bit more attention rather than just like proselytize like, well, I think that he's a terrible person, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we all know he's a terrible person. He's a shitty human being. He's a shitty human being. He's a shitty human being. Everybody's a shitty human being. But if you make a joke and a little bit of a dark humor joke, while not necessarily discounting the possible pain of somebody losing their lives, people will actually pay a little bit more attention to it. So I think it's important. So fuck Vosh's chat. Suck my fucking dick.
Can we hear the voice just for a second?
What voice?
You know what I'm talking about.
What voice? Are you
Well, I mean,
fucking
can
talking-
Mama JF hack into the Skype call and and talk to us for a moment here? That's what I meant to
damn
say.
I don't have it all set up, but
there. Oh, Mama JF. Hello, Mama JF. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants. Where are you now?
Listen, I have a fat background right now. I'm no longer in Gaza. I leave. I went for a vacation sabbatical. I wanted to go and see the world.
Where are you now?
I can't tell you. I know that
Are you with Puff? Are you with King Cobra's lost bearded dragon Puff right now?
It's hard to see. It's very dark where I am. But I do feel like many things are slithering in my body. Probably lizards. I don't know. But
fuck.
What the fuck are you doing? God damn it, Ben! You fucked me up. You fucked it up. You fucked it up, Ben.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Agitate. He's good, man. He give me shelter. He give me a bucket down IV. It has a shower, but it doesn't work. I have to go down to the creek with the bucket to get the water so I can bathe. But that's okay. I'm happy.
Do you enjoy your daily mouthwash?
I do. I have enjoyed the mouthwash. When Andrew was in the prison, I was using his mouthwash, but I didn't want to use it up, so I spit it back in the bottle. You won't mind.
We got questions from the chat. Where do you poop?
Where do I poop? I poop in the toilet. However, my toilet is a hole.
It's a hole. Huh. Hey, welcome to Patreon, Edgy Cipher. Edge Cipher.
There is a little Chevy over in the property, and there is no engine in the Chevy, so I make it my poopy hole. How you say toilet?
Yeah, toilet.
I poop the Chevy.
Excusez-moi?
I poop in a Chevy, Ben.
You poop in the Chevy. Did JF kill you?
Yes. I died. It was not good. It hurt very bad.
How did he do it?
With the
in the observatory with the revolver?
No, that's stupid. It's very hard to talk about. We were cooking and making the quiche. Oh, you said quiche?
Quiche?
With the egg? Sure.
Sure.
And I burned the quiche, and JF Gariepy, he hit me with the pan over and over.
Oh,
and
damn.
then I died.
Oh, my God. It's terrible.
But then I get to Gaza.
And you liked it there in Gaza?
It's okay. Paragliding is dangerous. I don't know. Things are very weird right now.
You were paragliding there?
No, I try, but I fail. I fall. My friends go paragliding, and then they come back acting weird. So I leave. I go to Romania.
Oh, you're in Romania now.
I did not say that.
Well, it's nice to hear you're doing all right.
I'm good.
All
I'm
right.
okay. I died, but I'm good.
I died, but I'm good.
Weird.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Huh. Very surprising.
When things are good, and he will be there when times are bad.
Initially, you were put on this sort of rolling 30-day house arrest, and they kept renewing that month by month by month. And then in June, you and your brother and 2 others were formally charged with rape, trafficking, and forming an organized crime group to sexually exploit women. And there were 7 alleged victims named in the indictment. You said at the time, I look forward to being found innocent. You said earlier, who are these women? Well, there are 7 named in the indictment.
Yeah, have you seen the videos of them on the internet saying we're not victims? They made us be victims. We told them
Well,
we
that
weren't
will all
victims.
presumably be analysed in a trial. Do you know when the trial may be?
I have no idea. It's going to be
Do you believe it will happen?
I'm not sure. It could get to a point where a judge, anytime before the trial, decides his case is garbage and throws it away. If you ask me what I believe happened, it's very simple. They threw me in a jail cell knowing they had no case, knowing they had no victims, but they thought if they plaster me all over the MSM and they say that I'm a bad person and they call enough people, they will find the case they want. They couldn't find it. You name the date they charged me. They had 6 months to charge me. Usually the Romanian state, even the American embassy confirms to me, charges within 30 days. With me, they used all 6 months trying to build a case and find actual victims of an actual crime. They couldn't. They charged me on the very last possible day they could, unless they'd have to drop the entire case. And they charged me with garbage because they have nothing. There are no victims. I've done nothing wrong. And they've tried very hard. And let me say something very pertinent to the audience here. It's very difficult when you're thrown inside of a jail cell. You do not have access to social media. You do not have access to money. The entire MSM establishment are calling you a bad person. Hotlines are set up saying, if Andrew Tate's ever hurt you, call this hotline. You're a rich person where people may want to get money from you.
Caller number 5 is going to receive tickets to the Electric Light Orchestra Revival Tour.
Hello? Yeah, are the tickets still available?
Why, yes, they are.
Okay, so, Andrew Tate hurt me. I was in Romania. I was a little drunk with my girlfriends. We were having some fun, there for a baby shower, that sort of thing. It's not a big deal. And he ran over my foot with his car. Can I get the tickets?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yay.
So I think, I mean, there's so much more of this. I don't know if we have to watch the whole thing.
It's hard to watch, though. Because, this dude, listen, I'm going to say something very controversial, okay? And you know me, I try and always walk the fine line and not be, too abrasive. I don't like to piss anybody off. And I don't like to make declarative statements. You know? That's not me. I'm not that kind of guy. But Andrew Tate's definitely a fucking rapist and a pimp and a slaver and a giant piece of shit. And I don't really give a fuck what his justifications for all this shit is. I hope he rots in prison. So fuck this guy.
I put a poll up to see what the audience thinks we should do next, and it looks like Do Something Else is coming up, so we're probably gonna do that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Cool. We a democracy.
Check out. Yeah, it looks like You know what I'm going to do? Because we're almost to 75%, I need to grab my weight to lift. And I'll let the poll go, and then when I come back, we'll see, what we need to do next. So I'm going to put you full screen. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. That's fair. Hello. Hello, my sweet dearie doves. My delicious, sweet little pogchamps. How are you? I hope you're feeling fucking fantastic. We're almost to 75. We got to get to 75% so that Ben will cut the promo on Kendall. That's very important. Also, I'm trying to be not self-conscious because me, I'm not vain or anything, but I have this nasty unshaven neck and it's pissing me off. Oh, egg! Just got done the first part of my submission or my promises and what we'll bring as commissioner. See you then, Commissioner Holiday. We'll see, buddy. We'll see. We'll see what's going to fucking happen. What happened when Tom Green was supposed to be on DP? Was that a thing? I've never heard of that. There's a lot of things that are happening all of a sudden. Jeff, how is the Wendy's Puff and Mama JF built in the woods? Do they speak English in what? I don't know what that means. Where's a good area to buy a home in Portland for about $300,000? Not Portland. Yeah, not Portland. Portland is fucking expensive, my friend. Very, very expensive. If you want to get a decent house for $300,000, you're gonna have to be at least 25 miles outside of the city. Is what it is. Mama JF is also sleeping with Chris Chan and Cobes at Eric July's warehouse. So, the thing that I find really interesting. So I am very, and don't get disheartened about that whole thing about a home in Portland for $300,000. Just wait. Property values will go down. You never fucking know. But so when it comes to some of the DP content, covering Eric July, I know that it can seem kind of like a lot of the things that happen with Eric July are kind of repetitive, but I am so fascinated by it because it's such a weird cultural impact moment where you have somebody that has actually legitimately grifted so well that they have made fuck money off of people's insecurities over media. And I know that it can seem kind of repetitive for a little bit, but it's only because people like Eric and his beta orbiters, they're on borrowed time. Every single time you have somebody that gets this amount of traction and they don't know what they're doing because they're doing it all online, will inevitably fall apart. They will inevitably have this cataclysmic fucking break. And my God, it's so amazing when it happens. So I do like that it's covered because I want to have the narrative built. That's how these things work. That's how wingnuts and grifters and all that kind of shit works. If you're a long runner, you really understand how the internet goes, that this is a story arc and we're building towards it. And then inevitably, whenever something fucking collapses, it's like the Gunt. The Gunt has maybe 10 months on Eric July. Okay. So I think it's possible that in 10 months, Eric July will be in the same position as the Gunt? Yeah, sure.
Oh, really? Wow, that quick?
Yeah, 10 to 18 months, and he's going to be in Gunt territory. Do I think the Ripperverse will go under? I guess that comes. You know what? I'm gonna flip down, twist it, and reverse it, and ask you: does anybody out there think that a motherfucker like Eric July can get a shit ton of money like that, and then use all that extra capital he earned to smartly invest, or thinking that it will last forever, blow that shit all over the fucking place so that when it collapses, he's in financial ruin? Now, I would like to think that one of these motherfuckers that run these grifts is smart enough to invest, but I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. Because these things, they don't last forever. We all thought the fucking anti-SJW Skeptiverse shit or the fucking edgy atheist shit was going to last forever. They never do. They never fucking do.
Yeah, you're talking like YouTube genres. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's like eras, dude. They like come and they go. They ebb and they fucking flow. And it happens so fast. And like the Ripperverse and the fucking Critical Drinker and all these dickheads and shit, it will
Heel versus babyface. When I first heard of heel versus babyface, I thought that they were a wrestling channel because that's a wrestling term.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know it was a little bald British guy that bitches about gay people in movies. I didn't realize that that's what it was.
Fucking pronouns!
Gender ambiguity!
Monica and Day, California shit!
Yeah.
I've got a sound button on my fucking stream deck. I love it. It's great.
All right, so I'm about to do a poll on who I'm going to cut a promo on. I've got Sturgis, Kendall, Brett Keane, and I've got room for one more. I don't know who else to put in there.
Who else should we put on there?
Just one other person, because you can only do polls of 4, which is stupid. YouTube should expand that. Do like at least 10.
We need a proper villain again. Like, I miss Wild Bill. I miss him like engaging and actually play. Oh, what, a promo on me?
I guess I can put your name in there. We'll see who votes for it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, fuck it. All right, throw it up there.
All right.
I ain't vote. Fuck you. Then punch me in the nose. We're not actually in the studio together. We are separated by how many miles?
Hundreds of miles.
Well, it's like 100 miles to Portland. Under 300 miles.
Yeah, 2 to 3, something like that.
Yeah. No. When are you gonna learn how to ride a motorcycle, Ben? So we can go riding motorcycles.
I don't want to do that. I'm not a fan. I'm not a motorcycle person.
Ben, what? Ben, what? Ben, what?
I'm not a big fan of motorcycles. Like other people can enjoy them, and that's cool. But I'm
gonna roll up to your house, all dressed, head to toe in fucking leather and spikes.
Hey, you can do that.
Looking like a Lorenzo Lamas ass motherfucker, rolling up, being like, "Sup? You know your favorite like barcade? We're gonna go right now. Put on this helmet, and you can just jump on the back of my fucking hog. We'll go ride off and cruise down the highways, go play video games, get wasted." Then you're gonna be like, "I need a motorcycle."
No, I have no desire. I don't even want to ride a motorcycle, let alone have one. Like, I just have no desire for it. Not my thing.
Sons of Holiday. That's fucking right, dude. That's fucking A right. Well, look, so the thing is, like, I'm 41 now, and I realized that I was going to have to go through some kind of midlife crisis.
Yeah.
So I decided I was going to pick my midlife crisis, and it's motorcycles.
That's cool.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think other people who like it shouldn't like it. It's just not my thing.
I think people that don't like it should like it.
Yeah, I'm not like that. If I like something, I don't expect other people to like it.
I do,
unless they tell me they do.
Yeah, I'm authoritarian. Like,
yeah.
Although I can't even get you to come camping, so I guess I shouldn't be that surprised.
Yeah, camping's way more chill than motorcycle riding. So camping I can do.
Yes, you should come camping with me. I'm very chill when I go camping.
Yeah.
Ask Cheech. If Cheech is still in the chat, Cheech is hung out with me while I was camping. We camp so chill. So chill.
Yeah, everyone like the stream if you haven't already. Please vote in the poll. Looks like so far Kendall is winning, which means I'll cut a promo on Kendall. And people will send it to him and he'll like interpret it all like in the most bad faith way possible because that's what he does. It's interesting.
That'd be great. sometimes to nurture a wingnut or an antagonist, you just have to give them the right kind of food. You gotta feed them a little bit. You gotta nurture them. Gotta whip out that content titty and
con titty, if you will.
Yeah. The con titty. Let them slurp on the fucking teat and drink that drama milk.
All right, I am going to close the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We did that shit on the Vorn Helltorn like a motherfucker.
Vorn Helltorn, Karate Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a moment here.
Oh no. Off goes the proper Punisher shirt. The thin blue line Punisher for you.
Yeah. All right.
Why isn't there a blue line on your Punisher shirt, Ben? Do you not care about the cops?
Not really. I'm not. I mean, like I care about people in general, and cops are people, but
are they though? Are they?
Of course they are.
Are they? Anyway, let's see this shit. I'm gonna shut up while Ben does his promo.
All right. As you, Kendall, travel to WrestleMania, take the 2 pilots that have already made the sacrifice, Kendall. Tear down the cockpit door. Oh, shit, I'm wrapped up here. Assume the controls, Kendall. Shove the control into a nosedive, Kendall. And soon you will be close to parts unknown, Kendall. End scene.
Fucking incredible. The snort as the punctuation mark at the end was just like a little bit of sprinkles on the top of it.
Yeah.
It was fucking... Man,
that
beautiful.
was a Ultimate Warrior style promo.
Incredible. Kendall, you're fucking destroyed. Do you feel that? All your self-confidence, all of your self-esteem shattered on the floor like so much fucking glass. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do, brother?
God damn, man. That was really good.
Thank you.
That's not just side talking. Fuck me. That's really good.
Sturges. We'll watch a little bit of Sturges here. Look at this thing that he posted on Twitter the other day. He has me blocked, so people send these to me. He's like, he's having a back and forth with a dose of Buckley, of all people.
Who's that?
He's a pretty popular guy on YouTube, kind of old school though. So he's been around a really long time. He's like a Canadian guy that's like a comedian. His stuff's pretty good. It's pretty funny. I like him. But look, he says, who is Sturges? A sexy bearded man who doesn't care that 2 irrelevant fat grandmas doing their space time while gaining 0 growth in over 4 years, bud, and being total woozers. I have more testosterone in one finger than both of them who live in the most pussiest state called Washington. Pussiest. The most pussiest. What is that?
Most pussiest.
The most pussiest.
Wow. Incredible grammar. I'm in awe. That's
the funny thing
wild.
about Sturges is that he's always criticizing other people's spelling mistakes or grammar issues, but then he does this. So, and by the way, when we I'll do another one once we hit 90%. Let's get it to 90% and I'll cut another promo. Tip
Let's do
tray.
it, baby.
Yeah.
Let's
So
go.
so here's Sturges. He's mad at LeVar Burton.
This shit is fucking fire. I'm happy we're talking about it, but I'm not happy that it's Sturgis. But whatever, let's fucking do it.
Yeah, like I watched this by myself before, like on a stream, but I wanted to get your take on it, so I put it in here. Also because, we're Star Trek fans and everything. We know LeVar Burton well, his work.
Oh, yeah.
And he did Weeding Rainbow, bud. So here...
Literally yesterday I was wearing a t-shirt that said Reading Rambo, and it's like it's fucking a black Rambo with the fucking Geordie visor on it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's a great shirt.
Hello, everyone. I'm Renown Zero, and we are back again talking about Star Trek actor LeVar Burton threatening to physically harm members of Moms for Liberty who don't want small children reading explicit material in school libraries. This comes to us from Bounding in the Comics. LeVar Burton, known for his role as Geordi LaForge in Star Trek and presenting the children's show Reading Rainbow on PBS Kids, recently threatened to physically do harm to members of Moms for Liberty. According to Publishers Weekly, LeVar Burton hosted the National Book Awards and opened the ceremony by stating, quote, "Before we get going, are there any Moms for Liberty in the house? No? Good. Then hands will not need to be thrown tonight."
I don't know if that's literally threatening someone. I think he's just talking trash.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, is like, that's not really, it's not an explicit threat.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an implicit threat, as if these persons were here, I might have to throw some hands. But like, you have to be the most soy motherfucker to think that that's like a legit threat. It's so ridiculous.
Well, they always do that. Like the Eric July crew, they weaponize victimhood. They love it. It's part of their. They act like they're the tough alpha male guys, but they're also like victims that are targeted and discriminated against. No. Yeah.
Like, okay, so and this goes into something that I've been thinking about for a long time. There was a diametric shift that happened at a certain point in time. I don't remember what it was. I wish I was on camera while I'm talking about this, but I'm literally peeing out my back door onto my backyard. But so, back in the day, we had a phrase that we loved to talk about called the Oppression Olympics.
Yes.
And what that was perceived grievances, perceived attacks towards people. And a lot of these were real, but many of them were pretty fabricated. And you've got this whole crew of people who are like, we're the tough ones, we're standing up for society and shit. And they are the most soy motherfuckers out there. Like, any perceived little slight is a huge attack against them. And they have no sense of humor.
Yeah, that's Sturges in a nutshell, bud.
What a piece of garbage. It's unclear why Burton threatened Moms for
and he's going to very dishonestly position this as if LeVar Burton wants to show hardcore pornography to preschoolers or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Liberty members. But Burton did recently give an interview with Esquire that was published the same day his remarks were given at the National Book Awards. In the interview, he was asked, quote, "In all of your advocacy work, do you hear anything from young people affected by book bans?" He responded, quote, "Here's the thing. I think it's the responsibility of the adults in the room to advocate for those kids, because in many cases they don't know what they're missing. Yeah, they're missing explicit material being read to children that should not be read to children. That is very disgusting."
No. And I know exactly what they're like. What they keep spreading on Shitter. Is this one book, one very specific book that does depict homosexual sex acts. Nobody's reading that to kids. Nobody's reading that to kids at all. That's a book that it only in a few very rare cases, I think it was like 2 or 3 high schools, it was even available. But it was a high school. It was not part of a curriculum. Nobody read it to fucking children. And it just happened to be like available. And I think all 3 of those high school districts, they were like, yeah, it's probably a bit too far. We probably don't want that in the library. And like, then that's it. And then it's over. Like, it's not a fucking thing. It's not a problem. It's like that probably shouldn't be there, so we'll take it out. But for them, there has to be this conspiracy that they want to have your sweet, sweet little child of 8 years old and describe to them how to pump boy butt. That's not happening. That is not fucking happening.
that you think that kids are missing out on this garbage. And they won't know what they're missing because they won't get it, because these people, in some cases, being successful, are in some cases being successful. He added, quote, "One of the things I'm most thrilled about is that hardly any candidates backed by Moms for Liberty won their races. There are bright spots, but these are people who would rather children not know the truth. No, these are people that would rather their children not be taught disgusting material that is not made for them. You are disgusting. And the fact that you think this material is okay makes you disgusting."
Sorry, wait, hang on. Like, okay, Ben?
Yeah.
At what age did you see your first porno mag?
I don't know. Probably like 5th grade or something like that.
Yeah, pretty fucking early. I think it was like it's like 11 or 12, the first time I saw like a dirty magazine or something like that. Even before because we did have sex ed in my school, which is great.
So did I, and I went to a religious school. Like we learned about basic reproduction, like how,
right.
Like, and they didn't tell us like details. They just told us like the basics of how it worked.
Right. But the thing is, well before I even took my sex ed class, the kids in school were already talking about it and filling each other's heads full of like the dumbest shit like the most rank, disgusting things that weren't even fucking true. And so this idea that like children are insulated and in no way are exposed to like sexualized material until they're like 18 is so fucking preposterous. Now, I would agree that you shouldn't have like some type of school curriculum where you read to them a story about how to fuck boy butt, but that also doesn't happen. It's not real, but this purity idea there's no basis in reality. Again, it's just like, it's to push the narrative. And Sturgis probably is a true believer because he's stupid.
He is stupid.
He's a stupid fucking person and thinks that this is like a real thing because he has no real human interactions in his life, and he's a sad piece of shit. But yeah,
those kids will never know.
He doesn't know how to turn off his like notification alert sounds when he's recording, so almost all of his videos has at least one of those in it. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Fantastic. Drink every time he does a desktop notification.
What they're missing, but it's our job to stand up for them, to be their voices and their advocates. That's what being an elder in the society means to me. What being an elder in society should mean to you is protect the children, leave kids alone.
Protect them by leaving them alone? Okay.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
What do you mean protect them by leaving? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I want to go on a rant, but I'm just gonna derail shit if I fucking go off about this. But like, leaving children alone is not protecting children, and protecting children is not leaving children alone. They are not mutually exclusive. That's a baby brain's idea of the situation.
I just realized that earlier we played the Joe video and LeVar Burton was in that because there was like a short clip from Roots in there.
There was, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Stop trying to teach them sexually explicit things. You disgusting piece of human garbage.
I met him once at a Comic-Con. He was a nice guy, It was him and Marina Sirtis were both there.
That's cool.
That's what you are. According to the Moms for Liberty website, what the organization opposes is sexually explicit material in school libraries. Their website notes they oppose books in school libraries that have graphics showing questionable things, not in a medical or educational way, extreme profanity, detailed descriptions of these different things, and all these other different things.
He doesn't use bad words on his channel, so when there's anything like that, he'll just be like, "These things, bud."
What a fucking pussy.
Yep.
Extreme profanity, detailed descriptions of masturbation, oral, anal, and vaginal sex, forced anal sex, or oral sex, rape, sexual assault, incest, pedophilia. Yeah, sure. Like fucking movies. Like PG-13 movies. will address a lot of these things as well, all the way up to our movies. You know, how are you going to insulate and protect the children from all this kind of shit, man? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean, doesn't it protect kids more if they understand sexuality so that they could identify maybe even like abuse if they experienced it and know?
Yes. Oh, okay. So there is a teeter-totter effect that actually does happen with this, and it is something that's worth kind of exploring and mentioning. And that is there's two laudable goals. The first laudable goal, on the sense of like protection, is that you want children to be able to identify abuse.
Yes.
Because if they can identify abuse, they will have skill sets that you can teach them so that they can protect themselves. They can report it, and they can make sure that that abuse does not become a perpetual thing, and they can get away from it.
They literally taught us this in school, like in the early, maybe like 3rd or 4th grade. They taught we did. And we learned how to identify abuse, like sexual abuse. Yeah. So they taught us that.
And it's a fucking viable, really good thing to teach. But at the same time, there is also, the George Carlin, like, leave kids alone sort of thing. And that what we really should do is find a way to nurture children's imaginations, to let them really express themselves and be free. I would argue that allows them to explore their sense of identity as well, in whatever form that takes, just saying. Sturgis would disagree, of course. That's indoctrination, bud. But there has to be a balancing issue between that. Like, we should encourage kids to embrace their creativity, to be innocent, to be happy. But we also have to be realistic that we live in a world where kids are preyed upon and they are hurt. And so if we can teach them just the right amount of skills and the reality of the situation, and then otherwise allow them to be happy and creative and express themselves, then that's a good society. That's a good society. We should go for that. But Sturgis, apparently, is much more happy with leaving kids totally in the dark, so they won't know that they're being abused,
And teaching kids how to use these apps and what websites to use. Speaking with Newsweek last November, Moms of Liberty co-founder Tiffany Justice told the outlet, quote, "We're not looking to ban any books." She then referenced calls for Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett's book to be canceled. "There were people that don't want the book to be published. That's banning books. Our moms are saying write the book, publish the book, print the book, sell the book wherever you like to sell it, but don't put it in a public school library if it has explicit content in it."
That's not what they are. Actually, that's what they say, but that's not what they do.
Right. The narrative is very different than the reality.
Hard. I don't know why this is such a hard thing for these weirdos to realize.
Bud.
Stop trying to sexualize children. It is gross. The organization also responded to Burton's threat, writing on X, quote, "American moms weep as a childhood favorite reading Rainbow calls for attacks against us because we are protecting the innocence of our children." They added, "LeVar Burton, why have you sunk so low? Threatening harm against women?"
Yeah. Oh, okay. Again, oppression Olympics. Like, if they were not women, would you not have such a big, like, clutching pearls fucking moment? Like, it's identity politics. It's dumb.
No stranger to
they're obsessed with it.
In comments and threats such as this one, back in 2021, he claimed that cancel culture was misnamed and should instead be called consequence culture. During an appearance on The View, the most dog shit show on television, Burton was asked about the Dr. Seuss estate discontinuing 6 of their books. He said, quote, "It's interesting because I just, for the Seuss Foundation, did a voiceover for a video that they have put together to remind us that Dr. Seuss is more than simply a company that's decided to put a couple books on the shelf, to take them out of that rotation. That man, Theodore Giselle, is responsible for generations of wholesome, healthy, wonderful, imaginative, creative content for children of all ages, and I think we need to put things in perspective." He then addressed cancel culture. "In terms of cancel culture, I think it's misnamed. That's a misnomer. I think we have a consequence culture, and that consequences are finally encompassing everybody in society, whereas they haven't ever been in this country." No, it's only affecting one side. It's only affecting people.
No, hang on. He's just brushing past the whole actual like issue with the Dr. Seuss books. The thing is, so the Dr. Seuss books that they took out of rotation have some pretty spicy, racialized and kind of out of touch for this era content, you know. But it's not like they're going back and burning every book that they had before that. They're just choosing not to print more to basically mitigate how much of a spread it'll be compared to the other books, which I think are more socially relevant. Now, you can call that cancel culture if you want, but nobody's pretending like it didn't happen. Nobody's pretending like Dr. Seuss just didn't write these fucking weirdo books. It's not that, you know. And to think that like we have to preserve, no matter what, the absolute worst in our society is a suicidal fucking idea. It is fucking inane. And I know it's just Dr. Seuss, and that might seem kind of hyperbolic, but it's like a symptom of a larger issue, right? Like, there are things that we used to believe in society that we don't believe anymore. And that we know if we like believed them or promoted them would probably make the world worse. So it's one thing to be like, well, let's just not promote that anymore. And that's okay. But it's not the same as saying it just never fucking happened. You know, we're not erasing anything. We're just saying we're just not there anymore. You know, we've moved on. We have
people who
progressed. Yes.
Who aren't on the left. So no, it's not affecting everybody or encompassing everybody in the society. It clearly isn't encompassing you because you want books that have disgusting content that children should not be seeing to be in schools. Garbage. I think that there are good signs that are happening in the culture right now, and I think it has everything to do with a new awareness on people who are simply unaware of the real nature of life in this country for people who have been othered since this nation began, Burton concluded. I will always say this, you are a garbage human being. For you to sit up here and believe that someone like Gina Carano should have been canceled for her opinions is
he loves Gina Carano. Yeah.
Gina Carano. I love Gina Carano.
Absolutely.
Like,
yeah.
I'm very confused by dipshits like this. I'm very confused. It always drives me fucking nuts. I try not to get too much of my high horse because, again, I'm trying not to fucking do that so much. But at the same time, like, look, I get it. I fucking get it. You know, like some of the things that we're not supposed to laugh about anymore, I still laugh about. I do. Well, some of the things that make me laugh the hardest are the things that are the most uncomfortable. Fucking racist humor is fucking hilarious. It is.
Gale, the that last Gale video you had me watch.
Oh my God, so racist and so funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so funny. But it's also funny because it's pushing something that you're like, ooh, that shouldn't be pushed. Ooh, ah. And it makes it exciting and wild, and like you get a really wild sense of thrill from it. Like these types of things are funny for the sake of what they are, but they should also be appreciated that they are wrong. Like you can still laugh at something and be like, that's fucked up. Funny, but that's pretty fucked up. And there's nothing wrong with that inherently, so long as you understand why it's fucked up. You know, like I can laugh at a racist joke and then also be like, also that joke's fucked. And it might not impact me because I'm not that race, but like I can understand, I have empathy, and I can be like, okay, yeah, that joke's pretty fun. I ain't gonna tell that joke because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But somebody did tell it, and I can at least get a giggle out of it. That's just acknowledging the human condition.
Retarded pink
That's just
polar
acknowledging
bears.
how.
Yeah, retarded pink polar bears. I loved
Yeah,
that. It was so good.
Incredible. Incredible.
By the way, guys, still trying to. This is the third show of the week. We had a weird modified schedule this week. So if you would be so kind as to help us reach this goal, I would appreciate it so much. The link is pinned right there in the chat. 75%. We're so close, but it might take a little bit of time. And I said at 90%, I'll do another promo where I take my shirt off and lift weights and cut a wrestling promo.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But I don't know, man. I do think it's really funny that he's got a big boner for Gina Carano. Not as much as Quartering does, though.
He has a picture taken with her, too. He met her at some kind of con or something. And he's shorter than her, by the way, too. He's a very little man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Little hairy dwarf guy.
Yep.
Burton also previously indicated he assumes the
people have called him a white guy, and he's like, I'm not white, I'm Puerto Rican, bud. That just proves you're racist. It's like, he's like half Puerto Rican, okay? And there are white Puerto Ricans, too, by the way. There are white Hispanics.
Just, look, if you really want to piss off Sturgis to be like, yeah, but you're a white passing Puerto Rican. He
is.
What kind of language is that? He'll lose his fucking mind.
Yep.
It'll be great. Yeah. Just poke him in that way. Call him white passing Puerto Rican. I'm sure it's going to drive him nuts.
Worse than white people know more than they do of him. That's an assumption that you decided to make. But if you're going to sit up here and advocate for these disgusting books, I'm going to look at you funny. I'm going to assume you are a P to the E to the D to the O, or you are...
Yeah, so he won't say PDF file. He says P to the E to the D to the O.
What a pussy.
Yeah.
Adjacent. A user questioned Burton, quote, is it possible that you just assume the worst about white people due to their race? He responded, no more that white people do me because of mine. Well, that's pretty racist of you to assume that, because again, you're a piece of garbage. What do you make of Burton threatening these people? I think he's a piece of garbage. I think LeVar Burton has always been a piece of garbage. Considering now he feels it's okay to say the disgusting things that he says about other people, especially white people, it would seem. And it's really disgusting that he thinks that, again, disgusting material should be shown to kids. That's what this guy believes. He believes that explicit content should be shown to children.
It's so
And
dishonest.
I don't understand why it's not that simple to simply say, leave the kids alone. Stop showing them this disgusting content and go about your business. If you want to sell this content to adults, fine.
It's weird that he's like standing so hard for Wives of the Confederacy, or what the fuck is the name again?
Whatever. Moms for Liberty, I think is what they're called.
Oh, same fucking thing. Same fucking thing. Because I mean, I'm sorry, Sturgis. All these women are rude. They're already moms. They've already bred with their cop fucking husbands, and they get the shit beat out of them every night. They don't need you. They don't need you. So sit down. Stop standing for these fucking broken ass women. They're not gonna fuck you. All right. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody's gonna fuck you, Sturgis.
For you to sit up here and think that people are, quote, banning books that kids should see when they shouldn't be seeing it when they're 5, 6, 7 years old, you are a disgusting piece of human trash.
This guy,
And I hope
Jesse Lee Peterson would call him a beta.
you simply just go away.
Beta, baby.
That's it.
Suffer and die.
I just want you to go away. Stop talking about this nonsense. Stop trying to push this.
Do you remember that? Did you see that?
Yeah, man, that was so good. That was when he was on the show.
Yeah.
Billy was asking, what did Billy ask him?
He was like, what if I can't be an alpha? And he's like, suffer and die.
That's right, yeah, suffer and die.
Suffer and die.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Garbage on
Are
the
Proud
show.
Boys behind Moms for Liberty? No. But they are tertiarily aligned. Moms for Liberty is a very, very specific subset of very far-right extremist action groups. And the thing is, and I've been saying this for fucking years, the most underappreciated and most dangerous group on the fucking internet is not some neo-Nazi group. It's not some alt-righter group. It's not some QAnon group. It's moms.
Moms. The
Social-
counterculture mom.
Mommy groups are the most potent force of absolute dumbfuckery on the fucking internet. They're the source of all the anti-vaxxers, the fucking people spreading like caustic chemicals on their children, squirting bleach up their children's assholes, fucking banning books, like all sorts of crazy shit. All of that comes from mom groups on social media. That's where it all fucking comes from. All of them. It's fucking insane. It's incredibly bad. Like if you want to make a positive change in the world, to fight pseudoscience and to curb down extremism, ban mother groups from all social media. The moment.
Thank you. Keep that tip train rolling.
The moment 4 or more moms begin to like gather in a group on a social media platform, it should immediately just be busted up by the fucking feds. Immediately. Arrest them and question them immediately because they're about to do some fuckery. That's all there is to it.
And essentially leave children alone.
Bud.
Thank you all for checking out this video. I really do appreciate all the new subscribers, returning subscribers, new viewers, returning viewers. I appreciate everyone who watches all the videos, even if it's something they're not fully interested in. I'm just ever so grateful that you watch the videos.
I'm ever so grateful, bud.
Like the video if you like the video. Comment below what you feel about all this. And hit the red subscribe button. If you are new here and you feel that I've earned your subscription, is just down below the video. Click on the join button if you like.
Bud, that's just your opinion.
Seth Look says, Jeff convinced me moms are the worst. Cancel Mother's Day. Unironically, yes. Unironically. I believe that we need to call a federal halt on all things mother until we can figure out the fuck is going on. We need an independent investigative fucking commission to figure out why internet mothers are so fucking terrible. Why in the fuck you'll have some goddamn mother trying to treat her 3-year-old's broken arm with colloidal fucking silver. And while she does it, like fucking 36 other moms are like, you're so brave, mama. You're so brave. I'm so your crunchiness right now. It's so good. So good, mama. Just trust in the plan. Health and healing, love and light. Prayer hands.
Prayer hands.
Fuck that shit. Fuck mom groups. I can't even fucking tell you how much I'm disgusted by this shit. Like, women are great. But the moment you become a mother and you're bored on the internet, you're a fucking piece of shit. You are susceptible to every dog shit idea on the fucking planet.
Bud.
Get a fucking hobby before all of a sudden you're like rubbing black salve on your kid's nipples because you think you're trying to cure COVID-19. It's gonna fucking happen. God, I fucking hate that shit. I hate women.
Gosh.
No, I'm kidding. I love women. I hate moms when they're bored.
When they're
on the internet.
Bored moms on the internet.
Bored moms on the internet. I fucking hate them.
Let's check out.
That's just my opinion, bud.
Here's a Mark Dice video.
Oh, no. Oh, God. All right. Fucking play it. Let's do it.
Well, Thanksgiving is just hours away. I can already smell the pumpkin pie, which also means that liberals are unthankful and ungrateful because they'll use any excuse they can think of to try to spread their misery to us normal people. This is the week that they get offended because Thanksgiving reminds them of how the European settlers supposedly stole the land from the Native Americans. But if someone is dumb enough to trade Manhattan for 20...
But, can we keep MILFs? For, science reasons. Yeah, science.
Keep them off the internet.
Keep them off the internet and keep them from being bored.
Actually, you know what? They could be on the internet if they're not bored.
Yeah.
And they can be bored as long as they're not on the internet. But the combination of the two is right out.
I agree.
$24 worth of beads and trinkets, which is purportedly what the Native Americans did with the early settlers, then that's their loss. And many liberals go so far as to say that Thanksgiving is a celebration of white imperialists and the supposed genocide of Native Americans.
I grew up coloring pictures of pilgrims and indigenous people of the Americas. We called them Indian.
Mayumbalik, isn't that her name?
when I was a child, having
Blossom.
this beautiful, joyous Thanksgiving meal together. There was corn and turkey and pumpkins and a cornucopia of...
It's kind of funny because look, this is basically like everyone thought LeVar Burton would be a good Jeopardy host and he wasn't, and then this is basically who got the job.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, there's like a weird running theme that was not intentional.
Stuff just pouring out on the table, everybody's having a great time. The truth is, European invaders came to this land, took it from the indigenous people, raped, pillaged, gave them all sorts of diseases, called it their own, and desecrated a culture. It is one of the grossest examples of genocide in recent history, and much as I don't want to think that Thanksgiving's about that, it's really hard for me to not think about that when I think about Thanksgiving.
But it's not just a few thousand crazies on Twitter or virtue signaling celebrities. Such insane ideas have institutional support. Marxist media outlets now publish editorials from Native Americans every year about how Thanksgiving hurts their feelings because it reminds them of their...
What's Marxist about it?
their ancestors' failings.
That's a buzzword that they can apply to anything they don't like. That's why they're doing it.
YouTube Twitter account even posted an animated GIF showing a group of Native American girls tipping over a dinner table filled with the traditional food in protest of the holiday. They also tweeted a link to a video by Francesca Ramsey, best known for complaining about white kids wearing certain Halloween costumes, titled 5 comebacks for your racist relative during the holidays, because leftists obsess over non-white people who suffer from inferiority complexes. Previous year's tweet.
Fascinating fact. I don't know if I ever told you this, Ben, but I'm actually friends with Franny now.
Oh, yeah.
Like legit, like me and Francesca, like we fucking talk every now and then, and we like commiserate about the old times of like weird anti-SJW YouTube stuff and whatnot. She's fascinatingly on point with so much fucking shit. And it's really interesting to like talk to her about the old days when she was working for MTV and like what she does now. She's a really interesting person, and I'm actually very fortunate to have a pretty good kind of online friendship with her. It's interesting.
Yeah. I haven't seen or heard of anything related to her in quite some time.
You know, I'll tell you why. Like when she was done doing the online like MTV Decoded stuff, she moved into TV writing, and she's actually written like a fuck ton of TV shows. She's actually very prolific, and like she's wildly fucking successful. So, but they always have to like throw back to, you know, Franny's her older stuff and whatnot. But
every now and then I'll talk to Lacey Green. I had a couple texts with her a few months ago.
Oh, I love Lacey.
Yeah,
she's been meaning to like come up and visit. She's great.
It's been about helping nonprofit organizations feed the homeless and needy people on Thanksgiving, or Thanksgiving fun facts, but that was before YouTube went full libtard. There's plenty more to come in this video, so stay tuned. But with Black Friday coming up, the official kickoff to the shopping season, be sure to order my new book, The War on
Look at this book.
People on your list who you're hoping to help.
Wow. Who is this for?
I mean, look at so it's a donkey symbolizing Democrats driving an army tank, and there's the Washington Post, there's a USSR flag, there's a LGBTQIA plus flag, there's a Black Lives Matter. What's the pink one? Is that like feminism? Okay.
Yeah.
There's New York Times, MSNBC, and CNN, and they're like blowing up churches and schools and houses on MAGA Street.
What's fascinating to me about this though is like, so obviously this is targeting adults, right? Like this it's not targeting like children, but it's drawn like a children's book.
Yeah.
Is like a pop-up book for is it a pop-up book for adult MAGA people who
apparently
don't like too much words, you know, it's too verbiage.
help wake up.
Too wordy.
Or who are already patriotic Americans who would enjoy taking a deep dive into a book about the history of what it is that we're facing, as well as what's happening on the front lines of the culture war and the Marxist uprising in America. So order The War on Conservatives in paperback from Amazon.com. Link in the description below. When the NFL's Washington Redskins were scheduled to play on Thanksgiving a few years ago, it added extra insult, according to those triggered by the holiday, because they considered the team's very name to be a racist slur. And of course, a few years later, the team's name was changed to the Washington Football Team after 87 years as the Redskins, as an interim name, and then later to the Washington Commanders in order to appease the critics who kept harping about how the Redskins' name was racist. Marxist media outlets now even ring the alarm.
Okay, again, like, nothing about this is Marxist. It's very, very strange. But I like Redskin. It was like a racist fucking term. It was. Everybody like knows and agrees that. Like they did this. I don't remember which outlet it was, but they did this interview with a bunch of Redskins fans, and they went out and they were talking to them, and they're like, "Well, hey, so do you think the name should be changed?" And a lot of these people were like, "Well, no. I mean, that's the name, right?" And they're like, "Okay, but do you think it's racist?" And they're like, "Yeah." Yeah, I do. Like the majority of them were like, yeah, it is kind of racist. Yeah. But I don't think we should change it because like history. They're like, well, do you think there's ever a point where we should change something because it's racist? And they're like, well, maybe.
Strangely,
and, like, everybody's
strangely enough,
people,
I knew a few. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Most people who didn't want it changed, like when they were really questioned about it, they were like, I don't want it to be changed because I'm comfortable, but I get it. Sure. Even dumb fucks were like, I do get it, you know? And that's what I think is really interesting about it.
I knew a few Native American people that the Redskins were their favorite team. And they wore like Washington Redskins gear and everything. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like the thing is, it comes down to the notions of what's going to be offensive is not necessarily ubiquitous. You know, like there's a wild spectrum. There's a gamut by which you can gauge where something's going to be offensive or not. So instead, the rule that you have to go by is what does we as a collective society think is time to change something, right?
Sure.
Rather than think of it like, that's offensive, we should change it. Think of it instead of like, as a society, do you think we're ready to like move past it? And if the answer is yes, then just fucking do it. Then just do it. Regardless of whether it's racist or not, is it something that we can leave behind? You know, are we ready? We're ready? Okay, we're ready. Okay, and so we changed it. And then they changed it. And nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Only dickheads like this fucking guy care. But nobody else cares. Nobody gives a shit.
I personally want to get myself an Atlanta Black Crackers jersey. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. They would shorten it to the Atlanta ABCs, but it was the Atlanta Black Crackers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Crackers. It like some of the jerseys just like literally just say crackers on it. I love it.
True. And you know, like when you talk about these things too, like especially what happened with Native Americans in the United States, it's a loaded thing, right? Like we have to water everything down to a certain degree where people will understand how things work. And it's frustrating because when we do that, we give ammo to dickheads like this, right? There obviously, like, a genocide did happen against Native Americans, but there's also things that like were interesting that happened back then in the history that most people don't really understand. They don't know for the fact that like in North America, in the United States territory as it was at that time, there were at the point of first contact there were more people on this continent than there were in Europe. There were. They had complicated trade routes. They had fucking wild, like huge industry. They had massive cities, all sorts of shit. The fact that it was unintentionally introduced disease that wiped out well over 90% of the fucking population is the only reason why this continent was even colonized. If not for that fact, it probably wouldn't have been.
About the supposed environmental impact of Thanksgiving, claiming that it increases greenhouse gas emissions and is contributing to climate change. Vice News calculated what they claimed to be the CO2 emissions for preparing turkey, writing, cooking a typical Thanksgiving dinner contributes 80 pounds of CO2 to the planet's decline. That's the equivalent to the carbon emissions of driving about 100 miles in your average American car. Others echo these concerns, including the Huffington Post, which published an article titled The Environmental Impact of Your Thanksgiving Dinner, and suggested
Captain Kool-Aid's in the live chat did come up with an interesting point. Jared is a big fan of Mark Dice.
Is he?
Yeah.
Alternative ingredients that cause less environmental damage, going so far as to say that people should consider not serving a turkey at all and use plant-based foods instead. Many of the white people who hate Thanksgiving are just spiteful, since they grew up in dysfunctional families that probably didn't even get together for the holiday. Or
I don't really care about the history of Thanksgiving. I just enjoy the food, and that's mainly it. I just like the meal. That's mainly my thing.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about what the history of like the genesis of the holiday itself actually is.
Yeah.
I know like what I was taught in school, pilgrims and Native Americans and the first meal and all this. And obviously it was like a bunch of horse shit. Even like at a young age, and it was bullshit.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe I feel like the fight and the argument to maybe like point out the injustices that did happen at the formation of this country is better pointed towards like Columbus Day, which we shouldn't.
Which is actually Canadian Thanksgiving. Canadian Thanksgiving is always on what is also Columbus Day here.
Is it really?
Yep.
That's weird.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm very happy with erasing Columbus Day and instead making it like, I don't know, Indigenous People Day. I'm super down with that.
It is officially that in some states, like in Washington, it's official here.
Yeah.
So,
which is good. No, it's good. It's totally good. It's absolutely great. But Thanksgiving now, it has its own. It has its own fucking thing.
It's a time to have a meal, like usually with like extended family, a lot of people, you know.
I think rituals like that, especially centered around a meal and family and communal sharing and things like that, are pretty important for the mythical narrative around a culture. I think it's a good thing, and I don't really necessarily see a lot of like disparate, like racialized or oppressive tones specifically towards Thanksgiving as much as I see towards like Columbus Day, you know.
Columbus Day was like Italian Americans lobbying to have their like folk hero have a national holiday. That's why we have Columbus Day.
But the fucking problem is that Christopher Columbus.
No, I know.
He was not just a genocidal maniac. And like, I'm really not being hyperbolic on this. Christopher Columbus was quite literally the bringer of the fucking apocalypse for entire swaths of human beings. Huge chunks of people that used to be alive. And because of Christopher Columbus, after tens of thousands of years of them living in a certain place, all of their bloodlines were fucking gone. Like, not genocide, apocalypse. Like, no. I'm sorry. If that's the best the Italians can do better. Pick, I don't know, is Dino De Laurentiis, is he Italian?
De Laurentiis.
He's pretty good. He's
Who?
Italian, right?
Who is it?
Dino De Laurentiis?
It sounds like an Italian name.
That's what I'm saying. So Italians.
It makes me think of
drop
Giada
Columbus.
De Laurentiis.
Drop Columbus and make Dino De Laurentiis Day, okay? Because fuck Columbus.
Oh, it's Giada's grandfather. Okay, Billy the Fridge is in the chat, and he. Okay.
You don't know De Laurentiis? The man is like a legendary producer.
No, I don't know. The name isn't familiar. I know who Giada is. I ate at a restaurant in Vegas.
Have a free blanket. Dude, also, smallpox blankets. I know all about that shit, too.
Giada,
those aren't real.
Giada De Laurentiis is like the most attractive, like, celebrity chef ever. In my opinion. Yeah, you've never seen her?
No. Giada De Laurentiis, okay. Let me see. And she's pretty.
She's like, she's like 53.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
She's very pretty. Joe DiMaggio Day. Still better than fucking Columbus, man. Sure.
She has like a big mouth. But yeah, you see? Yeah, she's a very beautiful Italian woman in her 50s. She looks good for 50. You know?
Yeah. No. Telly is definitely Greek. He's not Italian.
Telly Savalas?
Yeah, Telly Savalas.
I saw his daughter perform. There's like this circus theater show called Tetro Zinzani.
I'm thankful for DP.
Thank
and the
you.
Drunken Peasants.
We're thankful for you.
Also, joke of the night. What's another way of saying getting your girlfriend pregnant? Loading up the dishwasher.
Ha!
Crickets.
That's funny. And by the way, please help us get that tip train rolling. But yeah, I saw Telly Savalas' daughter do like this song and dance show at Tetro Zinzani. I was like, that's Kojak's daughter? I was reading the program and it said, she's Kojak's daughter. So
that's cool.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, if the Italians want to like pick, like a famous Italian to have like a really cool holiday, why pick Columbus? Like, dude, why not like, I don't know, like Augustus Caesar? I mean,
well, they wanted an Italian person that had some sort of connection to America, even though Columbus never actually went to the what ended up becoming the United States. He was in Haiti, basically. Hispaniola.
Yeah,
Dominican
Hispaniola,
Republic / Haiti. He was there. That's where he landed.
Somebody said Robert De Niro Day. I would agree, except he's an anti-vaxxer, and Robert De Niro can suck the shit right out of my asshole. So fuck him. Tony Soprano. Yep, best Italian ever. Tony Soprano. There we go. We're done. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And when they were growing up, it was an utter disaster and regretful. But instead of trying to break the cycle by starting their own family, restore the tradition, they just invent reasons to complain about the holiday and try to spoil everyone else's fun. And a new form of virtue signaling has arose in recent years called a land acknowledgement, where people openly apologize to ancient Native American tribes which used to live in the region where an event is occurring.
How about Frank Sinatra? He was also, he had his crazy history too, but he's also Italian. Italian American.
He was the most fake Italian, fake gangster.
He was Italian though.
No, I know, but God, he was just such a faker about everything. Frank Sinatra was a fucking piece of shit.
Of course he was. But less of a piece of shit than Christopher Columbus. Come on.
Okay, true. Okay, true. Oh, wait, nope. Revolting Machine just nailed it. Monica Bellucci.
For example, at the Oscars in 2020, just before actor Takai Waititi, or whatever his name is, presented the nominees for an award, he did a land acknowledgement by saying this.
The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences would like to acknowledge that tonight we have gathered on the ancestral lands of the Tongva, the Tataviam, and the Chumash.
Okay.
It's a way of apologizing for white people modernized.
You know what? When I saw NoFX and they did their like 2-day show in Tacoma, they invited some Muckleshoot people to come out and like open. They did like a ceremony to open the show and everything. It was really cool.
Yeah, no. That I think that's awesome.
Yeah,
like there's nothing wrong with that. But like, okay, so Taika Waititi, he just said that. Just that quick little blurb, right? Yep. And then he goes on with the thing. And Mark Dice is like, it's a form of apologizing. Are you really that offended by him adding, what was that? Like a total of like 9 words?
Yeah.
Like those 9 words offended you? They hurt your fucking feelings, your little white feelings? Like, what the fuck, dude? Who gives a shit? Like, he said it, be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Even if it makes you uncomfortable, just be like, no. Okay. It doesn't hurt you.
The region, or as leftists say, colonizing it. Such a ridiculous practice isn't just done by Hollywood actors who often embrace fringe causes, hoping to look like they're helping ordinary people. To kick off an online Microsoft training seminar, the hosts began by saying this.
Hello and welcome to Microsoft Ignite. We've got a big day ahead and lots in store for you. First, we want to acknowledge that the land where the Microsoft campus is situated was traditionally occupied by the Sammamish.
The Sammamish, yes, yeah. There's a lake in Bellevue called Lake Sammamish. And well, I guess it's partially in Bellevue, but it's also in a few other towns. There's even a town called Sammamish on near the lake. I always thought someone should open like a sandwich shop there and call it Sammamish Sandwich.
That's a good idea.
But yeah, I'm pretty nearby the Microsoft campus, so this is interesting. And I was just talking earlier about how I don't badmouth Microsoft because they're like they own this place.
And everything is a circle on this episode.
I know, what the hell?
The Duwamish, the Snoqualmie, the Sioux.
They have a cool casino.
Snoqualmish, the Muckleshoot.
The Muckleshoot. I just mentioned Muckleshoot earlier because they opened the NoFX show.
The Snohomish, the two.
I don't understand the laugh track. Is that supposed to be funny? I don't know.
Layla and other Coast Salish peoples since time immemorial. A people that are still here, continuing to honor and bring to light their ancient heritage. My name is Allison Wines. I'm a senior program manager in our developer tools division. I'm an Asian and white female with dark brown hair wearing a red sleeveless top.
These ridiculous land acknowledgments even occur before some city council meetings and board of supervisors meetings. A growing number of public schools even hold land acknowledgement ceremonies, and some have even put up plaques as a form of their acknowledgement as well. The idiots who engage in such a ridiculous...
I mean, we have whole lakes and, mountains and stuff that are named after them, too. It's not a big deal. Everyone out there, if you're watching, we're trying to reach this goal before the end of tonight's episode. If you would be so kind as to help us, that would be amazing. It's pinned to the top of the chat. There's also this other cool thing that you can unlock. It's almost like a weird Easter egg or something. It's where is it? Here it is.
I just gave up. I just opened up the back door. I'm just gonna smoke while I'm doing this.
All right. Here we are. If you can trigger the Jared he donations, and it has to be a precise amount. $4 for 2 seconds, 12 for 7, 22 for 10, and so on. 32, 42, 52. We did have someone drop 102 once, and it did play it for 2 full minutes without it stopping. Thank you so much for signing up for Patreon. I appreciate it so much. I thought maybe you guys could come through if I just showed like that I genuinely need to get the Patreon up again, and I would like some suggestions on what you'd like to see for content both on Patreon and just the regular show. So
somebody says smoking is bad for me. Fuck you.
Yeah, I didn't even need to try to quit smoking cigarettes, but I just replaced it with weed. And like weed just totally replaced all cigarette. And then the last time I tried a cigarette, it was kind of gross. So
I love cigarettes.
Yeah. Let's check out.
That's just your opinion, bud.
That's just your opinion, bud. Let's do.
Did you notice, like, every time Mark Dice talks, he has to, like, do this? He's like, and he, like, bobs up and down like he's, like, and he's got the nervous leg, but it's in his fucking, like, torso. It's weird.
Practice. Never
Maybe he's
mentioned.
developing Parkinson's. That'd be great.
Oh, my God. Let's check out this really quick.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right, I want to back up a little bit to look.
Hey, everybody. Come into your line.
So, yeah, Animal Crossing. So, Christine is about to play some Nintendo Switch.
Excellent.
From their lovely place once again.
Jesus, I mean, actually, Jesus.
A little bit. White background. Oh, that's an easy fix. Anyway, hey, got my old R-Wing from Starlink here. I still have this thing. Also, I do have this for my controller. Yeah, I'm playing from this. Got my Joy-Cons on here. Anyway, so yeah, we're doing the Q&A stuff. Let me just some settings and change this from white to black.
Hi, Ivy.
Display.
We're gonna have so much fun together when we're together.
Update type, language, region, date, time, color.
It's, hold on, the name of because you can name your device on here. It literally says Chris Chan's Switch.
Here. Anyway, so yeah, we're doing the Q&A stuff. Let me just some settings.
It's crazy how much donations Chris Chan gets. Let's see.
I mean, good for her, I guess.
Christ.
Weird, but...
It says Christ Chan's Switch. I love it.
Yeah, update type, language, region, date, time, color. Oh. Oh, you play. Yeah.
Donkey says, thank you so much. The great white hope Donald Trump has been roaring in the polls recently. It must have been because your divine blessings. Can you wish Joe Smell Young Girl's Hair Biden happy B-Day today?
Only reading the positive comments. Where?
Ha! I'm only reading the positive comments.
Change. No, that's display colors. Also screen colors. Where's the one that changes the background from white to black?
Jesus Christ Chan is not a fan of Donald Trump, by the way.
Oh.
Oh, that's right. It's themes. Here we go. Ah, that's better.
Yep.
So yeah, only responding to positive comments.
Right.
That's what it says right there. Okay.
What are you gonna play? Looks like they were playing Tetris 99.
I got the inputs on, so I forgot to put the headset on. So yeah, hey everybody, sorry about that. One reason why he's been quiet, I switched the microphone input from that mic to this mic.
Is Christine's mom like back home?
I don't think Christine lives at home anymore. So I don't know what happened to Barb, but I believe that they are now living with this woman that was writing to them when they were in jail, and now that's the reason why this is all possible here. Like, Chris Chan never knew how to use OBS or set up Streamlabs to take donations. Chris Chan is being successfully wrangled right now. It's unbelievable. You know, another weird thing, the woman that's helping, the person that's helping out here looks like a little kid, but is actually like a 30-year-old woman. But the pictures, it's so weird. She must have some sort of physical ailment that stunted her growth.
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
It's crazy. Like, let me see if I can find it.
I mean, the thing is, like, somebody has to take care of Christine, right? Like somebody has to. Otherwise, she's just going to become a ward of the state, which you fall into that whole that whole fucking mess, and there's never a good outcome. And I know, like we all meme on Chris Chan and all that kind of shit, but like that's a real logistical question, you know? Like what happens to Christine Weston Chandler when Barb is gone? You know, who takes care of her?
Look at this. Look at her. Doesn't she look like a little kid? She's not though. Like it's been confirmed. But yeah, this is the person that's helping Chris Chan out.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Weird.
They met because she was sending jail letters, basically. So
maybe she's just a really. I'm gonna wish her the best. Maybe she's just a very super compassionate and sweet person. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
Change the setting.
I can tell, like, what
there was my sweet boy opinion. Okay.
During one of the streams, there was a bunch of like donos getting through that were talking about Barb and stuff, and then all of a sudden the word Barb was blocked. So someone else is watching the stream and has access to like blocking words and that kind of shit. And it wasn't Christine that did it. Somebody else did.
Right.
Really quick, put down. There we go. All right. Anyway, so yeah, tonight I'm taking Q&As from the paid donations, and I'm able to actually access the history behind of all that. So that'll work out a lot easier. And tonight we're gonna be playing Trio of Games.
You can tell. I watched the entirety of the last game stream, and you can tell that Chris Chan starts to get agitated eventually after streaming for hours and hours.
Oh no!
Yeah,
the old
it's
place.
funny.
Simple as that. She's still safe, alive, and well. Thank you.
Okay, so they just said Barbara's at the old place because that was the question here. Christine, please tell us where Barbara is. And
Barbara.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking. Anyway, so
they no longer live together. I don't know who's taking care of Barb. It didn't look like Barb was capable of taking care of herself, but I don't know for sure. I don't know if she has a caretaker or what's going on.
Those of y'all didn't see the Dream Code, we're gonna play some Animal Crossing. Thank you.
There's going to be a steady stream of donos. It's unbelievable. But going to jail was the best thing that ever happened to Chris Chan, which is insane.
I guess so.
Yeah. Because of the situation that they're in now. You know,
she was in. Is it she or they?
I don't know. I mean, they think they're Jesus now, so I have no idea. I don't know.
Go with.
I'm just going neutral. You can say whatever you want. I'm just going gender neutral at this point.
If Chris or Christine believes that they are now Jesus, I'm gonna go neutral.
Yeah.
Like fuck it, sure. Good for them.
Yeah.
Are we?
A Star Fox model.
And I got this one. It was
wow. It like attaches to the controller. I had no idea.
That was a long time ago. As I mentioned before, I'm not doing shout outs because consciously not aware of every single individual because I could be saying something to somebody bad. But there you go. Shout out to you because you remember his name.
See how the word like mother or mom or something is.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. A bunch of these come through.
Never happened. I'm only saying that once. Anyway, so let's see. So, floating island, floating tree. So, subscriber. Anyway, questions, topics. Anyway, I've been having a good day so far. Just kind of a more simple, pleasant day. Doing my thing. Oh, that's right. I forgot to reset the clock. Guys, it's like where I am, it's 6 o'clock. Yep, I did have a good day today. Just simple, pleasant. Though I did kind of sleep in. I suddenly woke up about during the 3 o'clock hour last night.
Oh my
falling
God.
asleep and being asleep for like about nearly 3 hours. And just like, I was psychically connected with everything.
Psychically connected with everything.
God damn it. God damn it.
What? It's Isabel. What?
This is tough.
What is?
Very tough. All right. No, just everything about Christine Weston Chandler right now is very tough.
Christine Weston Chandler is having a renaissance right now. They were in prison or in jail for 2.5 years, and now they're getting bigger views than they have in a long time. They're getting like an endless stream of donations as long as they're streaming. It's crazy.
It's not gonna last.
They're selling. They're making those like amiibo figures, like Sonichu branded amiibo figures, and selling those. You know what? Chris Chan is selling rocks from the driveway at their mom's house, too. Yeah. Yeah. And they're making Sonichu medallions and selling those, too. You can tell which ones were made by Chris and which ones were made by the other person.
Right.
Because they look different.
Hey, that's what time it is where I am. Oh, label. No, I have never watched that individual. I don't know who they are. But I have become aware of Mr. Boogie lately.
Boogie, huh? So Chris Chan's been watching Boogie.
His documentary, I appreciate him. I feel sorry for what happened to him before, but I am glad to see how he's progressed and is doing better now.
Yeah, I mean, he's dating a 9 out of 10 by the body.
He's not doing better. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
He found his own
only just. Oh God. No, I don't need to go off about Boogie.
Spiritual ways, and I applaud that.
You already know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so just. Yep.
Oh, here it is again. From Zap Chan again.
If you could do it all over again, would you brag
to Bella
about having sex with your mom?
I'd say that's an alternate timeline, but we'll just leave it like.
She's like, oh no, that was an alternate timeline.
You know what it is. Anyway,
Fake news.
Check my mail. I did a little ordering for the look shopping. Okay, there. The lag is obvious because.
And we don't have to watch this too long, but I just wanted to show it to you because, like, it's unbelievable that Chris Chan is like a functional streamer now.
Well, it's one of those things too. Is like if you have somebody who can just help you be a producer, it can enhance everything.
That's what I wanted to do with Cobra. I was like, man, Cobra could actually, if you harnessed the tism, if you knew someone who could harness it, then it could be used as a force.
Well, so producer Matt, cousin Matt, he gave Cobes a fucking audio interface.
Yeah, to record because his guitar sounds like shit because he's recording it through an internal microphone on a computer.
Right. He gave him this like Behringer audio mixer that had 2 XLR inputs and 2 what are they called, like half-inch inputs and shit. And it's a USB connected fucking device, and he started showing him how to do it, and Cobes is just kind of like, yeah, that's cool, thanks, man.
Yeah,
cool. And never fucking used it.
Yeah, and he's released an album since then, and it just, like, the guitar just sounds really, I mean,
it's picked up on ambient mics, you know, like it sounds like shit.
Yep. Yep.
But Christine now has a handler that's like legitimately doing audio engineering and video engineering and shit to like make their shit work. So I mean, good for her or them or whatever.
I have no idea anymore.
Whatever.
Y'all around my little island. For those that haven't been to the Dream Code, listen to this. Yep. Yesterday was Sunday. I bought some turnips.
Some turnips?
Looking forward to that profit. Oh, I like that we have a car in here. Look at this. I can't get into it, but
this is like a kid's game, right? I mean,
it's there.
Yeah, guess so. It's kind of like the farming lifestyle fucking simulator sort of thing.
I've never played it. I'm gonna do a quick bathroom run. I'll be right back. I'll put you full screen again.
Okay, sounds good. All right, hello. I'm back again. Jeff is back. Tell a friend. Yeah. So it's been weird for me lately, because. So we've known for a few years now that Boogie 2988 is kind of a psychopath, kind of a giant piece of shit. And the problem that I've been having is I had my own interaction with Boogie in real life when I met him. And it was a very difficult situation because I met Boogie at VidCon at a random person's house party and that sort of thing. We got to talking and we had a really good conversation and it was pretty cool. He was kind of a little weird and said some like weird abrasive stuff, but I just brushed it off and it wasn't that big of a deal. And then another YouTuber, who I will not name, walked up to me while I was talking to Boogie and they were like, "Hey man, open your mouth." I'm like, okay. And put drugs in my mouth. And I went, nom, 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 nom. Cool. And I didn't say shit after that. And Boogie was like, "What the fuck just happened?" I'm like, "I don't know. I have no idea." And so I looked at this other YouTuber and I'm like, what'd you just give me? He's like, "Oh, dude, I just gave you some of the strongest acid I've ever found in my life." And I'm like, "Oh, cool. Yeah. No, great. Cool." Michael from Vsauce. It was, I will tell you, honestly, it was not Michael from Vsauce that fed me a bunch of acid at this party. It was not Michael from Vsauce. Although I wish it was. I would totally eat acid with that guy. Anyway. Problem is, I had a fine conversation with Boogie, but then the acid started to kick in. And so I tore off all of my clothes except my underwear, and I ran and I jumped in the pool. I know you know who it was, Billy. I know you know who it was. Absolutely. Because we're friends with both of them. We're both friends with this guy, and he's fucking amazing. Great guy. But while I was swimming, Boogie, Hank from SciShow, close, but it was not Hank. While I was tripping my fucking balls off, swimming in this pool, and I think it was, Billy, were we at Rusty Cage's party? I think it was Rusty Cage's house that you were staying at too, I think. And like internet common etiquette had been dropping by, and like there was a bunch of weird fucking crazy shit going on. It was weird. But while I'm swimming, Boogie, it was Rusty Cage's place that Billy was staying at. So while I'm taking a dip in the pool and everybody's fucking going bananas, everybody's fucking drunk, Boogie took that opportunity while I was tripping balls and swimming in the pool to say some downright dastardly shit to my fucking wife. Like some gross ass shit. Like some legit gross ass shit to my fucking wife.
He likes to be pooped on.
Yes. He legitimately asked my wife to shit on his chest. And that wasn't all he said. He said a lot of shit. A lot of crazy shit. But he legitimately asked my wife to shit on his chest. While I'm swimming around tripping balls on fucking acid. Now the thing is, I get out of the pool and when it happens, Memory's like, "What the fuck?" And Memory's rowdy. And Memory's the kind of girl that'll fucking throw hands, but we're at this fucking party, so she doesn't want to fucking hit Boogie because it'll be a big dramatic thing. And she's like, "You fucking motherfucker." And then I get out of the pool and I'm like drying off and shit, and I come walking over and she's thinking to herself, "I should probably tell Jeff about this." And then she realizes that I'm high, and she remembers the fact that when I'm on acid, I really like to get into fucking fist fights. Like I really, really like it, like a lot. Like I'm super into it. I when I'm sober or I'm drunk on alcohol, I don't like fighting. But when I'm on acid, I like to fight, like a lot. And so she decides not to tell me at that moment because she knows I will hit Boogie 2988. I will fucking do it. And so she like holds off until the next day and then tells me about it. And then I didn't see him. But like, he's a scumbag, man. He's a gross fucking guy. and the thing is too, I would have pooped on him. If she told me that, I don't think I would have like attacked Boogie. I would have been like, "Oh, you wanted my wife to shit on you? Too bad you got to settle for me. Let's go. Let's go in the bathroom, man. Let's go right now. I'm gonna fucking shit on you.
I'm going to shit on you."
It might have worked, but nobody gave me the opportunity to find out.
Damn.
I know. It's sad. I could have pooped on Boogie.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, hey. Thank you very much. Yes. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer I can watch this.
I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a drop of Irish in your blood there, Jeff. You unlock my Irishness when you give me LSD.
LSD.
Anonymous donated $3. I always tip the fare plus 100%, dude. I got you. Hairdriver, I'm recording you and putting this on the internet. We got 100 hellcocks in jerking off to your beautiful face. You am about to bust on the back of this seat. Have weapons. Call the police.
Is this Hunter Biden's in real life stream?
No, this is only Use Me Blade.
Oh, because it looked kind of like Hunter Biden.
I guess maybe.
I have weapons. Call the
looks
police.
like Hunter Biden.
I have weapons. Call the police. I have weapons. Call the police. I have weapons.
Could you imagine driving him around and not knowing what the fuck is going on? That like people are sending donations in and it's saying all this shit out loud. I have weapons and.
I obviously don't have weapons, dude. Sorry.
Hey Uber driver, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. You're gonna die tonight, Nico. Dirty.
Wow! What the fuck?
Nico Uber driver.
I got you, dude. Don't worry about it. It's a bad ringtone.
It's a bad ringtone. Oh my god.
This is why you don't do in real life streaming ever.
See, when I do it though, that doesn't happen with me. Like it does with him. I've actually been around with him while he was streaming, and it's just like the most disgusting donos ever. He also knocked out the power to a whole neighborhood.
Did he?
Yeah, it was actually in Bellevue. Because he lives in the Seattle area. He had this big RV and he was going up a hill and it like stalled out and then went backwards down the hill and crashed into a telephone pole and knocked the power out to an entire neighborhood.
Fuck. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they ruin it for good
so
people.
brutal.
I'm trying to be like nice in your Uber and tip the tab, and my YouTube stream wants me to like die a little bit. It's really weird.
Chris Hansen donated $3. Uber driver, are you aware this man here is on his way to meet with a 13-year-old girl? He told us all on stream earlier that he's just going to get a cupcake off her, but we're not that dumb. We know what he's up to. Don't you?
He's wearing his dentures
See how
right
they be
now.
fucking with me, dude? See how they be fucking with me, dude? Hey, you know I'm a good guy. You know I'm a good guy. I get the gun belt figured out. Yeah.
Anonymous donated $3. Uber driver, pay attention to the app. Brian is known for cancelling early for a free ride.
No, I'm not canceling for a free ride, dude.
I don't think you can cancel once you're in the car and they start moving.
No.
See how the horrible, dude? They try to ruin it for me, dude.
He's at a casino.
Ultra! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
He's hitting the jackpot at a casino.
Let's go!
I think he won like $1,000 or something.
Yeah, dude. Here's one, dude.
That's pretty sweet.
Here's one, dude. That one, dude. Let's go,
Look at it go. Yeah, that is cool when the number just keeps like counting up and up and up and up. That's a lot of Jägermeister.
You want a Newport?
Odd,
You want
gross.
a Newport? I know you want a Newport. I love you.
I know you want a Newport. Oh my God. Oh no, this donation is horrible. Oh my God, it's terrible.
Take 2, dude. I'm rich. I don't care. Take 3. I don't fucking.
All he did was win $923. He's not rich, but it's good. I mean, like, that's a good chunk of money. I wonder how much he paid to win that much. They're penny slots, so he probably didn't pay that much.
Well, to get like a payout that big, like you usually have to bet a little bit bigger, you know. But
Yeah.
I mean, good for him. That's cool. I still love when we went to Vegas together, and you were so fucking adamant that you were going to teach me how to play fucking craps. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, sometimes obviously the odds are against you no matter what.
I'm surprised you remember it because like you were fucking lit.
There's
You
a
were
lot
like,
of
"Dude,
there's a lot of times like I've played craps and it's gone like amazingly well, and then there's some times where it just doesn't.
Well, so the thing is like you were like, dude, Jeff Holiday, I'm going to teach you how to play craps. I'm like, okay, cool. All right, I've never played craps before. And you're like, we have to do it at the Mandalay Bay.
Yes.
Like, but why?
Because I'm superstitious.
That's where we have to play. And so we had to like go through the underground tunnel in this long ass fucking adventure. And it took us like 45, 50 fucking minutes to get all the way to the Mandalay Bay.
Well, we were at Excalibur, and Mandalay Bay, Luxor, and Excalibur are all connected. They're all like owned by the same company. So it's all,
yeah, but
yeah,
it
it's
took
like
a while to get there.
not as long as you're saying though, because they're literally like right next to each other. Like
You are forgetting how drunk you were at 10 a.m. when you were like, we're gonna go play craps. And but to be honest, you were a great fucking teacher on how to play craps. Yeah, no, you were great. You were super great. It was pretty fantastic. You were just very highly entertaining. You were like super fucking charged on that shit. I'll never forget it.
Of course. Let's see here.
Totally lost my ass at that fucking craps table too. I
you know,
did terrible.
It all depends on like if there's a good shooter, you know.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's
a 13-minute walk from Excalibur to Mandalay Bay.
Yeah, but it's about a 45-minute stagger.
They're like on the same block as each other. You don't even have to cross the street to get.
It's like, but when you go in the tunnels, it's like a catacomb.
It's like a mall. No, it's not. It's straight ahead. There's not like dead ends or anything. It's a straight shot.
No, it's a fucking catacombs.
We got
lost. You don't remember? You were drunk.
I've stayed at those three. I've stayed at Luxor and I've stayed at Excalibur once, but Luxor is the one I've stayed at the most, and it's right smack in between Excalibur and Mandalay Bay. It's like in the middle.
I'm just gonna keep gaslighting you about this.
And it's like a mall. Basically, like the tunnel is almost like a mall. The train starts at Luxor. There's a little train between Luxor and Mandalay Bay, but to get to Luxor from Excalibur, you have to there's like tunnels and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
I do remember there was one morning where I was in rough fucking shape, and I needed to kind of get square. Everybody was going for chicken and waffles, and I needed to find I needed to find like some ibuprofen or some aspirin or something, and so I asked Billy to help me find it. And so Billy was really, really chill and like helped me go into I think it's like New York, or whatever the fuck it is.
New York.
Yeah, I think we went to New York, to, like find me some like Tylenol and something to like cure my hangover. And I found a little bodega, and they had like a 4-pack of ultra strength Tylenol, and they also had a pint of whiskey. And so I bought both.
Amazing.
And I cracked it open, and I put all 4 in my mouth and washed it down with whiskey. And I'm like, fuck it. Let's go get some fucking chicken and waffles. Let's go.
Yeah, New York is right across the street from Excalibur, and there's like a sky bridge that connects them. You can just like cross there.
And Roscoe's famous chicken and waffles, and it was really fucking delicious.
Yeah,
it was really good.
Yep. Another great breakfast place, Hash House A Go Go. Have you ever heard of that? There's one in Vegas, and there's some in Southern California. Very good.
Yeah, the last time I was there, I did get to go to Meow Wolf to
Meow Wolf
Mart.
is yeah. I've been to the Meow Wolf in Santa Fe, but I never went to the one in Vegas. But it looks cool. There's a punk rock museum that the singer from NoFX opened in Vegas too that I need to go to. Yeah, casinos do not like you streaming in them. I've literally gotten caught streaming in a casino because they can see you. There's cameras all over the place. By the way, if anyone wants to start a tip train, that would be amazing. Eventually, if this stream goes on too long, I might have to end up streaming on Friday or something. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
For sure.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll be back.
Huh. There's all of his cash.
This is when the stream goes downhill. This is when the stream goes downhill.
Is what?
Is he all by himself?
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Oh no, because like if I'm gonna call you out, dude, I'm gonna be like, hey, oh, let's fucking figure it out, dude. Your name's Dixerect, dude. Like I can't just be yelling out Dixerect.
Oh my god.
There's like snot coming out of his nose and shit. I don't know.
Give motivational speech.
Oh.
Do better. Do better. Honestly, if you fuck a bitch that's under a J cupper, you're kind of a fucking homo, dude. Because
if you fuck a bitch that's under a J cupper, you're probably a fucking homo, dude.
J Cupper. Okay.
There's a pizza place in my hometown called Jacob's Pizza. And I'm like, why? Where did that name come from?
I don't have any answers for that one.
Is that such a crazy name? Like I don't understand Jacob's. Like what is that? Here it is. Jacob's Pizza.
Huh.
They were the 2019 Pizza Palooza People's Choice winner.
Huh.
They have locations at Secord, Alexis, and in Rossford, at Detroit and Lasky. Damn, they got 3 locations. Hells yeah, Jacob's Pizza.
Just really need some J Cups in your mouth, I guess.
Yep.
What was it called? What's it called? I'm a man of. What's that called? That dudes with like big titties? Oh yeah, straight dudes. You milk having ass bitch. Like when people stress about shit, I'm just like, why? Oh, things aren't working out for me well, and I'm gonna be fucking mad about it. And
it's funny because he's not drunk. He's usually like super shit faced. I think he might be cutting back on his drinking, Tubes.
Little Pete, like shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah.
Well, he's not peeing his pants anymore, so at least there's that.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. You're gonna die.
I sat next to him on a couch for a little while, and we were like touching butts, you know, like on the couch because everybody was like sitting close to each other. It was kind of weird.
Huh.
He's always been nice to me though. Like I've met him probably like I've seen him in person probably like 3 or 4 times, and the first few times he didn't remember me because he was so fucking trashed. The first few times.
I mean, you know, like I've known lots of like wastoid drunks and shit, and like they're usually very nice and chill and fun people. Yeah, it's fine. But I mean, it's like, so it's reality TV, isn't it? Like it's just it's trash TV. You know, people are fascinated by the spectacle of somebody like, you know, disassembling themselves in real time.
Yes. Yeah, and then they get to kind of prod him, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of gross. I mean, like there's that whole South Park episode where they're like sacrificing Britney, right? Remember that one?
Yeah. You know, he had a girlfriend for a little while, and then they broke up, and she started dating this other guy, but they were all still kind of hanging out. And then her new boyfriend got like super wasted one night and then like ended up dying eventually. Like he like passed out and went to the hospital, and he died like a couple weeks later.
Okay.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes. That's fucking nuts. That's fucking wild.
This just happened like a few months ago.
What did he die from?
I don't know. I don't know if it was alcohol poisoning or maybe he was on other shit that he overdosed from. I don't know. I just know he got really trashed and it was on stream, and then he passed out and they called an ambulance. Blade was trying to do like a streamer house, but after this happened, he ended up getting kicked out of it. Because I think the landlords ended up finding out what was going on there. But yeah, that guy just kind of like ended up going to the hospital and then never recovered.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why death doesn't affect me, dude. Death doesn't affect me, dude. Hey, I don't know how.
Oh, he is drinking.
Motherfuckers we got.
To me, he doesn't seem drunk here, but I think it's just because I'm used to seeing him like super drunk.
Chat, but
it was funny when the cop like their RV was parked at the downtown park in downtown Bellevue. Thank you so much.
It's about to be my birthday. Here's a 30 because I'm 30.
Happy birthday to you. I really appreciate it. And now we're at 82%. I know we can do this. You know, like I could stream again before the end of this week, but I'm really hoping we can put it away tonight. So if you're out there and you got a couple bucks to spare, even if it's just $2, feel free to.
Someone living throughout the 90s and early 00, did any of you rock the overalls or even Jenkos?
I wore
style?
Jenkos. I wore the big ass Jenkos that like they fit around my waist, but then they tapered off to like where the each pant leg was as wide as my waist. You know?
Oh yeah.
And they had crazy huge pockets. You could fit like so much shit in their pockets.
I'd smuggle fits of whiskey in my back pockets.
Yeah, those pockets were so huge, and I had a whole bunch of chains. I had multiple chains on my wallet.
Oh, me too. Yep. And I was always wearing rollerblades. You know.
I wore like a lot of Airwalks and DC, like a lot of skater shoes. I wore a lot of that shit. Yeah, Jenkos were insane. They were kind of cool. I actually, they still sell them, but they're super expensive, and you have to order them online. Like you can't just go to the store and buy them anymore.
All you motherfuckers are gonna die. So why are we all surprised and fucking upset about it? You know it was gonna happen, right? That you were gonna die, right? That's fucking weird. That dude, to be surprised by death, that's fucking weird, dude. I'm sorry. That was fucking weird, dude. I'm
was
gonna
weird,
die.
dude.
Okay.
Figure it out, dude.
I'm really curious on how I'm gonna die because like the way I'm gonna die is gonna be fucking funny. It's gonna be hilarious, dude.
I mean,
But, like all these people like, oh no,
Like the thing that I always come back to when I look at dudes like Blade is I've known a lot of guys like him, and I do hope that however he goes out is glorious and it is funny. And it's not like how it usually is, which is pretty sad. You know, I want this dude to have an epic conclusion. Because like he's going to keep trying to do this until he dies. Like there's no... Does anybody see like Blade going to a retirement home?
No.
I don't think so.
And like, yeah, there's some like bad physical effects that he's already facing, like his like the holes in his feet and like the weird shit like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
mean
good.
he's literally falling apart. But like it's not that he's falling apart and him doing the live streaming stuff is a unique thing that's making him fall apart. It's because, you know, like people do this all the time. It's just that we get to actually see it. We get to see it. And it's
something.
It's something. Yeah, for sure. I just hope he has that epic conclusion because that's what he wants. He's asking for it. So I hope he gets it.
He'll find his way.
Yeah.
So Jeff,
Yeah.
Jeff, if you got to run, that's fine. I'm gonna stream for a little while longer and see if we can get closer to the goal. I'm trying to avoid having to stream on Friday, but you know,
I know. I'm just looking at my fuck, man. I'm fucking cashed.
That's
cashed
cool.
Like yeah, I gotta go help with a big Thanksgiving thing in the morning. But I love you. I love DP fam.
Thank you
Love
for
all
being
guys.
here.
Yeah, for sure. I had a great time as always. One of my favorite things in the world. All right, good night, you guys.
Good night. All right, so Jeff is gone. We're gonna keep the stream going for a little while here. Let's see. We'll switch to this view. Here we are. Here we are, everyone. Please like the stream if you haven't already, by the way. We'll watch a little more of this, and we got some other stuff we can watch. And if you guys want to help me out with a little more tip love, that would be unbelievable. I would be so happy. And thanks to everyone who signed up for Patreon. I guess I should remind everyone I did a public Patreon post that's available for anyone to go read. I'm just asking for some feedback. We're trying to get the Patreon back to a better level than where it is because it's fallen pretty hard in the last year. I have the post in the description down below. I'll also put it in the chat really quick here too.
DJ Zeke here. Hoping you have a great Thanksgiving, Ben. Come on, everyone. Let's show our thanks to the peasants and bring this goal home.
Thank you so much, DJ Zeke. I really appreciate it, and you said it very well there. Yes, please show me some love. Couple bucks goes a long way. There it is.
Situation.
Whoa, look at it go with these individual situations. I am so thankful for all of you. That's the thing I'm most thankful for this Thanksgiving. You guys allow me to keep doing this. Like when my computer died, I was up shit creek with that. Keep it rolling. And you guys came through and helped me get a new computer. And then like I had people in the community basically hold my hand while I assembled the computer, which I'd never done in my life. I'd never assembled a computer completely from scratch. And it's you know, it's very expensive equipment and you don't want to fuck it up. And I didn't completely know what I was doing. So that was amazing that, you know, people came through and helped me get the computer and put it together and all of that. And that's why the show keeps going, because the audience is unbelievable.
How could he have died? How could this person have died?
I'm glad that individual Kekistani fuck is gone. Time for Ben to work her in all cinder
Oh,
blocks.
or in all cinder blocks. Yeah, we're really close now. We're like, you know, what is it, $54 away, roughly? There's some pennies in there too.
Spoiler alert, we all do. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We go in, we come out, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? That is I'm sorry.
He's so philosophical right here.
Every time someone dies, people get retarded, and we're like, dude. And I just gotta sit around and be like, I know, person died. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course they died. Of course, we're all gonna die, dude. We're all gonna die, dude. So, like, to be surprised by it or sad about it is like, did you live? Did you live?
I saw someone do like an
Let's give this goal situation.
Yes!
Too bad Daddy Jeff had to go.
Yes!
You deserved better.
Poor Puff.
Did you live?
You know, I was thinking like, even if we do meet the goal, I was thinking about possibly doing a stream on Friday and maybe doing like a charity stream. I did one several years ago. I raised $1,000 for Seattle Animal Humane, and I was thinking about maybe doing that. I don't know. Something I was thinking about possibly doing again. We'll see. I did it probably like 5 years ago. I did one, and it was pretty successful.
Because we're all gonna die, but did you live? Dude. I'm not going to Waffle House, dude. Hate to break it to you, brother. Waffle House ain't that good. It's okay.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds amazing to me too. Yeah, Streamlabs has this option called Tiltify, which is a way of, you know, live streaming with alerts and everything, but the money that you make, it goes directly to the charity. You don't have to like take it and give it to them. Like the money never is in my possession. It goes directly to the charity, which is kind of cool.
For something to be good when you're drunk doesn't mean it's good. Waffle House when I'm lit is fire. Fire. That's what I'm saying, dude. First off, have you ever had fucking sober Taco Bell? Fuck you, diarrhea ass bitch.
Yeah. It's kind of true. I mean, like, I like to drink too, and I've made like excuses for myself like that too. So I get it. I'm just not as much of an alcoholic as Blade and Cobra. I'm not at that level. But I've definitely like, you know, like talked myself into drinking plenty of times. We're like, oh, it's okay. It's the weekend or whatever, you know.
What in the fucking tarnations are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about, dude?
Okay.
Figured out, dude.
One thing that will never occur, ever, is Taco Bell breakfast. Get the fuck out of here, dude. When I heard that Taco Bell breakfast happened, I'm like, no, it didn't, dude.
No, it didn't, dude.
Didn't, dude.
Yeah, when I think breakfast, Taco Bell is not the first thing that comes to mind. Like, if I'm trying to go out to eat for breakfast, I'm definitely not doing Taco Bell. I'd rather do just like a little diner. I like that kind of stuff for breakfast. You know, like a reasonably priced, not exactly like a Denny's though, but like that style of food. But better than Denny's or IHOP. Those are kind of like the bottom of the barrel. Even Waffle House is better. Even though crazy shit happens at Waffle House has higher quality food.
I don't do cocaine. The only way
I'll do cocaine.
that Taco Bell breakfast would be a thing is if I did cocaine. All right, right now, what time is it? 3:30. So 2.5 hours, we could possibly get Taco Bell breakfast. No one's asking for that, dude. No one's asking for that, dude. Fuck out of here. Fuck the fuck out of here, dude. No one's asking for that. No one's asking for Taco Bell breakfast. Taco Bell's awesome when you're lit. Besides that, fuck up. Or you're super high, dude. Or you're fucking super high, bro. No, I ain't dealing with that, dude.
I deal with that, dude.
No one's ever been in a fucking situation in life they're like, well, shit. It's 7:30 in the morning. I can really go for a good old breakfast. You know what I want? Taco Bell. Never happened. Never happened, dude. And I'm a Taco Bell connoisseur.
I think Taco Bell, like, Taco Bell is okay when you don't have any other options and you want to, like, get drive-through or whatever. But for me, there's no excuse. Because right near the nearest Taco Bell to me, there's a Mexican restaurant that's open 24 hours that's not even that much more expensive than Taco Bell. And the food is insanely better. So there's no reason I should ever go to Taco Bell because this place is open later than Taco Bell. It's about the same price, maybe a little more. And the food is just insanely better. You know, like.
Never happened, dude. It hasn't happened in the history of things ever.
Every Mexican restaurant has vegetarian options, though. So, like, I mean, you can get a bean and rice burrito at a real Mexican restaurant. So it's just not necessary to go to Taco Bell. You can get vegetarian and you can get vegetarian options at a real Mexican restaurant.
It hasn't happened, dude. No one is okay. Or no one's woken up as a morning person. Go, oh shit, I better hit that Taco Bell before they switch to the fucking lunch menu. It's never happened, dude. It's never happened.
I don't know who's eating Taco Bell breakfast. How many people out there have eaten the Taco Bell breakfast? Do they put eggs or they're like... Is it just like regular Taco Bell food, but it happens to have like egg in it or something?
Dude.
Like, do they have a breakfast burrito or something? I'm not sure.
First off, morning fucking people are fucking weird. Fuck you. Die in a fire. Morning people are fucking weird. But morning people don't eat Taco Bell. Dude, every time you eat Taco Bell, it's a fucking regret, dude. It's a regret.
I remember we did the one stream where I ate like... I don't know. I think I ate like 11 Taco Bell soft tacos and I felt like I was going to die. And I took like the fattest shit like the next morning. It was awful.
Yeah. All right. No one's having breakfast.
By the way, I'm a morning person and it's just because as soon as my brain turns on in the morning, as soon as if I wake up all the way, I can't go back to sleep. My brain is on. I can't turn it off and fall back to sleep. It's just how it is.
At Taco Bell. And if they do, dude, they're homeless and they're just wandering around. They don't even know that they can't afford a watch. They're just walking around, dude. I don't fucking know, dude. But like, there's no reason for a functional person in society to eat Taco Bell breakfast. It's unless you like work a job or something where you like get off at like 7 in the morning, like, oh, hey, person, hi, yeah, I am on completely different time zones than anybody else ever in the history of the world. Then go get yourself a fucking Taco Bell taco.
Figure it out, dude.
Like, bro. What up,
Blade 22 donated $3. Blade out here looking like Lena the Smug.
Okay. I don't know how that affects me, but fucking figure it out.
Figure it out, dude.
Can we all say that Adam 22's a fag?
Ha!
Anonymous donated $3. Can we get a Beck update, person? Is she coming back into the script? You need to figure it out. She is the only woman for you, dude.
I know.
Figure it out, dude.
I'll be honest. Beck's the one, dude. I need to get her back.
The one.
How do we get her back, dude? Just being honest, dude. Of all the people, of all the females that are stupid enough to be with me, Beck's the one. All Beck, dude. Okay, I know a lot of you guys are like social justice warrior.
Social justice warrior.
Persons. But, yeah. I hate streaming because you can't give me cocaine. Cocaine. Person. I didn't say the N-word. I didn't say the N-word. I don't say that word. Cocaine. Hey, yeah, it's because of cocaine. That's the funny thing, dude. Cigarettes and homosexuality, no one cares about you, dude. Cocaine. I like the smell of it. Dude. Cocaine. Dude, you gonna be lit. Me, Mom False, Gary. Cocaine. Yeah. Cocaine. N-words. I can't say cocaine. I can't say N-words. Cool. I'm sorry, dude. But you better love me, persons. No, I'm being completely fucking honest, dude. Dude, there's been situations when I was lit as fuck, and they're like, smell tomorrow, and persons, and we'll figure out.
He's kind of at that point now where he's
Make
just
it out of the woods. And
yes.
Go to bed, Ben.
Oh, Ben Baron. Thank you so much. I appreciate it unbelievably. And yeah, look at Blade. He's shocked that we met the goal, and that's great and amazing. And I thank you all. Don't forget to check out the post for Patreon and share with me your opinions and thoughts and ideas. I have it linked in the description down below. It would mean a lot to me if you would comment and help me with some ideas or whatever. Tell me what you like too. It doesn't have to be all negativity, but I am looking for suggestions. We'll see. All right, guys. I am going to go chill now. I will see you guys again next time. Good night, everybody.
Hey everybody, have you heard about the Drunken Peasants Patreon? It helps support the show while getting you some cool perks. Check it out! For $1 per month, you get to use our exclusive fan chat that appears at the bottom of the screen on every episode. For $5 per month, you get 2 new private shows, including Actual Mania, as well as our back catalog of private shows, plus all lower tier perks. For $10 per month, you get all of our monthly video content. This includes multiple post shows, our monthly reviews, our back catalog of all that content, plus all lower tier perks. For $15 per month, your name will appear in the ending credits of each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $25 per month, you get to take part in our monthly booking committee hangout to help us book our Patreon content for that month, plus all lower tier perks. For $33 per month, you get an exclusive piece of DP merch each month, plus all lower tier perks. For $50 per month, you appear in the opening credits for each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $100 per month, you get to join us as a guest on an episode of the Drunken Peasants podcast. Plus, you guessed it, all lower tier perks. Visit patreon.com/DP now to become a patron of the Drunken Peasants podcast.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.